the stationary atmosphere and a flat, non-rotating Earth. Yo. So if their math works on a flat Earth, it works on a flat Earth that doesn't rotate. So wouldn't you have to change the math when it's not a flat rotating Earth? Well, you know, when it's a round rotating Earth? There's way more if you look up other words. That's just an easy 3 to pull up.
They have a whole PDF on the 24/7 Flat Earth website.
Based. Why would they spend so much money on a lie? Well, first off, it's very profitable. It's incredibly profitable. They make how many billions of dollars for faking this shit? Secondly, it pushes nihilism. And the number one reason atheists don't believe in God is because it put inserting God and heaven into this infinite void universe is nonsensical. But a world where it's just Earth and then outside of Earth is heaven, now it's a lot easier to imagine that there is a God watching over you. He's right there. If you want to know where God is at any time, just look up. Oh, and New Jerusalem is 1,500 by 1,500 by 1,500 miles large, which means it is about 3 to 5 times taller than the International Space Station is from the crust. New Jerusalem is frighteningly large.
I wonder how high pure gold building like castles could go. How many miles high?
So, how are you guys doing?
Who is that? Let's see. Where you at, buddy?
Is anybody gonna get any footage of this Atlas thing? What was it about anyway? This comment.
Was that Arnold?
Yeah, I just asked how you guys were doing.
Yeah, what subject are you, Glober or Flat Earth?
You know what? I'm not looking to get in an argument. I'm just here for.
Well, that's what the topic is, bro. 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm just here to watch you guys argue with other people.
I'm just glad they chilled out a little bit. Like I used to get muted if I talked about religion at all. They kind of calmed down. It's good. Because you know the most read the most sold book in history believes the Earth is flat too. So
Ain't that cool?
It's real as a man. At first, he sounded like my grandma. Now you sound like a dude. What's going on?
she's only 30. I just look and sound a lot younger than I am. I'm almost 32.
Arnold, what is the plane in your profile picture? Do you
It's
know?
a P-80 Shooting Star. It was America's first operational jet fighter. Came in at the tail end of World War II.
Do you have any globe or flat Earth memes to share? Flat Earth memes or cat pictures, please and thank you.
What do you want to talk about? The ice wall, or do you want to talk about the firmament?
Ice wall. Who the fuck?
Oh, you're so going to get wrecked in here.
No, I'm just wondering who
But
believes in an
don't
ice
talk
wall.
about getting wrecked.
What,
with
what do
that.
you what do you think the origin of the ice wall is? The origin of that
The
idea.
origin?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
The
I
idea
don't
of an
think
ice
the
wall
origin has
perimetering the
anything
Earth.
more to do with with life than it does with God.
No, no. It came from.
No, it came from God.
It came from
And
That's a
Captain
document.
Cook.
if you
No,
think,
it came from bro. It came from Captain Cook. If you look on old maps, they'll say Great Ice Barrier.
there's
Right. Captain
waterfalls.
Cook tried to find a way into Antarctica and sailed for 60,000 miles and couldn't find one. So they called it the Great Ice Barrier. Ice wall comes from globetards. It doesn't come from us. So that's what I'm
That's
asking.
not
Like
true.
ice
That's
wall,
actually
who
not
believes in
true.
that?
It's
Yeah.
waterfalls. It's waterfalls.
No, the idea originated with globetards.
Okay,
Originated.
well, fuck you then. I'm not a globe-tard. I don't.
He's
I'm
not
just saying,
calling.
then why are you getting
Relax.
upset? Because if you're not a globetard, there's a saying: if you throw a rock in a pack of dogs, the one that yelps is the one you hit. If you're not a globetard, what are you whining for?
Yeah, he's just telling you where the idea of ice wall came from. It came from globe
all.
believers. Okay, we're not saying it came from you. We're saying
Well,
where the
I
idea
tried
came
to
from.
think-
It didn't come from our community. We never claimed any ice walls.
All right. So, fair enough. Don't believe that you had a hand in deciding all of this, but
If there was an ice wall, would it mean the Earth is flat? I mean, even if there was one, no, it wouldn't mean anything. So let's get to the brass tacks. What would mean the Earth is flat?
Sorry, it would actually mean that.
So if there's an ice wall, therefore flat Earth. Walk me through that logic.
Okay, so if there are boundaries around the world, the world,
Well, maybe it's a
then-
boundary on the globe.
no, there's no globe. It's
No, if
There's
it was a globe, there
there's
could
a
be a
flat
boundary on the
plate.
globe, right? Like say the Arctic Circle was a giant fucking ice wall. Around the ring, the whole Arctic Circle is a big fucking ice wall, right? So there could be an ice wall and it would still be a globe.
no, I don't agree with that.
So that's not possible?
Well, I guess
Because that's
it's
what they say
possible.
exists right now.
Well, I don't think the world is a globe. That's what I'm trying to.
No, what I'm saying is right now they say that there's...
Why am I being?
I'm just explaining things to you, dude. What, are you drunk?
Yeah, I'm a little drunk.
Okay, so
Yeah,
slow
you don't
down.
need to take it personally. He's
Yeah.
trying to explain things to you so you understand.
Just,
them.
I
So right now
genuinely
they say
don't
Antarctica
think-
is a giant ice sheet, okay?
Yeah,
And that ice sheet extends out way into the ocean.
it's
And
not
then
a
if you-
continent.
And that if you sail south, you're going to run into this giant ice wall, this giant glacier that is on top of the landmass that's Antarctica. So they have an ice wall, okay? And the globe has an ice wall. So there can be an ice wall and the Earth can still be a globe. Okay.
Yeah,
So
okay, that's
it doesn't
fine.
decide it
I don't-
either
I don't
way.
have
What
to-
does
I don't have to
decide it
argue
is whether
against
the
that.
Earth is flat or curved. That decides it. It's the only thing that can ever decide.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't decide it at all. I don't think, in my opinion, that
Well, what do you think would decide it?
none of that is is an explanation or a proof. I don't.
No,
think
I
that's
don't care
proof.
about explanations. I would care about what would decide it one way or another,
Well,
flat or globe.
not that. Is what I
Okay,
would say.
what?
What do you mean what?
Right, what
No.
specific observation could we make that would prove flat or globe?
Well,
Observation or measurement?
okay, you could talk about laser experiments. You could talk
Yeah,
about a few other
there we go.
things. But
Yeah.
I'm not saying the ice wall is proving anything. I'm saying that that's just one way to talk about something that is obviously a that's not something that is a disproving or gotcha. You know what I mean? We can have other conversations about things that exist. The ice walls is not one, but I do think that is the truth. Okay, so fine. Let's talk about.
Who
He's
cares?
just
Doesn't
trying to
matter.
explain to you that the ice wall is just a description of the coastline of Antarctica.
Okay, that's perfectly fine on either side. I don't necessarily think that
So it
one
can't decide
way-
anything. That's the point I was trying to make. We're
well,
only
that's fair.
concerned.
That's fair. That's
well,
fair.
hold on. We're only concerned in the evidence, which will prove one way or another which one it is. We don't care about the things which could work either way. Why fixate on them if they can work either way? They're not going to tell us anything. We're just wasting our time arguing about.
I don't know why that.
Well, I'm just saying,
became
dude. You got to be cocked, dude, because you're taking everything personally for no reason, dude.
I'm cocked.
Dude, it's not personal. I'm just giving you information, dude. You're obviously new to this topic, so
No, I don't think I'm new to this topic. I've seen, I've read a lot. I've thought about it a lot.
That's okay. There's a lot of people
Relatively
who
new.
talk about this topic. The point here that India is trying to tell you is the arbiter of if your floor is flat is the measurements of your floor. If your floor is curved, you would discover that by measuring it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at your ceiling lights or talk about whether your wall is made of ice or talk about like it's warm or cold some time of the day and not some other time, right?
No, okay.
None of those
Fair enough.
things can determine whether your floor is flat or curved. Now you can make up stories about why one matches one shape versus the other, but you're just bullshit stories. So
I guess I have to agree with that, but I don't necessarily think that, like, okay, so some of this is conversations about like I do get misdirected, like questions are like, oh, here's my first argument of whatever, right? Like I don't think that's I think that I have to argue against some of the bullshit quickly until I can make an argument against like something that's like more nuanced. So anyway,
okay.
like yeah. So
look, this topic isn't an argument at this point. Like we're way past that. Like, I mean, we've been talking about this in here.
Well, I've never been in here, man.
Like,
I'm sorry.
Listen,
I don't want to be
Josh,
a dick. I'm just like,
well, listen, we got a dude named Josh. He was just in here. He's a satellite person for Amazon. So all this is verified. He's worked for the UN with their little space nonsense, and we've interrogated him many times. He doesn't actually know anything.
Triangulation?
Well, hold on. And we've talked to him many times, and the best he can do is show government cartoons. Right? He doesn't know anything. If we ask him how any of this shit works, he doesn't know anything. Okay, so the point is that at this point in time, in this so-called flat Earth, globe Earth debate, it's a done deal. It's already over. People just haven't woke up to the fact that the conversation's already done.
Well, I don't think I have a disagreement then with any of y'all.
Well, you don't. I mean, what I'm saying is, you don't have to debate anybody. Because I can ask Josh right here. How do you know the Earth is a globe, Josh?
I thought I was coming in here talking to prove my point, type of thing. You know what I mean?
No, what we're trying to tell you is that you actually have the high ground. They have the burden of proof. Shit. All the evidence is on your side, so you never need to shy away from anything they say. Just look into it, and you'll figure out. Whoa,
okay,
they have a problem here.
So here's a question, and that's actually really nice a point to make, because I really appreciate that. So I have a really actually I have a concern. So when we talk about triangulation, when it comes to the idea that we have satellites, right? We have satellites.
They don't use triangulation. They use what's called trilateration. It's a different thing.
Trilateration. Okay, know you're right on that. That's actually true. That's true. So
and also doesn't use a globe.
My concern is, okay, so I've had several conversations with people about like triangulation and trilateration, which you're correct to use the term. How do I guess have this argument about okay, there's a method to put define a point on the globe. The globe tards.
They're not using a globe. They're not finding a point.
I know, but
no. Listen, brother. What you don't understand is, even though you look on your phone and it shows the globe and says latitude and longitude, that's not how the GPS itself functions. That
Okay.
is shown to you in a coordinate transformation within the receiver. It changes the coordinate system from Earth-centered, Earth-fixed to a geodetic reference system. Okay, so it changes it. That's not how
But
the receiver actually works and functions within it.
I don't understand that. Okay, so
I know
like,
you
make
don't.
that clear to me.
Okay,
Make
so
that
it
clear to
finds
me.
your
Like,
position on a plane.
how do you make point A to point B make sense if you're not like using that method? And that's what's frustrating to me because I keep trying to like figure it out. I just don't get it.
Okay, I know things are hard. They're using a coordinate system called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, right? Which is a plane. So the
What is
actual
it?
coordinate
What is it? What is it?
Earth,
Earth what?
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Okay.
Okay, but the coordinate that they're putting you on is on top of that, on top of a plane. They're not actually measuring any of that. They're not measuring any globe. They're not measuring any of that crap. So GPS is a passive one-way beacon with a timestamp inside of it. Your receiver picks up that timestamp and says, hey, it took this long
I
for
get
the
it.
signal. Hold on. Took this long for the signal to get here. I must be this far away because of the speed of light. And then it does this with multiple transmitters, beacons. Okay. They can be in the sky, they can be on the ground, they can be anywhere. Okay. Now you have a bunch of overlapping circles, and that's where it puts your position, but it doesn't put your position on top of a globe. It puts it on top of something called Earth-centered,
Like a flat
Earth-fixed.
map.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. No, these are listen, you're trying to reify a mathematical model and say, hey, dude, this mathematical model, there must be reality. No, dude, we do this all the time. This is well known in all sorts of engineering of everything, is that we'll use a mathematical model, but that mathematical model doesn't have any ultimate reality to it, right? Other than the output. What happens in the guts between the input and the output?
The word reification.
It's called a reification fallacy. When you make an abstract idea,
it's beautiful. I love that.
Say it's real.
I'm gonna say it to my friends.
There's a bunch of stuff you can learn about logic, and if you just listen, you can actually learn a lot about how these things work.
Yeah, we have a whole channel, like if you go down, there's information channels with all these topics at infinitum. From not just like, these aren't like flat earthers. We're using official sources of how they say it works.
Mm-hmm.
In the guts of it. Now, there's always two different narratives to this stuff. There's the way people think it works, and like second order people will talk about how they work. And then when you look into the guts of the devices and how they actually work, it's often quite different.
Okay.
Yeah, so like they're all functioning on the same plane of existence that we're functioning on. So they're drawing angles from a flat surface to a horizon, and they're calling it locally flat, and they're using horizontal planes. Like that's just the base of what they're using, and then after the fact, they turn it into a globe because that's what you expect to see.
Can you see in the chat? Do you see the live? Do you see the text channel that's right above this voice channel? It's called the live stream voice text.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I can see chat, but I don't see.
I don't know if you even have the BC verified role. Hold on, let me
I'm not. I don't think I've. I don't think I've.
Yeah, you got it.
No, Tim, they're not talking about the side chat. They're talking about the one above it.
Yeah, someone pinged you in it.
Wait. Oh, somebody
right
else.
above here.
Something else.
It's not the embedded chat. It's the chat above it, above this one.
Hold on. Let me look. Does it say?
Yeah, if you lower.
Someone just pinged you in it.
No. Yeah, if you lower this window and then look up right above it.
This is the one with the Nazi stuff.
Nazi stuff.
What?
All right, can I help y'all out real quick? Let me help you. Hey, guys, let me help you out. If you open the embedded chat, there's literally a disclaimer with the link straight to the live stream voice text chat.
German Nazis. Which is it? Right there.
Yeah, scroll down. We were talking about
Okay,
Project
hold on.
Paperclip.
I just found it. Okay, now I got tagged. Okay, so and again, this isn't stuff that I'm like unaware of. Like I've looked this stuff up like a lot. I don't get this part of it. This equator / like the X axiom and the Z north
You see the?
grifter.
Do you see the? Look. Do you see
What does
the?
it say? Grift Z.
Okay, look. I'm gonna post it again. Look at the image. The diagram I posted. You see that?
Okay,
With a
I'm
little
looking
square.
at it.
You see the ball with the square on it?
I see the ball with
the square.
That's
There's a little
globe.
square on it that says. You don't see the little ball with the square on it in the chat
I do.
right now.
I see it already, and that square is confusing.
Where the coordinate system actually is on that square. It's not on the ball.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Okay.
I see that.
Okay, so they take this coordinate system and do what's called a coordinate transformation or a geometric transformation and convert it all into latitude and longitude and then show it on your phone with a little image of a globe. That's how GPS works.
The actual observer is in the middle of this imaginary globe. The globe doesn't actually exist.
Oh, okay. So, like, but again, though, like, I've looked at this stuff. Like, I think I get it. Like, I think I understand, the idea behind this. But it's just.
Well, think. How do they get so you have the origin of coordinates, right? The center of that sphere and the square.
Yeah.
How do they get the height, the distance of the square to the center? You think they measure that? Of course not. Okay. They presuppose the distance of they just add.
They add?
They just add 3959 to the height of the satellite. Satellite, whatever it is, right? Or they can use a pseudo range, and if it's a fixed ground station, they can just add a height to that. Because there's all this stuff is black box. You can't open one of these GPS receivers and see what it's actually doing.
Because I don't actually get like what the plate is. Like that at the end of the day, like I think that okay, are we talking about the O?
The point was GPS don't prove a globe. It doesn't even use a globe, and it's been around before satellites existed.
What?
Yeah, so did you know that? Like LORAN was a system used. It's the same as GPS, except for they admit it's radio towers. Okay, it's existed before satellites existed.
No. I disagree with you.
And the best part about it.
Here's an interesting point.
Sorry. There's no disagreeing. LORAN worked before GPS and satellites, and LORAN was known to transmit beyond the geometric curve. So.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 1,800 miles, dude.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's supposed to be the Earth's supposed to be a big ball, right? So you should only have a line of sight.
I understand that you can use lasers to like disprove you could disprove the globe Earth theory.
Yeah,
I get
but this is using radio waves. That the radio waves you're getting the position of about 1,800 miles out to sea from a ground-based radio station. Right? The curve of the Earth should be in the way. There should be something like, I don't know, 1,800 miles, probably like 100, 200 feet of curve, 200 miles of curve in the way. Meaning there should be a 200-mile mountain between you and the boat.
And?
Yeah, but there ain't one.
Huh? Of course there is.
There isn't one because they did this for navigation.
I agree with you. I get that. So what are we arguing about?
That GPS, tell your buddies or whoever you're debating, that GPS existed before satellites.
Okay,
before
so
satellites, before the first rocket was ever launched, before Sputnik.
Again, my question is, how do they do it? How do they make it fake? Like, how do they make?
They put a little frickin'. I told you they do a coordinate transformation and show a little ball on your phone.
Yeah, they also have so-called geostationary
Dude, put it this way.
satellites.
Okay, so hold on, Andres. So on your phone, they can make an app called GPS, right? And instead of showing you a globe, it could be frickin' Super Mario. And they could plot your position based upon the coordinates, because Mario is actually just like a wireframe coordinate system. And whatever your phone says your position is, they could map that to Mario. And you could think you live on a fucking 3D Mario.
Yep.
I guess.
Not I guess. That's the way it is, dude. Just because they show you a fucking cartoon don't mean nothing.
Well, I think it looks pretty professional, but I'm not saying
so it's
that
so
I
good. Here's how good it is. Okay, listen. Black out all your car windows and drive using just the GPS. Just stick the GPS in the dashboard and take the turns when the GPS says the turn.
If you're saying that these are fake images, I want you to tell me why they are, and that's also part of the things that I have arguments with my friends about. Is like, why are these fake? Well, I don't actually have a good
argument. Because they depict something that's impossible.
Well, then then I will tell them that. But
you see images of Santa, right? Santa Claus, right?
Dude,
you've seen
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know
Listen closely. Have you seen images of Santa?
Have you seen images of the globe?
No.
Okay, well, first of all, give me permission.
The point is, listen, you're trying to think of your excuse before you actually listen, okay?
No.
So really
Let
simple.
me show pictures, and you could tell me how they're wrong.
I am. I'm trying to build up logically to that, but you won't let me.
Okay.
It's really simple. Are all images of Santa fake? Is there really a Santa?
I think there's probably pictures of Santa.
Okay, here comes the cope. Listen, brother. Someone doesn't need to prove how every image of Santa Claus was faked. We know Santa's a fictional character.
I mean, you could easily do it for one or two. And then the ones that I actually care
every
about,
single image of Santa's fake, bro.
You would help me to make the argument to my friend.
Bro, every single image of Santa's fake. Every one.
I know,
there is no
what
Santa
about
Claus.
The globe?
There is no globe, and every single one is fake.
Then tell me, do
you want to know how we know every single one is fake?
Yeah,
because okay. Here we go. Because all those globes. Are you going to let me answer? Or are you going to keep talking? You ask me a question and talk? Is that your idea? Why are you asking me a question and talking?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is how we know every single one of those is fake. All those images depict an ocean that on it has curving water. The water curves into the shape of a ball. We can go to the ocean and try to measure this curve, right? Because it has to be curving. If the picture shows curving water, then when I go to the ocean, what's supposed to be in that picture is the ocean of the earth. I should be able to go to the ocean and measure that curve to see if it actually exists. The thing is, that curve doesn't actually exist in reality. It only exists in a stupid image somewhere.
Listen, I agree with you 100%. I've seen
just
that video.
Like if they showed an image and there was spikes of freaking quartz crystal sticking out of their freaking image of the earth, I could just go to where those spikes are, and if there's no spike there, I know that image is bullshit because what it depicts doesn't exist in reality. That's how we know they're all fake. Okay? Because what it depicts doesn't exist in reality.
Well, okay. I don't disagree because I saw that laser video and I thought it was...
There's way more than one laser test, dude.
I thought it was damaging, and I'm not fucking mad about that.
There's way more than one.
Well, I saw one.
And there's way more than those distances. There's 800... Dude, there's a 10,000 mile radio transmissions.
I have
Did
trouble.
you hear that correctly? 10,000 miles, the United Kingdom to Australia. Radio transmissions before satellites existed. Now, how do you do
Okay.
that on a ball?
Well, okay, so here's a good point.
You certainly
because
can't do that over curbing water.
brother. I agree with you in that term. Like here's what I'm gonna say.
I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. What are you saying?
I have friends who I can make the same arguments at, and then they're gonna tell me, well, here's a picture of the globe.
Yeah, and you ask them one question. Okay, how can we test that image to see if that's actually what the Earth looks like from space? What if the Earth is a cube from space? What if the Earth is a freaking pyramid from space? How do we know that what's in the image is what the Earth looks like from space? Okay?
I mean, I guess
how can listen, you ask them, how can we test it? The only way you can test the authenticity of the image is to see if what's in the image actually exists on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I guess okay, so here's the thing. I can't make an argument against like
What
that.
if they showed a Great Wall of China on the East Coast? You need to prove how they fake the image? Can't you just go to the East Coast and see there's no wall there?
But it's frustrating. Okay, so what's my
I know
argument?
it makes too much sense. I know it's painful.
I have a problem fucking making the right argument. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
It isn't our argument. They're auto believing in something, and why should anybody else believe it? See, they're doing something called reversal of the burden of proof. They're saying, "Hey, dude, these are images of the Earth to space." Well, that's begging the question. How do you know any of that?
Well,
how do you know that that's an image of Earth from space? Just because someone said, here's an image of Earth from space. So what?
Yeah, I agreed. I don't.
So are all images true unless disproven?
I mean, okay,
why do they deserve to be believed?
I argue it?
Let me ask you this. Why do the people that claim that those are images of the Earth from space, why should you believe them?
Well, because they're the ones. Okay, so I get the
should.
idea
I want the should thing. No, stay on the should. Don't try to run away from it. I want the should. I want the should. Why should you believe them? Give me one good reason.
You need to support the evidence. If you make the claim, you need to support the evidence. Right?
No, but why should you believe them?
Well, I don't. But then.
Well, why should anybody?
Okay. Well, let me. I'll show you a couple of like pictures.
Why do your friends believe them? Hold on. Let me ask you this. Your buddies.
They look right. They look correct. They look like.
How do you know that? How do you know they look correct when you've never seen the Earth from that point?
Man, I'm just trying to tell you.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Shh. Stop talking for a second. How would they know if they're correct when they've never seen the Earth from that point of view?
Well, that's part of my first argument then. How would you know if you've never seen the Earth from that point of view?
No. Well, people say, we've heard people say, well, they look realistic. Well, how do they know they look realistic? How do they know what real is when they've never been there to see what it really looks like, right? They have nothing to compare it to. This is the problem. And this is why they bring it up, is because those images can only be believed and trusted. Look at the title of this chat, Globe Believer Intervention Program. We are here to point out that the globe Earth is just a belief. And if your evidence is government cartoons because people said, I went to space and took a picture, and you simply believed what they said as holy writ and can't even say why anybody should believe that shit in the first place. Why should anybody else believe it?
And but again, like, I struggle to make these arguments because I just don't know how to
do it. The space images, that's a very simple argument. Why should you believe it? Like, yeah, they claim these are images from space. Yeah, so what? Why should I believe them?
Yeah.
Give one good reason why you should believe them. I can't think of a good reason.
But okay, well, I could say that all day and say I don't believe that that's a real.
No, I didn't say claim. You don't believe it. I said ask them. Listen, brother, you're getting confused. Ask them the question. Listen. Yep. Ask them the question why you should believe it. I didn't say you don't believe it. Say, hey, I'm open-minded. I want to believe them, but why should I? Really simple.
Yeah.
But why should you?
I have asked them. I got mad.
And what was the and should believe
They
them?
told me I was a dipshit.
Well, so they didn't have an answer. They didn't give you any reason you should believe them.
Yeah, they told me I was retarded. And I didn't have an answer. And I felt
You felt like an idiot about what?
I told them that I didn't believe it was a real picture. Then they
Why
told me
should you?
I was retarded.
I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Listen very closely. Why should you?
Because it's a really good picture. It's like a.
How do you know that?
I don't know. You tell me, dude. I don't.
No, I want you to tell me. I want the people that claim they're real to tell me why I should believe it.
Well, I don't know how to do it.
To ask a question of why you should believe it?
Yeah.
Look, if someone comes up to you and says, I rode a unicorn and I was riding Bigfoot double on the back. Isn't it fair to ask? Hold on. Isn't it fair to ask them why should you believe them?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess.
So if someone says, "Hey, this is an image from Earth from space,"
that's what I'm trying to explain.
It is completely fair to go, "Well, why should I believe that?" What? That's completely rational, fair question. This is why you don't like it, and this is why it's not a liked question. People don't like this question because when these things that are based completely on faith, when you ask, "Hey, why should I follow your faith?" Because that's all it is. You're following their belief because they have no knowledge if that image is real. They didn't take the picture. They don't know if that's what the Earth
and
looks
I don't
like.
even.
They don't know any of those things.
I don't think it's real at all. But
all they're trying to do is to get you to. Well, all they're trying to do. You don't know if it's real or not. Neither do they. That's the point.
I know it's not real.
He's teaching you the vulnerability of their argument. He's not critiquing you. He's showing you how their arguments are vulnerable. So just try to follow what he's saying.
I'm trying to tell him.
Look, what they try to.
I'm struggling with the argument, and I don't know.
They don't have an argument. That's what I'm trying to point out. They're trying to get you to assume that what they're saying is true. This is an image of Earth from space. They're trying to get you to agree to that.
Yeah, they're saying
they haven't demonstrated that that's actually the case. That that's even true in the first place.
They're saying this is an image of space. Prove it's not. That's what they're trying to get you to do.
Basically, yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, they're shifting the burden of proof onto you, and we're trying to help you realize that that's not your burden to bear, and you can just simply be like, oh, well, your image is showing
I can't see
the water curving here. Where is it curving in reality?
Wait, I can't see the picture.
Picture what?
I thought you were saying this is a picture of Earth.
Oh, you want a bunch of pictures of the Earth from space? Oh, I got a whole shit.
Well, that's my problem. That's hard. That's like half.
It's not a problem.
Issue.
That's what we're teaching.
They don't even look the same, dude. It's not a problem. It's a problem for y'all, for freaking globetards.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not a globetard, but also I just don't know how to say the right stuff to like tell this person hey, you're actually not looking at this realistically.
Yeah, don't let those people get you down. Sounds like, I mean, you're the one who has the higher ground here. They're just
I don't think I
resorting to insults.
I feel bad about myself. I feel like I can't do it. I feel like I can't make a good argument when they show me the what?
Which one? Which image did they show you? Look in the chat. Look at all these Earths. Which is the actual?
I can't see anything in chat. I can't see anything. I don't even know what.
I don't believe you, dude.
Okay.
You already seen it. You already said you could see it.
No, I did never say I could see it.
Yeah, I said you see the square, and you talked about it. Remember?
Yeah, I know what picture you're talking about. I don't know.
Okay.
I can't see.
So there's an animated GIF that has a bunch of globes flashing. Which one does the Earth actually look like? Because none of these look the same. The animated GIF that says "busted."
Hold on, let me find it.
It's only up 5 posts, man.
Are they? Oh, they're in the above chat, not in the side chat.
I don't think I'm allowed in the chat or something. I don't see
You
it.
are.
What's it called? What's a chat called or something?
It's directly above where all the people are in the live stream. There's another
live stream voice text.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Definitely seen that one. Okay, so when the
Can
Cledio
you tell
one,
us which one of these is the one that looks like Earth? Because none of them look the same.
well, I believe actually that none of them do actually have any sort of like.
Well, what about your friend?
Well, again,
I'm trying to pull up the images. Still haven't gotten there.
I could copy and paste these to my friends who would just like laugh at them and go like, "Hey, that's not like."
So they're all real? Why
That's
do they
not
look
real
different?
NASA images. And I'll be mad. I get pissed off about it, you know?
Well, how did they? If they believe in these images, how can they explain the inconsistency?
Well, I don't think
They all can't
believe
be
in all the
real, dude.
images. I don't think they
Some
actually
have to
believe
be
in all the
fake.
images.
Okay, yeah, I can see how there's like the two totally different perspectives there. That's kind of like a.
Yeah, I think the
Doesn't
problem
really
is
match up.
you need to realize that you don't need to play defensive. You need to play
Yeah,
offensive.
I need to be offensive.
Yeah, you need to realize that the ball you don't have the burden of proof. You experience the world as flat and stationary. That is their experience as well. That is the starting axiom. So they have a claim that's contrary to all observable reality as we experience it. And so they have a very high, extraordinary burden they carry. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So where is their evidence?
Wait,
now
who said
they
that?
have
Who
to
said
start
that? Who
presenting
said that?
evidence, and they don't
Carl
have
Sagan.
any valid evidence.
Wait, Carl Sagan said that?
Yes.
Wait, Carl Sagan? Guy who like a astrophysicist?
He also said,
he thought the world was round, yeah.
Yeah, he's a dingbat.
Yeah, but this is why you need to learn logic,
It's
bro.
like an all or nothing fallacy, though, dude. Just you don't. There isn't 100% right in anybody.
Of course not.
Yeah, if you learn logic, you'll understand when they're trying to pull these sneaky tricks. They're trying to use all or nothing fallacies, or trying to pigeonhole you into something, trying to flip the burden, use a straw man, and you can be like, "No, I'm not claiming that. No, I am being super logical and reasonable." And that just makes them be the unreasonable ones, and they start being like, "Wait, maybe I should pull back on this unreasonableness, and we can have a proper discussion."
Let's take it one step further. Like
Yeah,
you said,
you get
appeals to
one step
authority.
further that way.
Yeah, so appeals to authority. Here's something else Carl Sagan also said. One of the great commandments of science is mistrust arguments from authority. Too many such arguments have proved too painfully wrong. Authorities must prove their contentions like everybody else.
Yeah, use the hostile witnesses of their own religion that they look up to. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants, but Newton actually called them
that's what
not
you said
able
too.
to.
That's what he said too.
Yeah, Newton basically thought
Standing on
that
the
anybody who would fall for the theory of gravity and believe it would not have the capacity for philosophical thinking.
Okay. Well,
Jones, just so you know, brother, just so you know, this is what's called a hostile witness. We're holding their own words against them.
Oh, that's smart. That's a good idea. I never thought about that.
Yeah, you don't need to defend anything. You're just looking at reality. Reality is presenting itself to you like this, and they have this claim that's contrary to all that, so they need to prove it.
All right, so end of the day, they need to prove why their picture. Because again, this is the thing that like gets me fucked up. They need to prove why their pictures of the Earth are like real pictures. And
you can do it really simply, bro. Just take when they post a picture, you just look at the picture and say like, look at that edge where it's curving the water over there, and they're like, yeah, it's curving, and then you're like, where's that in reality? The checkmate right there. They don't have that.
I'm gonna checkmate them by saying, hey, do you see that how this isn't really real life or real water?
What if it was an image of the Earth, right? And they showed the Great Lakes in Mexico City. Right, we can go to Mexico City and see if the Great Lakes are there, right?
Yeah.
We don't need to prove how that image was faked at all. We go, hey, dude, we went to Mexico City. There ain't no Great Lakes there. That image is bunk.
Yeah, but I was saying like we can't go to like your average person or like maybe nobody can like go to space and like take a picture of the Earth, and so you can't like objectively see that with your own eyes.
Whether you could or not, even those images still need validation with the Earth.
Yeah, we can't replicate their fakery, but we can test their claims within the images. So if the image is showing curved water, that curved water would be in reality, and we can go back to the ground and check if the ground is actually curving. The ground isn't curving, so they die.
This is exactly the argument I was trying to find out. I was trying to figure out this. I was trying to figure out a way to explain this. And now I think I understand it. So like basically like when I like look at a picture of the Earth from like NASA or whatever, it's on the onus is on them to explain how that's true, and also
how do they verify that? How do you get to verify that photo and take the same photo just to verify it?
Yeah, I guess I don't know how they could ever like, you know, agree or say that it's true.
Yeah, they'll believe it's true. That's very common. What you can just tell them like
very common, yeah.
like we can't go there and we can check that. That's fine. But can we somehow like see if this image is true? Like, is the water curving? Oh yeah, it's curving. Well, then let's go check in reality if the water is curving. Oh, damn, it's not curving. I guess the Earth is flat after all. Damn it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I guess I fundamentally missed that point.
Well, actually, I think it makes sense for them to say it is curving, but I can say
based on the photo, but then like
to prove that it's your job to prove that, not mine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you don't want to. You don't want to be like it's your job to prove it's curving because they'll just be like, well, I believe in the astronauts, and that's the proof of the curving. But you should question the evidence they're presenting because they also just believe in this evidence. It's not actually empirical, something you can test for yourself. You can't go up there and see the Earth like that. You can't verify it's actually curving like that. But through going there. But what you can do is actually look at the surface and see if it conforms to the curve they're showing. A lot of the times when you look at ISS footage and they're showing you like high altitude balloon footage or whatever it is, just pay attention. Don't ignore what they're showing you. At the beginning of on a balloon launches, you'll always see the horizon is curved because they're using fisheye lenses. So you just stop at the beginning of the video and just be like, bro, are you kidding me? Your Earth is so small. If this is the Earth curve, you cannot have all the continents of the Earth. So this is nonsense. So if you go higher up, it's still going to be just as curved. It's not actually Earth curve. It's the curve of the lens.
Okay. But
so you can dismantle all of their arguments if you want. But at the core of it, you can always just drag it back to the Earth being curved or not, which is the measurements of the surface. And that's where you win. Because that's the deciding factor. Is it curved or not? Did you measure a table to be flat or to be curved? You measured it to be flat, well, then it's not curved. That's basic logic.
And I do think that that's a really good way to like respond, but also like I'm gonna.
That actually made a ton of sense to me. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to come back to you guys with some arguments because I have friends who are like very like. You know,
we get you, bro. We get you. We've dealt with globe zealots like for over 10 years. So this is nothing new to us. You can bring every single arguments they think works. We'll show you where the logical fallacy is. We'll teach you how the fallacy works, and then you can just dismantle their stupid arguments, which are actually non-arguments. And then you can present an argument they can't refute, and then they'll just be like stuttering idiots. Like normal.
Well, all right. Thanks, Drake. Drake, is your name Drake or Drace?
It's Trace AI.
Drace AI. Are you AI?
He could be.
No, but a lot of Globers think I am.
Goodness. Well, that's funny. Also, I like Huawei Java Day.
Do you guys have any resources?
I have
I guess
Nicholas was
never mind. You said there was resources in the text channel. I'm sorry.
At the very bottom of the server.
all of that Flower of Life circle that I had. I used to have that whole thing made out of silver on my as a necklace on my chest. Then it got broken. Oh, he left. Oh man, what the hell? Is Dr. Jordan Peterson in this too? Hey, well, anyway, we'll talk later. Thanks for helping me out. I don't really know what else I would.
Yeah, you can always invite your Globe Zealot buddies in here, or
that's
like
what I
Drace.
don't want to
Yeah.
do. That's what I
you don't want him in here. Okay. Well, Drace's plan was good. Yeah, Drace's plan was good to practice. You could bring in if they have a decent, if what they think is a decent argument, then you could bring it in here, and we could teach you how to dismantle it. Yeah.
I think that I have to have a good one to them. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna do. Oh shit! I dropped my guitar.
No, don't do that.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay, good.
But anyway,
Don't
all right.
Have a good night, Joan.
Thanks for talking to me. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, good to talk to you. Come back again.
Yeah. After listening to y'all, I've adopted your tag. I don't know.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, I heard you say you saw the inconsistencies. I think that was what old dude posted in the 2 different globe images there. That's what we were trying to show your buddy there, but I don't know if you ever actually looked at them, but you did, so that's cool.
Well, yeah. He's a little inebriated, so I give him a second chance. Yeah.
Oh yeah, all about second chances here.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right, Josh? Oh, he's not. But yeah, no, the devil's in the details, really, at the end of the day, right? Like, the more you dig into it, the more you start seeing how they went about. And sometimes they take the short way around, sometimes they take the long way around, and they always try to put a bunch of smoke screens up. So you just got to pay attention to the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do is I'll give them everything. I'll give them all their explanations, and I'll say, "How big is the Earth?" Like, what do you mean? Then we have to go down that whole rabbit hole about how big it is, and then the next question is, how far away is the horizon from a 6-foot observer? And then that's really what screws people over after that, because most people who believe it's a globe, they understand that when they've gone out to like large bodies of water, they've seen things like 15, 20 miles away.
Yeah. Isn't like
that becomes an issue.
Isn't like the measuring of the coastline, like bodies of water, kind of all about what like fractal geometry is about?
How so?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like that's just always what I've heard. Like fractal geometry is like how you measure like something that is immeasurable, like just kind of made up.
That's just that's why they say the coastlines are immeasurable. Is because the water keeps rising and falling, and the coastlines keep changing, and so the closer you draw in the boundary along the how when the land recedes inwards. I don't have good English for this.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, the closer you go
high
to
tide,
the
low
actual
tide
landmass, the longer the distance around the landmass is. So it becomes retarded way. You can't really define it by its distance without having an arbitrary standard.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, it's getting kind of late for me. I might have to bow out, but it's been nice talking to you guys. I'll definitely be back in this VC if you'll have me.
For sure. Come back anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also have the English Hub and Politics server where we have outposts and we go out and talk to as many Globe believers as we can, because that's kind of what we are, the Globe outreach community where we try to help the Globers accomplish some form of rational thinking.
Yeah. Back before people went insane, I'm sorry, I unmuted you, Caleb. If you'd like to get the VC verified role, you're welcome to have a conversation with us. But just to respond to your typewritten question, the sun is clearly moving across the sky, and the sun, there's no verification of the sun being at the distance claimed, or many of the claims about the sun are unverifiable and extremely suspicious. So therefore, there's zero reason why a sun couldn't be moving across a flat plane and going outside of your field of vision, therefore lighting up another part of the flat plane and your part then being in darkness. No need for a ball to have a day and night. But yeah, go ahead and give us your next question or response to that question, Caleb. And then if you can speak to us, we could give you the VC verified role, and then you'd be able to see the live stream, voice text, and the information that's going along with this voice channel, as well as other parts of the server that are currently invisible to you.
I didn't mean any offense by the question I asked. I was just kind of curious, more so if you guys had any answer. I haven't found anything yet as to why it is 24 hours then. If we're not able to directly see that, why wouldn't it be 12 hours or 8 hours?
Because the sun travels over the earth in 24 hours, as has been recorded long before the delusion of the globe.
Do you have any resources I can look into that? Just so I don't want to make you keep explaining yourself, because I also was talking to someone.
Yeah,
it's called a sundial.
Solar noon. Jesus Christ, dude. When you find solar noon and then count the number of hours, and then it'll be solar noon again.
I think Caleb's question might be, why does it do that?
Why?
I already told him as well, we don't make up explanations, we just go by the evidence.
Okay, that leads me to a genuine question of, does it not bother Earthers in here? You don't have any model that you can use to make predictions, while the globe model does.
You don't have a globe model that makes predictions.
I'm not bothered at all. Chad, are we bothered?
So check this out though.
I'm not bothered.
Globe model in the chat that predicts sunrise, sunset, solar noon. Go for it. I want the mathematics of the globe model right there. GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth fixed. Try again. That's not a globe. It's tangent plane.
But it uses both.
No, it doesn't. It uses Earth-centered, Earth fixed, which is a tangent plane in X, Y, Z coordinates.
What's the need for Z coordinates?
Your elevation.
Okay. What about solar eclipses? And we can predict when solar and lunar eclipses happen.
Yeah, we use a solar cycle for that, not a globe. Try again. Keep going.
Link me to that, please.
No, it's called the Soros cycle. The first person ever predicted an eclipse was a flat earther, so it's been around since, according to history, 2300 BC, way before the globe model existed.
Yeah, I can find you the link to that from NASA.gov. I'll put that up in the live stream voice text.
This is you know, I don't mean to pick on you, but this is a funny thing is that a lot of people think that the natural phenomenon that we predict to happen uses a globe model to predict them, but it doesn't. For instance, sunrise, sunset. It's completely based not on the globe, but on the celestial sphere. Latitude and longitude are in the celestial sphere. They're not points on the ground, contrary to popular belief. Solar eclipses, they use something because they happen at a regularity. The coincidence of 3 different cycles. That's how we predict solar eclipses and lunar eclipses. We don't calculate orbits. We don't calculate orbits for any of this shit.
The specific time at which eclipses happen and the specific parts of the planet that are eclipsed vary each time, and they are predicted quite well.
They use the Soros cycle, right? But to position it, to project it onto a quote-unquote globe, like really within the celestial coordinate system, because the globe is really just the celestial sphere projected onto a ball, like really onto a point. But they project the line onto a plane through the surface of a ball. You can also do this on a flat Earth. It's been done. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, I can post that.
Well,
Shane St. Pierre.
I agree it doesn't mean anything, but my point is more like the usefulness of whatever's correct is more relevant, I think, to a lot of people.
Yeah, that's why we don't use a globe.
Correct.
No, so you have an idea of how it works, but the mathematics of how it works are not a globe. What aren't you understanding? If you look at the formulas and the equations, there's no globe in them, dude. What aren't you understanding?
Tell me how to spell, is it Soros system?
Soros, S-A-R-O-S. So all of NASA's predictions are done by a guy named Fred Aspernek, every single one. The ones that go out to like freaking the year 4000. It's just computation of the Soros cycle over and over again. Then they use what's called Besselian elements to project that onto the surface of a sphere. But that sphere is technically just the celestial sphere. So where the sun and moon will appear in the celestial sphere against the background stars is the projection. They're not calculating orbits. They're not calculating where the sun and moon and Earth are in some orbital path. People just think that. I don't even know where people get that from. Oh, they showed you diagrams in school. That's right. Oh, you did diagrams. Yeah.
I just had a quick question. So the sundial only has 12 spaces. So I'm still confused of where you got the 24 from that.
Because the Greeks subdivided the circle into 12. That's why we have 12 hours.
I mean, think about a clock. Any clock that you might have, like a physical clock, it's going to have 12 as well.
But we have 24 hours in a day.
Yeah.
It goes around twice.
The reason we have 12 is because they decided to use the zodiacs as a subdivision of the circle. The constellations.
But like, why wouldn't we just have 12 hours in a day then?
What is it? What? We have what we.
Where does your night go, buddy? Where does your other 12 hours of darkness go, bud?
In 24 hours, it's noon again. It's very simple, bro.
Globers are dumb, and that's it. That's what I realized. All of them.
Let me ask you this: do you
I think Caleb is new, so I think we can give him a chance.
He's real new.
Yeah,
brand new account too. Just joined Discord today.
Welcome to
I didn't say that. I've been here for a couple years.
Well, your account says you started it today.
I can like send a screenshot if I need to, but I've had this account for multiple years now.
Oh, sorry, Caleb. I was mistaking you for someone else. My bad. It was 2 other ones in the lobby, not you.
Well, even if it's their first day, everybody's got to join for Discord the first time, right? It's fine.
Yeah, typically they're a troll if they just joined. Then the first thing they do is join the Flat Earth server. Because we can see how long it took them to join the Flat Earth server. Typically it's seconds.
Well, correlation does not prove causation, you know.
I didn't claim a cause.
I'm just talking smack. It's all good.
Yeah, we understand, Caleb, that when the idea of discarding the fantasy globe toy first comes across your consciousness, you think because you were indoctrinated with that idea when you were very young, and then you were taught all these other things, and you were told that they all comport to this globe idea. So therefore, you think if you have to discard the ball, then you also have to discard all these other things, where the reality of it is all of these things work perfectly fine on a flat Earth. That includes sundials, day and night cycle, anything else you might want to bring up, volcanoes, hurricanes,
Well, I mean,
stars in the sky. Like, none of those require a ball in order to function.
I mean, like, if you say you didn't know anything and you just popped out of the Amazon rainforest and look at the sun and we're like, oh, a 24-hour day. How does that tell you the Earth is a ball?
I mean, I wouldn't think it was. That's kind of where the question's coming from. It's like, if I looked up, I would just think it was a 12-hour day.
Well, if you just... Why?
You what? Because I'd only be seeing the sun for 12 hours.
Nobody on Earth ever sees the sun for 12 hours. Not even at the equator. Even though it should happen at the equator on the equinox, it actually doesn't. That's another globe nonsense that actually don't come true. So...
And so you don't experience night then?
Yeah, there's day length. Day length varies depending on where you are in the time of year.
So then that's my question, is like, is it 12 hours of quote unquote daylight and 12 hours of quote unquote like night time?
Time of year.
Is that where what we're getting?
Day length depends. Day length depends on the arc the sun takes in the sky. The higher the arc, the longer the day length. Typically, unless you're on the equator, then everything's backwards. But I mean, what does any of this tell us about the Earth? I mean, I'll just say this. There's only one dichotomy between flat Earth and globe Earth that you can definitively say it's one versus the other, and that's whether the surface of the Earth curves. If we measure the surface of the Earth directly and it's not curving, it doesn't matter what the sun, moon, stars, all that crap does. Whatever it's doing over flat Earth. Right? But just like measuring a table, right? It is what it is. You measure the table, hey, 48 by 48. Hey, cool. Doesn't matter what the lights do above the table. It's not going to change those measurements.
And I agree with that. I guess I'm just like trying to get clarification so I can have more nuanced conversations about what my views of the Earth's shape should be or are, and how that differs from what they currently are.
Well, we don't think the Earth is like a shape, like an object that you can hold in your hand and that you can go into outer space and look at like it's an object floating around.
It's like a plane, right?
The surface is a plane, it's a topological plane that's horizontal, level, but it's not an object. Well, let me ask you this, so we get on the same page. Do you think the universe would be an object that you could go outside of and like hold in your hand?
I'm honestly not sure. Like, it doesn't make logical sense, but that's kind of why I joined, was to get more information.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the point, is that this has been known that, like, questions like this, they're just infinite regression fallacies. Like, eventually, no matter what worldview you have, you're going to reach a point where it's like, okay, this is everything. Well, what's that inside, right? You can always say, what's that inside? You know, is that an object? Okay, that's contained in some metaspace. Okay, what's that inside? Metaspace? Multiverse? Like, you can just go on and on, right? It can just go on forever, this thing. So we don't, at least, I don't know what everybody else thinks. All I know is what I think. I don't think the Earth is inside of anything. It's not inside of a greater space. This is it. What you see is what you get. The only way you're going to leave here is in a coffin. And I hate to put it that way, but that's the truth. You're not going up in the sky to look back at Earth. You're not going to get a third person point of view. None of that's ever going to happen. That's fantasy land. I listen, I can 100% say for certain, and I'd bet any stack of money on it, every person in this chat is never going to see the Earth from a third person point of view. Ever. That's only on TV. It's only on a screen. It's in a book. It's in a picture. It's never actually going to happen for any of us. This is why, like, pictures claimed to be from space, it's nearly impossible to even evaluate whether they're real or not, because what are you referring them against? You don't have any memory of seeing the Earth like that. So when you see a picture, how do you the Earth looks like? What if the fucking Earth's a ball? Like, what if the Earth's a ball and it's purple? Right? You don't know. Just because they show a freaking green, what they call the blue marble, how do you know the Earth's blue? How do you know that's a picture? There's no way to tell. Especially when people go, "Oh my God, that's such a realistic picture of Earth." How do they know it's realistic? How would you tell a realistic picture from Earth from the fake one? You would just compare it to some other image you saw. You can't compare it to any memory or experience. And that's really the kind of like the heart of this, is that, like, what do we actually experience in reality? And we freaking abandon all the beliefs. We go, hey, I'm gonna shut off all those beliefs, and I'm gonna say, hey, what do I really actually know? I know the Earth appears flat. I know the Earth appears motionless. I know the sun appears to move. I know the stars appear to move. Right. I know all these things from direct experience. Then some freaking dude in a pointy hat comes along, writes a bunch of occultic symbols on a freaking chalkboard and says, nah, man, that's all fucking illusion. You're fucking spinning. That's not flat, that's curved. And if you don't believe that, you're dumb. Right? That's the situation. I'm sorry to just put it like bluntly like that, but that is the situation. You can't put lipstick on that pig, man. What's up, Joyce? Long time no see.
Hey, good to hear your voice.
Yeah, man, it's great to hear yours too. I'd give you a hug if I could hug you through the fucking computer, man. I missed you guys.
Yeah, bro.
Same.
I'll hug you too if you're jealous, man.
Virtual group hug, virtual. I feel it.
Hey, Joyce, is Iceland flat?
Well, yeah, mostly. It's got like a flat land, like a highland, and then we got a bunch of mountains, but for the most part, generally flat, yes. Flatter than a pancake, at least.
I mean, anybody got any questions? I mean, I know that was pretty jarring exposition, but
Yeah, I have a question.
yeah.
Are we live?
We are live. So, I mean, I think the question all the Gobers need to ask, like, when you were in school and they said, "Hey, kiddos, welcome to kindergarten. Look at the globe in the corner. Earth's a ball." What evidence did they present that that was actually true? And have you ever checked? Like, the reason most of the people in here, because the difference between us and you is we checked, right? So the globe Earth makes certain predictions of what should be. And then if you check, they actually aren't. Which Dandelion talked about. Should be drop over distance. Right? Shine a laser, you beam it some distance, the laser should get further and further away from the surface of the Earth because the surface of the Earth is curving and the laser is going straight. You should be able to measure that distance, that separation. Well, these tests all show that there is no separation, that the laser runs parallel to the surface of the Earth. And these are done over water, and since the surface of the Earth is, mostly water, then if the water's flat, the Earth has to be flat. Pretty simple proposition.
And all of our measurements that we do practical in reality are based off of a horizontal plane. When we measure height or elevation, that's based off a horizontal plane. All of our tools work on horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is the baseline reference of reality that we experience.
Couldn't have said it better myself. It's exactly right.
We lost Caleb, sadly. I thought he at least was asking questions and listening to the answers, but maybe he'll come back. Lewis is here. He's kind of new, I guess. Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe he just has to go contemplate for a while, and then he'll return. We'll see.
Hope we don't come back as a brain in a jar.
I hope that too. Banishment's with us. Welcome, Banishment. Oh, I guess Banishment's muted. They don't have a role.
So what happened to the ladies' night?
Oh, they were having didn't you hear their internal dispute? Yeah, they just yeah, you missed you didn't miss anything. It was kind of ugly. Yeah, it was probably a fake internal dispute. That would be my diagnosis of it, but they were started fighting among themselves and then they disappeared. So, I guess they're fighting it out, in some mud wrestling arena somewhere far away from Discord.
See if we get an invite.
Yeah, I bet that CB's on his way.
Whoever hit that is perfect timing. Good job.
So Banishment, DL Burkers, Lewis, if any of you have a question about the Flat Earth, or if you just would like to say hello, I did unmute you, but if you don't say hello to us, then we won't be able to give you the role. If you say hello, then we could give you the VC Verified role, and then you'd be able to unmute yourself in the future as well as see more parts of the server, including the live stream voice text that goes along with the things we're discussing here. Or if anybody else has a question or comment about the Earth, by all means, speak up. PPB's down there at the bottom. Welcome, PPB. Disney princess type. I don't know which imprisoned princess that is. Maybe Rapunzel. She looks like she's in a castle. She's got really long hair. I'm going with Rapunzel.
So Kruger Dunning, you seem to be a globe defender. Do you have any questions? I mean, there's a lot more problems with the eclipse other than the things I just said. The Selenilian eclipse is there's freaking, a lot of times the eclipse paths don't actually happen. This has been observed of quite a few times that I know of. There's a video guy, he stuck like a camera, like almost like, it's not a ring camera, but it's like a trail camera. He stuck it outside of his house and he recorded the path of the sun and the moon over like a month, over the period of a month, to watch how it crossed the sky. He had a southern exposure and looked up like how the sun was supposed to eclipse the moon according to the prediction, and it was nothing like what he actually observed. In fact, the moon didn't even get to the right spot. The sun didn't get to the right spot. And then instead of like intersecting it like from top down, it like came from behind it. It's a long ass video because he shows all the video that he took and all the things. But I'll actually post it in the chat. It's very...
Send you a message, so if you have it, you can send it to me as well.
Yeah. It's kind of long. It's like an hour and a half long. I mean, you can probably skip like the first 40 minutes or something like that and just get to like his presentation of the actual evidence. But it's actually pretty whacked out. I actually forgot about it for probably like a year, and I just remembered it today because I was talking to someone about eclipses last night.
I think like ultimately I'd have so many questions if I could like talk to one person one-on-one. One of the like big issues I have, and I think there's probably other people like me, is that I don't really care what shape it is, but if a certain shape means we can do things and the other shape doesn't seem to produce any results, I just find that really hard to then like trust at all. I kind of wonder what's the benefit in thinking one way or the other, or the benefit in believing it's a globe is like...
No, you don't have to believe it.
I think
you don't get the same benefit. Listen, the whole coordinate system is based upon the stars and the sun. That's it. You don't have to believe the Earth does anything to use that. Right. So
also think you're
based upon. Hold on, CB. Let's say this real quick, and I'll let you go. So the longitude is based upon the solar position, and the latitude is based upon where the celestial equator appears in the sky. So those two, that's your coordinate reference system. In fact, you couldn't find your latitude and longitude if you couldn't see the sky. The entire reference system. And you mentioned GPS. GPS, it'll show it to you in lat and long, but that's a coordinate transformation. That's not how the GPS receiver it figures out the coordinates. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It uses something completely different, and it's converted into that.
That's correct.
So, but the point is that like, what actually is I hear you, like, if it's useful, but what actually is useful? It's not thinking the Earth is a globe. It's thinking that the sky is a globe, because that's what it's actually a model of. It's not a model of
who functionally uses that, because like positionally you can do it on a flat Earth, and I agree with that. Then you can look at like careers like surveying, like civil engineering. Like they have to account for the curvature of the globe in some cases. That's
okay.
like,
what makes you think that?
That's what I've been told. I'm not a civil engineer or a surveyor. I've been told that.
Well, we've heard this before. Specifically, two instances: the Verrazano Narrows Bridge and the Humbert Bridge, which I think crosses from England to Scotland. Okay. They didn't build it accounting for curvature of the Earth. They never measured for the curvature of the Earth. They just assumed, based upon the coordinate system, that the towers are tilted away from each other right? That the tops are like 2 and 1 3/8 inches further away than the bottoms. But they're like a mile plus apart. You'd never even be able to measure that. Right? They just assume it based upon, the curve of the earth, which is really funny because if you look at the images of either one of those bridges, the water's completely flat underneath the bridge, which is kind of hilarious. People go, oh, look, man, the bridge is freaking had to be accounted for curve. Why? Because the fucking water underneath the bridge is. Why would they have to account for curve if the fucking bridge isn't even touching the earth?
You know how like globers explain how Earth has flat water wherever you look, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just
But
checking.
it wouldn't be about looking at it. It would be the water would physically be curving. You understand
Yeah.
the visible
I
part.
hear you guys say locally flat, dude, but like.
Well, it took them about 4 arm twists to say that. But you have to have the water physically curving though. So and there's really no explanation for that.
Pepper spray, freaking bear mate.
Yeah. It took them years to even utter the word flat. But I mean, when we try to get them to defend the water physically curving, they'll seem to refuse and point to things like visible variables like refraction and stuff like this. It's optical variables instead of a physical characteristic of the water that would be required if the Earth was a globe. So, do you understand that, Bunny?
I'm not sure I follow. So you say there's a physical characteristic. I would argue the characteristic is that water is able to flow. Is that not the one you're looking for?
No, you said you understand that the water would appear flat, which we all agree, but we're saying it actually is flat, and you have to defend that it's physically curving.
Oh, I see. Well, I'd probably personally rely on something like the horizon and watching something disappear at sufficient length, but
I think the horizon one since this. What if we showed you that this? If we could show you that this also happens on flat surfaces, then what?
Well, the flat surface is curving in a similar way to the water as well. It would be my argument there.
No, if we can show you the same phenomenon happening on a flat surface, then things disappearing into bottom up isn't like the proof that it's curving. If it can be shown also on a flat surface.
I wouldn't say it's proof, but I'd say it's an incident that kind of corroborates a claim. You know, it's like
by process of elimination, we've eliminated that variable that it would be curving. We can show it happening on a flat surface.
So I think, like, because I'm seeing a few pictures come up as well. Like, if I showed you 10 pictures and you immediately dropped your argument, I'd be really shocked. So I'm sure you can imagine that when you show me pictures, I'm not like, wow, that immediately proves I'm wrong. There's one thing I notice in common about all these pictures, which is atmospheric distortion, which is quite extreme. Like, there's just 3 of them. I'll say that. Like, they're not proof or disproving to me. That is something I notice about all 3 of them.
Can you be specific which images you're referring to?
Just the ones in the live stream voice text.
Okay.
But like to kind of like respond more to what you were saying, like just because the phenomena can happen in 2 different like worldviews, it doesn't disprove one of them. Like, I'm not saying it's round because water curves. I'm saying this is what water does because you've asked me to basically defend that point.
Was there another Is there like another argument? Because you're saying that we see this boat go over the horizon, so that would mean that it's curving. But if we can show you that that's not the case in all cases, then
Show me
do you have like another
show me
argument?
that it's not going over the horizon, or show me that it's.
We have some examples where either, I think India, you might have that small boat on the lake and it's disappearing bottom up in the same way. So if someone could post that might be helpful.
Yeah, I can try to find it. It's on Indio's channel, I think, right? I'll look for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty common, though, if you just go to like Google and search proofs for a globe, that might be one of the first things you'll see is that, well, we see boats going over the horizon, therefore it's physically curving. But if we can show that that's not really the case, then is there another argument if you're saying that that's not the only thing you're relying on? But people usually lead with, so.
I don't really want to necessarily mention things I already have, but like, there's a lot of professions out there that seem to make use of, at least they purport that they make use of the curvature of the Earth. It just seems strange.
With the water physically curving? Yeah, because we were talking about the water physically curving. So
water.
Did you cover? Did you forget?
Yeah, mostly the horizon. Like, I don't know why water wouldn't curve if like everything else does.
Let me give you an example. So we have salt flats that get flooded. If the Earth was a globe, then and the water is conforming to the globe, then when the salt flats get flooded, the water would form into a hump. Do you agree with that?
To a hump?
Yeah, to conform to the shape of a ball, like you believe is happening to the water.
No. I don't believe that.
Well, what is the boat going over?
What, the boat in the salt flats?
No, he's talking about in the ocean.
Like you're talking about two different things.
No,
yeah, I was just giving you a very simple understanding so that you could understand that if you're on a globe and the water is conforming to the shape of the globe, creating water hills in the ocean, then when a salt flat floods, then there would be more gravity towards the center because it's going into the ball, and so water would collect into an apparent hump relative to you, who is measuring the water going into the center of the salt flat. However, that's not what we see.
So, water will disperse, but it will remain at the same level as much as it can. And what that level is dictated by gravity around it. That would be.
Yeah, and so if gravity and the ball were causing water to conform into a shape of a sphere, it would cause a flat surface on the Earth, on the supposed ball in your hypothetical, to cause water to form. A flat surface large enough would be a container for water, essentially, and it would curve along the Earth curve, like you believe the oceans are.
Yeah, sufficiently large. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, problem is we do not see the oceans curving. We do not measure any curvature of water on large standing bodies of water. So that just doesn't happen. Well, the problem you're having is you look out with your eyes and you see in perspective. And when you look in perspective, the ground plane and the sky plane appear to meet at vertices, at a point in your vision. And when you don't have walls to compress that into a single point, that point stretches out into a line. That optical phenomenon is the horizon. It is not a consequence of the Earth or in any imagined curvature, and that's why It does not conform to the assumed size of the Earth. When we can see 10 times further than the assumed geometry of the Earth, that means the Earth is so big that it would encompass all the way to the imagined distance to the Moon, surround all of the Moon, and that's how big it would be. It would be so large that you could fit all of the imagined planets of the solar systems into it.
Those are actually some really interesting numbers. I'd love to see them. Unironically, I'd really like to see them because that is quite cool. I think. Sorry, I lost my train of thought though. What's interesting to me then would be like a test if you had like a really high intensity source of radiation, like a light or I don't know, it's like a microwave, and you saw like how far it could reach in a straight line. Because if you got like a really, say like 100-mile relatively flat section, or like a few.
No, that sounds great.
Then you could test and see like a really high.
Chernobyl wasn't good enough for you?
Chernobyl? It was mostly like contaminated matter, I think, rather
I
than
thought you
like
said radiation.
gamma rays
What are you saying?
penetrate anyway.
Yeah, I did. I don't know, man. You kind of have a habit of talking through the points. But carry on.
How about
you can
instead of
look into
100
this
miles?
online.
How about instead of 100 miles, we just pick a distance that's 2 orders of magnitude greater variance than the globe prediction. How about that? Would that be good enough?
Like not really. Like I don't know why.
So let me ask this, friend. Let me ask this. So if you hired me to make a flat floor, right? And rather than there being a 1/16 of an inch or a millimeter variance over the entire floor, so very, very flat, right? There was a foot or a yard or a meter, you know? So instead of being 1 centimeter off, it's 300 centimeters off.
Yeah, I wouldn't be happy.
But yeah, it'd be obvious, right? You don't need to do any more scrutiny than that. 2 orders of magnitude is plenty, right? So in other words, it's instead of a single digit, instead of a double digit, it's a triple digit. So it's supposed to be only 1 centimeter off, but instead it's hundreds of centimeters off. Like there'd be no question that you need your money back, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't then feel emboldened to make the claim that you'd made my floor round. Right? So like the claim that the Earth is not a globe, one thing.
No, it's
claim that
it's the opposite, brother.
infinitely flat is a completely separate thing. But I don't
No, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. Because we all understand the physics of water. And the physics of water, how it lays, is literally the definition of ideal level. Right? So the surface of water is either going to be a level congruent with a flat horizontal plane, or it's going to be a level that is curved wrapped around a ball. It's going to be one or the other because water is level, period. Right? So all you have to do is measure the water, and if it's not curving, then it's flat. And so all the physics of the level of water then apply across the entire surface of the water of the Earth. I mean, that's a given. I don't see how you could argue otherwise, unless you think in some areas water can be flat and level, but in other areas it could be sloped but not flowing, and in other areas it could be curved but not flowing. Makes no sense, right?
Yeah, you said sufficient distance.
I might
submit to you, friend, that
but I feel like
my bad.
every time you go further, be interested to know how much further you can go. And that's just like an inquisitive.
Well, that's well and good, but you only need to go far enough to disprove the point, and 2 orders of magnitude is plenty to disprove it.
Maybe you're not understanding this, dude. Imagine you went to the doctor and he said, "You're 600 feet tall." Get it now?
I don't think it's a reasonable comparison.
It is, because that's the difference in what's been measured versus the globe. It's 2 orders of magnitude difference.
Again, I'd be interested in seeing.
I'll give you another analogy, brother. I'll give you another analogy. On a construction site, we cut wood a lot, right? And we often do what's called inching ourselves, which means someone tells us 97 inches. We get out a 10-foot board, and then we cut it at 96 because our eyes saw the tick mark an inch over. But nobody ever comes back with a board that's that somebody says, hey, cut me 96 inches, and they come back with a board that's only 1 inch long because they accidentally mismeasured. Never happens, dude.
Yeah. But we're talking about numbers that you guys seem aware of, but I'm not aware of. Like, I'd be interested in seeing these situations where someone measures like 30, 40 mile horizon. And then I can actually like talk about it a bit better. At the moment, I haven't seen them. I'll scroll through and see if I've missed anything. So I noticed in one of the links I saw. Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay.
One of the links I saw. They were talking about like very elevated observers.
Yeah, horizon distance is easy calculated. It's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
This video I'm about to watch, does it have any? It's just loading at the moment, but does it have any like elevation info in it as well?
Which one?
It's Burn Mountain, I think.
Burn Mountain. Which chat are you in? Are you in the live stream voice text chat?
I don't know what I'm watching. I'm watching the oil rigs now, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's 8-foot observer height. The horizon should be 3.46 miles away. If you look on the right-hand side, you can actually see Catalina, which is 30 miles away. The laser test above it, that's a 40-kilometer laser shot from 1.92 meters above the water surface. The laser was picked up at 1.5 meters above the water surface. It should have been 127 meters above the water surface.
Yeah, the laser should have missed the target by that much. Been up in the air, basically.
Laser, sorry?
Way up in the air. Should have been, and look, the only way you should have been able to pick up the lasers from the top of a 42-story building.
I don't think I see the laser.
It's the video above the oil rigs.
Oh, right, okay.
And above that, there's a link to a PDF, which is just a report if you don't want to watch the video. The video is just really the documentation that they did what they said they did.
I don't get how people can just hand wave those laser tests. They just hand wave them away. Like, it just blows my mind how people can just ignore that.
I'm with you, Johnny Law. We explain them, and then their next question is like, but what about volcanoes? You know, or something like that. Like,
but where's the edge?
What about, where's the edge? What about Antarctica? What about the sun? I mean, it's like, hello, we've just shown you how it's documented. There's no curvature, no globe. Which part didn't you understand? Apparently all the parts. I'm right with you, Johnny Law.
Yeah, but. That's I love that one. Yeah, but.
The hand waving is so weird. I mean, I already understood the long distance observations. I already understood that I'd made multiple long distance observations throughout my lifetime without even realizing it, such as Beaver Island from Charlevoix, Chicago from Sawyer, Michigan, so on and so forth. I already knew all that. I already understood the mathematics, that the globe was disproven, debunked, no question, in the trash bin. But then Panto, when I came to this 24/7 or the original version of it, Flat Earth server in 2019, he told me about the laser test in the very VC check-in associated with the server. I was like, what? That's amazing. Not only do we have all these long-distance observations, which conclusively demonstrate that it's completely impossible that we could live on a sphere of 3,959 miles, but we also have laser tests very carefully documented in which the laser has hit the target and excruciatingly documented measurements, including, various levels of error, refraction, all these things they measured. I mean, come on, it's kind of overkill at this point. I don't get it. Why people don't get it? I don't get the hand waving. Right there with you.
And then they did it again 3 weeks later. That's the crazy part. Like, you might be able to say, hey, there was a rare weather event. But 3 weeks later, too? Didn't they get the exact same result? I don't think so.
Yeah, John D did a bunch of laser tests as well. Like, we've seen so much of it now. When I first got to it, it was enough for me. The mechanical gyroscope, understanding rigidity in space, and how if the Earth were rotating, all mechanical gyroscopes would drift. They do not drift. If the Earth was a ball, as you moved the mechanical gyroscope across the surface of the curved Earth, the housing would twist and you would see the effect of Earth curvature. That doesn't happen. And so it was quite obvious to me, just from the mechanics of how the world works. But we have so much evidence now that it's like unbelievable that people still try to say, no. I'd rather, like Matthew, he'd rather ignore all the evidence and just cling to a belief because that's what everybody else believes.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Like you were talking about the gyroscope in a plane. I mean, if you were traveling, I don't know the distance, from here, from United States to Australia, that housing on that gyroscope would literally have to flip 180 degrees, would it not?
Yeah, unless you're going to deny the gyroscopic effect works, or you can try to imagine that gravity is somehow manipulating the gyroscope, but then it would also normally work on the gyroscope, and the gyroscopic effect wouldn't be an effect.
Right. You would, it would just disavow the gyroscope altogether then. What's the point of even having one?
Yeah, it wouldn't do anything. Nothing useful, at least.
Yeah, somebody here the other day, called Flat Earth a discernment test. I think that's a pretty good name for it. Can you actually follow the evidence where it leads, or are you going to stubbornly cling to something that's a hollow belief based on indoctrination and propaganda that has no hard scientific or mathematical evidence to back it up? I mean, you can. I mean, nobody's going to stop you. Obviously, people do, but then don't pretend that you have some kind of intellectual high ground, because you just clearly don't. There's just no other way to put it.
I mean, I get it. I wanted to believe the globe. We were raised in this belief system. As children, we were taught that the Earth was a globe. We saw the cartoons with the globes. Like, it's in the movies. It's everywhere. You're inundated with this propaganda. But the truth is so much simpler. It's so much easier to understand once you actually just let go of what you think you know, and instead of ask yourself, what do I actually know and what can I actually prove? Because that's where the distinction is. A lot of people go through life looking at the news or the internet, and they're like, I believe this, I believe that, I believe this, but it has no foundation in reality.
People are just too disingenuous to actually do that. Most of them. They have too much pride.
Yeah, and also just if you are going to, I mean, it does require a shifting in worldview, and that shifting of worldview requires you to take more responsibility, really, for your own life, your own mind, your own reason, so on. I mean, I shouldn't try to say it in a cavalier way that it's easy to, discard the worldview that is being pushed in such an extreme way, because I get it. Like, some people just need the security blanket of feeling like there's somebody else smarter than them who's figured all this stuff out, and I don't really want to go down that road of trying to figure it out because it's too scary to think I might have to go against the mainstream in this essential way. I mean, I understand that's scary for people.
There's also the poisonous ego that's hidden within it. You're standing on the shoulders of giants, and so anybody who doesn't believe you, they're an idiot automatically, and you ignore what they say.
So you guys are, here's another thing. Someone was talking about planes and gyroscopes. First of all, you mentioned, like, hey man, this globe stuff works. A mechanical gyro wouldn't work on a spinning globe. It would be useless. You wouldn't, because depending on your orientation relative to the axis of rotation, the gyro could be anywhere. You'd have to constantly calibrate it over and over and over again to be a useless device. And the other thing is, it would be impossible to land a plane on a spinning ball. Okay? Because the equator's traveling at 1,040 miles per hour. Let's say you take off from 45 latitude and you fly south toward the equator. You have to fly to where you think that city is going to be. You can't fly directly at it. But to stay over the same part of the ball in like a quote unquote straight line, you can look at the GIF. You actually have to take like a J-hook line. And then when you get there, where'd the extra speed come from? Because when you took off, it was only 600 miles per hour you were traveling. So where'd the extra 400 miles per hour come from? And now your runways, if it's on the equator moving east to west, you have to come in with your own momentum. You have to come in at an angle. You have to freaking land sideways. The reputation will say, well, the atmosphere spins with the earth and like the plane's entrained in the atmosphere. Well, that's a cool story, but the wind goes in all sorts of directions. You got jet streams, you got upper level winds, how would all those winds know exactly to speed you up to the exact speed so that you could land on the runway? Because you need another 500 miles per hour. Where'd that come from?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. People that I just don't get how they can just literally hand wave and look past all that stuff. It blows my mind.
I mean, to be fair, they've never thought about it. But the anti-flat earthers that have thought about it and have been presented with this, so New Perspective presented this to a CERN physicist that cheats physics. And what his rebuttal was, if you took my physics class and found out you was a flat earther, I would fail you. That was his rebuttal to the planes being able to land. He had no rebuttal.
Really? Wow.
He just said, "Nuh-uh," and you're a flat earther. If you took my physics class, I'd fail you. That's all he could say. Now, this isn't just like a fly-by-night, CERN physicist. He interacts with people on X all the time for years now. So it's not like he was like, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not going to answer these flat earther questions. He interacts with them all. He interacts with these guys all the time. So, but when this question came up, he just pulled the ripcord and would not answer.
Yeah, he was the guy that used to come on. He'd come on Flat Earth Fridays all the time, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Yes, I know who that. I know the guy you're talking about now. Yeah, Franco. Yep.
Can you guys speak on how space is fake and how we've never left low Earth orbit? Never been to the moon?
I know low Earth orbit. There are no orbits.
I mean, like, they've never been, like, the ISS is fake. It's in a pool underwater somewhere.
Well, there's 3 ISSs. There's a pool one. There's the one in the Building 9 Space Vehicle Mock-Up Center, Houston, Texas. And then there's the whatever it is you see in the sky. But I doubt that.
They also used to have one inside a Boeing 747, which was for testing during parabolic flights. And you could see some of their claimed videos from outer space being cut at the exact intervals that match the parabolic flight.
They thought they could get away with it.
Yeah, every time I argue with my friends about this, they're like, oh, they have a camera on the ISS and you can see a live feed of the Earth. And I'm like, it's a fisheye lens.
Ask them about why the Chinese one shows a flat Earth. So
Yeah,
the
it looks
Chinese
like it's
space
cropped.
station shows a flat Earth. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we got, on one hand, we have a curved Earth and we have a flat Earth on the other hand. So what decides what the truth is? Oh, we do the geometry. And the geometry says you wouldn't see the curve of the Earth from the elevation of the ISS. It's not high enough.
What do you all think that Go Fast rocket, what do you think it's hitting whenever it flies up into the sky?
That was a yo-yo. It had nothing to do with hitting anything. Hey, what's up,
Yeah, it was a D-spin yo-yo mechanism on it.
Doesn't hit a thing.
Is it still rising?
Can you explain
Yeah.
that? Can somebody explain the yo-yo thing?
Some mechanism within the. It's a stabilizer, basically.
It de-spins it the same way that a figure skater puts out their arms to slow down. They shoot out these weights on strings to slow the spin of the rocket.
Well, why didn't they have it do that the whole time it was rising? Why did it start at a certain point?
I fucking have no idea, dude. I don't work for those guys. Fucking, I wasn't.
That's what gives it that.
Because a rotating rocket is more stable. That's why.
Okay, makes
a lot less engineering.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah, come on,
They
it's
did
not
the D-spin
rocket
when they ran out of thrust. Then they don't have to worry about stability anymore.
Yo, the flat fucking horizon looks even worse. That's horrible.
Someone told me that looked flat because they used the fisheye lens, dude. For real.
What?
Yeah, it was curved, but when you put a fisheye lens on a curve, it looks flat, dude. It's crazy shit.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So in case you guys are unaware, it used to be the case. There's a curved horizon, therefore it's a curved Earth. But very famous anti-flat earthers, Ruhif being the number one, and Scott Mackey and some others, said it doesn't matter whether the Earth is curved or a globe, because the way you see would make the horizon curved no matter what. So if the Earth is flat, the horizon will be curved.
Do they make a camera lens or a sensor that doesn't have any curve on it?
No, it's actually impossible to make such a device. Right now.
A rectilinear.
There is a way to do it, but the technology isn't there yet.
Rectilinear is not.
Or metamaterial or some shit.
It's less distorted. Let's just say that.
Well, it distributes the distortion in a particular manner. All these corrected lenses, they distribute the distortion in a particular method so that it preserves certain aspects of the geometry. In order to have true distortion free, you basically need a non-angular field of view. You need a linear field of view. So in other words, the camera has to be the size of the object you're looking at. So, for example, if you had a human eyeball with a few centimeters wide pupil, you would only see, like if I'm looking across at a car, I'd only be able to see the little decal in the corner. I couldn't even see the whole car. I'd have to move my eyes around like a chicken. Be like scanning, I couldn't take it all in at once.
Oh, like the way that they made the blue marble on the background of the iPhone. They pieced all the pictures together. It had to be
I don't
cropped
even know if
together.
they used pictures. They just said data. They didn't even say pictures.
Well, the guy that made the picture from NASA said it had to be photoshopped because it was so many pictures.
Yeah,
they had to put together.
No, he said, but no, he said it was Photoshop because it has to be. But in the article on NASA's website, he just says data. He never says what that data was.
Yeah, he says it's data sets that they wrap around the ball.
I think the most important aspect of that conversation was that his main job was to make the Earth look like people expected it to be.
That's my favorite part too. Match people's expectations.
Exactly.
Like from space.
Yeah, because only less than 20 people in the history of the space programs have allegedly seen the Earth to be able to know what it looks like. Everyone else is expecting it to look like something. That's even if those guys even saw it. It's like Indio said earlier, it's like if someone showed you a picture and you said, "Oh wow, that looks just like the Earth." How the hell would you know? You have no reference except other pictures that you were shown.
Didn't like Odyssey 2001 come out before they went to the moon? Like, how do they know what it looks like in outer space? In the movies in Hollywood.
Looks dark.
Hey, Indio. Or AI. I was wondering your opinion. Have you seen that video of that rocket that they shoot off in Nevada? And you got people claiming that you can see the Hawaiian Islands. Have you guys seen that video?
I haven't seen it. I've only heard it. Let me listen to this, bro. I haven't seen the video. The first time I heard of it was when a Glober tried to say to us, they shot off a rocket and they could see the Hawaiian Islands, and that proves the Earth's a globe. And then India was like, dude, if they shot a rocket from there, Hawaii would be thousands of miles out of your view. So thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, somebody did the math the other night in the politics Discord, and they said it was like 600 or 560 or 650 miles below the curve if it is actually the Hawaiian Islands. So I don't know. I haven't really looked into that video much or that rocket, so I can't really make any kind of comment on it. I was just curious if you guys have seen it.
Speaking of that, what's a good camera? Is the P1000 still the best camera to demonstrate?
I don't know. A lot of people say P900 is better, or the new P900 because it's lighter, easier to carry around, easier to stabilize. Because the P1000 is like a beast. The P900 is a beast, but the P1000 is like a wildebeest.
There's also a P1100. That's like the new model.
That's the newest version.
and it's like cheaper than the P1000.
Yeah, because the P1000 is no longer made.
Mm.
But it's a 3-pound camera, which is not good for most people's usage because it's meant to be a birding camera. It's too heavy for most people.
I tell you what, dude, I just use my phone, man. I do short range observations. I don't even do long range observations. I have in the past. I've seen mountains 100 miles away, all kinds of stuff. But I'm into short range observations now. The reason being is because that excludes the claimed curvature and the claimed refraction, bending things around distant objects to bring it to you. And so I got this lake that I go to. It's about 1,000 feet across, and I witness things disappear from the bottom up. And if you know your math, there's no way it could possibly be the horizon of any alleged globe Earth, because the horizon would be 2.5 times greater distance. So it's just quick and easy proof that things can disappear from the bottom up isn't an exclusive cause that the Earth must be a globe.
Yeah, when I try to explain like the long hallway observation to people to explain that, they just get upset and just tell me, what does it matter if it's flat or not?
And I must say that I love asking them when they say that, well, since you're asking that question, why are you in here? It obviously matters to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
well, to me, it's like they're just trying to shut down the argument whenever they say that.
Oh, of course.
Because their ego is getting upset.
Oh, 100%. And I love to watch them squirm with that answer because, they'll say things like, oh, well, I'm just here to debate. It's like, well, we're not here to debate. We're here to discuss the truth.
Yeah. So real quick for the people listening in the audience, the globe, when it comes to this idea of ego, a lot of people think, oh, pride. Oh, they're just proud because they have their position and they don't want to admit defeat. No, it's ego in the sense of your identity, because the globe paradigm is imprinted upon you when you're a vulnerable child in your developmental years, right? And who you are, where your safe spaces are, who your parents are, your home, your tribe, all of these things are developmental psychology in a child's life, and they implant the idea that you live on a globe in those moments, and it actually does become part of who you are. And that's why people react so visceral to when it's challenged, because it's part of their identity. And that is a direct attack on the ego. And so to salvage and put their ego back into a safety position, they have to say things like, well, the shape of the earth doesn't matter. Now it's no longer important. So whatever I talk from now on doesn't matter to me because it's not an important topic. So it's no longer threatening.
What do you think would happen if they just said, okay, you're right, it's flat. You're free to leave. You're free to go to the ice wall and go wherever you want. What do you think would happen to the world? And do you think everyone would just start exploring and finding out what's way out there?
Dude, I mean, you said it yourself. You said ice, right? So if you're going out from the central points outward and it gets cold, most people ain't going to want to do that. They're going to be like, heck no, I'm staying here in the heat.
Well, how do we know it's cold?
Exactly.
You're not supposed to go there and disturb the penguins. Why is that?
Well, who says there's an ice wall anyway?
Right. That's just pictures on the internet. But why do we have a treaty with Russia and Antarctica? Aren't we at war with them?
I don't know that we've declared war on Russia anytime recently.
Or aren't they? They're adversaries. But why do all the countries come align with Antarctica, but we're sitting here fighting over mineral rights?
It's all a show, my friend.
Yep.
I don't know, but we're tracking. I don't know, but we're tracking fishing boats regularly sailing right into the coastline of Antarctica.
What are they doing? They're cracking them?
No, according to the tracking data of the boats, sometimes fishing boats sail straight through the apparent coastline of Antarctica willy-nilly.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Yeah, dude, it's like in a video game when you can walk through the walls because there's a bug in the code. So is this more proof of simulation theory?
I think it's more like the globe doesn't conform to reality, and so they have to move the coastline closer to conform to the globe idea, but you still have to track the boat. And so you, of course, have a treaty to not allow them to go down there when they're using the tracking systems. Or you have exceptions for when you have a race down there, and then the travel speed of the racing yacht is about jogging speed. It's like almost walking speed. If you walk very fast and you're tall, yeah, that's how fast the racing yachts need to be. Travel around Antarctica in 100 days.
It's also like ridiculous to go travel there. It's like $20,000-$30,000 to go to one spot. It's ridiculous. Why can't you just go explore? Because the penguins.
That costs $2 million if you want to do that.
And that's if you get approved. And you get all the permits. And they're doing it because they don't want you to die. They don't want you to freeze to death. That's why they're doing all that. But you can climb Mount Everest.
You can freeze to death there, but not where the penguins are. Even if you pay a lot of money and you are allowed to go there, and you get like $2 million, and you get environmental assessments, and you're allowed to go there to the little peninsula, and you're going to cross the peninsula and be like, I walked across Antarctica, and claim some credit. You still have to take all of your poop and pee with you, and you're not allowed to use any kind of like motorized vehicles or anything. You just have to walk it because of the treaty. And like for the penguins, which by the way don't live on the interior of Antarctica, they live on the little islands like Deception Island.
What do y'all think about the 24-hour sun video that all those fake flat earthers went and tried to brainwash us into thinking that they were there?
Well, that's assuming it's a foregone conclusion that people were brainwashed that they were there and that they weren't actually there. So, what evidence do you have that they weren't there?
Well, I think they were brainwashing us to make us think that they were there. But they were just really in a big green screen room, a 360 screen all around them.
Yeah, but that didn't answer my question. What evidence do you have that that's the case?
I don't. I just have what I can see on the internet because I don't have means to get there to see it for myself.
Well, would it matter? Even Duffy, the dude that put it on, said that observations of the sun don't prove the shape of the Earth.
Well, you're just spreading false information too by telling everyone that they faked it.
I mean, I don't think they faked it. Though the lighting there is pretty fucked up. There are some things that are fucked up in the video, but that just could be weird lighting.
Yeah.
What about like Vapegate? I mean, that's fake, right?
I mean, I don't know.
What would that have to do? What would that have to do with whether they're there or not?
Well, if they were there, they would have, breath vapor, right?
It depends on the temperature of the air. Like, how far are they into Antarctica? Where they put on the tippy tip of the peninsula, and like they're not that much further than like south than I am north. So
Yeah, let me ask you this question, friend who just said that. Do you live in a cold region that gets snow in the winter?
Yeah.
Okay, so I do, and I work outside during the winter. And some days I can see my breath, and some days I can't. And it all depends on the day. Sometimes when it's cold, I can, and when it's a little warmer, I can't, depending on, like, if it's a crisp day or a humid day. And keep in mind, Antarctica is
when you first get outside, and then later on you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Antarctica is actually a desert, right?
Well, I mean, that's all
Like
true,
all the-
but homie did go and try to fake vapor with his vape, right? And like that's agreed, or no?
Let's say he did, which I actually did watch the context, and basically it was he was talking to people in a chat room who were complaining to him. Then he went and did it, and then said to them, "There you go, take that," essentially. So he was clearly doing it to spite the commenters on the chat. So a bunch of social media and somebody reacting to social media really isn't evidence that somebody is or isn't in a specific geographic location.
Oh, all right.
It wasn't
Now, if you have any
That's part of that
compelling
story.
evidence, if you have any compelling evidence that would actually logically lead to a conclusion that would merit the point they're not in a specific location, then I'll be willing to hear it. But none of that type of stuff is any of that type of evidence.
No, yeah, you're right. I just have the vape gate. That's all I got.
like I told Witsit before he went, it doesn't really matter. Like, back in 2016, we were all like, well, the sun could be moving like this way or that way, or like in Antarctica, we could maybe see the sun going in circles, and there could be different explanations. Today, we don't try to make up explanations because we don't have enough data to actually say this is how it is. Like, I don't know what Witsit claims to have seen because I haven't watched all his stuff. But that doesn't speak for me, or even if he sees the sun goes in a circle, that's something that we already thought was possible. Maybe we just don't know enough.
What if they were just standing on a giant iceberg that was just spinning really slow?
We couldn't understand. Well, it still doesn't change the fact that the 5 videos of a 24-hour sun were fake. They're still fake. It didn't cure that problem. Why did they fake all those videos?
There's a lot of weird questions, so we want those questions answered. This was a supposed means of trying to answer that question, but it's hard to put credibility onto these people, so you kind of gotta take the bad with the good and just say, like, this is a data point, and we can test what we can test, and once any of us can test it, we'll add to the data. But until then, it's just a data point. We don't even know if it's real yet.
It's not the end either, because other people are now inspired to go on their own without the auspices of such a trip like the TFE or anything. So flat earthers are raising money on their own to go. Some are planning to go the very next season when it's going to happen. supposedly. So
I got a question now.
Within a year, we might have something new to talk about that.
Where's the 24-hour moon?
Well, supposedly they couldn't stay for the 24-hour moon. I think they should go during the alleged 24-hour moon, because when they went during the alleged 24-hour sun, they did a sundial. But I'd like them to go back and do a moon dial, because supposedly the moon dial results in the same angles. And how could you have that if it's 400 times removed in space from where the sun is? How could you have the same angles on your sundial, moon dial? Doesn't make no sense.
Makes no fucking sense.
They'll probably say that it's going to be too cold because the sun's not going to be out. So they couldn't do the tests.
I mean, doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter what. I mean, you can look in the sky all you want. It isn't going to tell you anything about the shape of the Earth. Not definitively.
I have a very deep question for y'all.
Just hold on. I always use this analogy. If anyone else ever brings this up to you, so this is the analogy I use. Can you figure out what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house?
No.
Obviously not, right? So you can't figure out what the Earth is by looking at something that's not the Earth.
I have a very deep question for all of y'all. What's the point of making us all believe that this is a ball? Like, what is
Nobody made you.
people that
Nobody
are
made you
controlling
do
us? What are they
anything.
getting out of it?
You're a volunteer, brother. No one made you do anything.
Well, I mean, just the way that people are so their passion to just believe what's on the media, and the media keep continuing to make people believe and shut down flat earthers and make us seem like we're stupid or don't know what we're talking about. What's the point of shutting down that research? To do
Different
what?
people have different motivations. A lot of people, like we see this with a lot of Globers, they, like Indio said earlier, it's tied into their identity. They want to be right about this. They believe it's so hard, so it offends them that you're saying anything against it.
I'm thinking more in like the terms of like we're like cattle living on a pasture. We're not allowed to get outside the fence. Why?
There is no fence.
They don't want us to know that
it's a self-imposed
this place
fence.
is special. They don't
That's what I'm
want us
talking
to
about.
know that a creator created this, right? Because if it's an intelligent design, it requires a creator. They don't want us to know that there is a creator. They don't want us to have a relationship with the creator.
The problem is we can't divine the intentions of others, and this concerns a large group of people, so they have different intentions, different people, so we can't really say why they lied about different things or why they believed different things, and maybe they weren't presented. Some of them weren't presented with the truth, and they just kept on believing it. So we can't assume.
Well, there's a big problem with that. Big problem with that.
Answered my question. It's why do they not want us to know the creator?
No. Listen, pay attention.
Because real quick.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. Okay, you're factually wrong. The majority of people, okay, on the earth right now adhere to religions in which those religions have a specific agent creator. So if that's true and you're saying it's to hide the creator, that doesn't math up.
No, it's mainstream science. Doesn't want us to know, like, that's another argument that all these religions are psyops, right? They want us to think it's just belief in a book that was written thousands of years ago, right?
Well, who is this mainstream science dude?
The people that run mainstream academia worldwide.
Who's that?
Dude, I don't think you thought about this too hard. You said I want you to not believe in a creator, but the majority of people on Earth believe in a creator. So how does that work?
Because the people that, look into what this realm is, they want us to think we're insignificant. The people like the highest astronomers are mostly atheists, correct?
Probably.
Okay, that's fair, but atheism is statistically insignificant. It's irrelevant.
So these people that push this narrative at the highest levels, these high priests, do not want us to think there is a creator. Now, all these religions may be dead ends to the actual creator, where you can have a personal relationship and know that this place is special, made for us. We're not a speck of dust on a rock hurling through the infinite of space.
You might be approaching this wrong as far as motive goes. Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson actually knows whether the Earth is flat or a ball? Do you think he knows? Do you think he's actually ever done anything?
No.
Yeah,
He's an actor.
Yeah, but he is. He could be an actor. But I'm saying the people that control academia, that write the curriculum,
they don't know anything either, dude. This is what you're getting confused. No, the people we've talked to, people from academia, all sorts of PhDs, you name it. None of them actually know anything. They're all just believers in this globe Earth idea.
Okay. So
they
you don't
just believe it. They don't know anything.
Okay, I get you.
So they're not lying. I just want to get that clear, though, brother. That they're not lying. They believe what they're saying.
I hear your point, but you're not listening to me. I think you're missing something. The highest of the power. Do you not think this is a spiritual warfare? Do you not think this is a spiritual warfare? That's my question to you.
Yeah, I do. But when you say highest power, I think of a man. I don't like what man?
No, it is. If it's a spiritual warfare, who do you think is trying to keep us ignorant of the Creator?
The devil? Evil people?
Something like that. Evil people. Children of that evil entity. And if you don't think there are children of that evil entity, then we fundamentally disagree.
I got one for you. What if the evil entity tricked you into thinking the other people were trying to hide the truth, so that you'd be tricked into going down his deception to then arrive at the creator that you believe in is actually the evil entity itself?
Definitely a possibility. Yeah,
it makes you think you're the good guy and you're doing good things, and you have the secret knowledge that comes from God himself. And so why wouldn't they just tell what they believe to be true, and as if it's true? It's just a belief. You see this cults all the time.
Yeah, and that's just where you have to ask yourself: is my relationship with the Creator? Could I be being tricked? I will say, yeah, there's a possibility. But I strongly disagree with that. I don't think being tricked.
For example, there's an ancient book that says that the evil entity, right, has designs against the true creator to usurp the creator's position and to be worshipped as the creator. So that's his goal, right? So if that's the case, and it also says that he's the greatest deceiver, the king of lies, the father of lies, and he deceives the entire world. So if that's true, that he wants to be worshipped as God, but he's deceiving the entire world, then the idea that he would want to hide a creator is false. He actually wants people to believe in a creator because he would want to be worshipped as the creator. So you see how weird that is?
Well, I don't agree with that. I think above him being worshipped, he wants the children of the Creator to blasphemize or blaspheme, whatever the word is. Right? I think above him being worshipped as a Creator, he wants to turn us against our Father.
Well, in order to do that, he would have to characterize that individual as the evil entity. So he'd have to switch roles. I'm the good guy is the bad guy, right? Which would be a great deception. And so the people who think they're following the good guy are actually following the bad guy, being tricked into thinking that the good guy is the bad guy.
But then you have to ignore revelation of the method, which I believe is true. And then you have to presuppose that the creator would allow this to happen, to allow you to be deceived when you are reaching out with your intention as a creation.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people do think they have noble intentions and noble motives, but at the deep rooted, it's all selfishness. And so part of the process, right, is to be revealed the true nature of things, right? It's like a learning. And in order to learn, you have to experience the evil and the good. Because if you experience nothing but good, you can't really appreciate it.
Can you repeat that point? Without the evil and the good, kind of like you can't experience joy without pain. Is that what you're getting at?
Right. It's like contrast, like in a painting. If you paint a painting all one color, you can't see anything. There could be 1,000 people in your painting, but they're all the same color, so all you see is purple. Right? Contrast is very important in communication.
Yeah, but if there were outlines of those, right, people.
That's contrast. Yeah, that would be contrast.
Okay. I would just say that you're presupposing there's no contrast in that analogy.
Well, no, there is contrast. That's my point.
Yeah, but I wouldn't equate that contrast to, evil having to exist to create that contrast.
Oh, well, okay. Then you're left with evil does exist. So why? I have a functional reason for it to exist in my worldview, and that's for the necessary contrast for our learning and edification and theosis, which means God teaching us things that we can't know in any other way without experience.
Yeah, I understand. So I'm not saying this is true at all. This is just what I believe, right? Definitely could be wrong. I believe there's this misconception that the creator is all powerful and in control of everything. And I don't think that is the case. I think there are other entities outside of his control that he doesn't have complete power over. And I'm not trying to.
Yeah, so you don't believe in a transcend. Yeah, right. So check this out, brother. What you just told me is that you don't believe in a transcendental creator. You believe in a contingent creator. Right? And so basically, in my view, you've fallen for the synthetic paradigm. So you're actually deceived, in my view.
Okay, I'll have to look more into the what paradigm it is.
Well, you got to think about it this way: if the creator is the creative source of all things that are not himself, then that means all entities are subordinate to his power. Period. That'd be by definition.
I don't think that.
Okay, so then you believe. Let me tell you what you actually believe. This is going to blow your mind. You believe in the exact same thing that evolutionary, Big Bang, globe zealot, psychologist, astrophysicist, scientists, etc., are coming to believe lately. That through experimentation, that sentience is the first order, and time, matter, and energy states are secondary. So, in other words, sentience is eternal. And so that would be an eternal sentient entity as the source of the physical and natural world, much like a creator. But they don't attribute that to a singular agent. They attribute it to multiple agents of varying strengths and intensities that commune together to create the world.
Okay.
So you are basically agreeing with their position.
No, I would say our fundamental disagreement is they are materialists. They don't believe in supernatural.
Oh, they're not. They're not materialists. I just got through telling you that they believe that sentience is eternal. That means they can't be materialists.
But if you ask them, if there's anything after this life, most of them would say no.
Oh, no, you don't. You're not getting it. What I'm telling you is that through the scientific paradigm that we've been going through for the past hundreds of years, leading up till today, to where they went through this period of time to where it was very intensely theological, and like we're trying to understand the world that God created. To the materialist, there is no God, everything's science and just brute matter. To now, they're coming full circle with all the experiments and evidence that they've collected, that the only conclusion they can reach is that they were wrong about materialism, that it's actually the case that the immaterial world is where the material world comes from, not the other way around. So they're abandoning all those conclusions that there's no life after death, there's no spirits, there's no eternal entities, there's no gods, demigods, etc., etc.
Okay, I was unaware that the mainstream was changing their.
Well, look, it's not that mainstream yet. It's not that mainstream yet, but it's coming down the pike.
Okay.
Why do you think they're doing that, AM?
Yeah.
Because it never was about hiding God. It was about usurping God in a place of a false God, right?
Oh, yeah. Instead of saying that God's not real, they're going to play God.
Correct. And now if you can believe that God is an entity that's within the universe and not transcendent in the cause of the universe, he now becomes invincible.
Well, why does he have to be bound by this universe? What if he created the entire universe, but there are also entities on his level that he's not in control of that can play a role in this universe he created?
Right. So then that would be like a bunch of Pantheon or something. So yeah, so you don't believe it. You don't believe in a transcendental creator of everything. You believe that there's a bunch of powerful entities. One of them decided to make the universe we live in.
Something special for us, his children.
Right. So then how can we be assured that the other entities aren't going to kick his ass one day?
We can't. We just have to have faith and love him because we are him.
He has an ass to kick.
Right, that's my point, is that the traditional concept of a transcendental entity that's the source of all other things makes that source, it makes it necessary, right? So it's eternally necessary. Can't be destroyed, can't be harmed, can't be damaged, because all the dimensions are lesser dimensions, right? And so the energy doesn't go upwards, it goes downwards. So if you take that version, just hold on, if you take that version off the throne, you now have a plausible contender to challenge him. And now your allegiance can go, well, that guy isn't the guy because he's not the ultimate authority, because power equals authority. So I'm just picking sides based on who I like the best, not who actually is the actual true creator.
I see what you're saying.
You're picking sides because you believe you are his child. You are of him. You are not of
fair enough.
The devil.
Fair enough, but there's an ancient document that says most people father is the devil because they're deceived and they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that's not possible. It could definitely be deceived.
Yeah, but see, you make it. Yeah, but see, when you take it into a plethora of agents, which are all rivals, right? Now it's like, well, now you have this whole different smorgasbord of choices and decisions and influences. So it makes the problem worse, in my opinion.
Well, you do have a choice to turn your back on your father, right? You have a choice to worship Satan. There are Satanists.
Well, why not? According to your view, you're not certain whether Satan's going to win or not.
That is irrelevant to me. I'm going to go down supporting my creator.
All right.
If that is the case.
I see what he's saying. He's rather just live life, just loving people and loving himself and loving everyone, because you can either pick that or you can just be an asshole to everybody. You don't know where you're going to end up.
But I do
one
feel
might be better than the
a
other.
connection. I definitely feel a connection. I have a relationship with the Creator. I have things that are supernatural that happen to me. And it just...
Well, that kind of sounds like what an asshole would say. Houston.
Hey.
Funny frog, huh?
I won't argue with that. I can be an asshole.
Yeah, you stand corrected.
To be fair, I personally think that is the reason why there's all these lies about the metaphysic in which we live in and the cosmological paradigm in which we live in. It's to change your opinions about yourself in relationship to reality and the source of reality. So in other words, it alters your view of why you're here, who you are, and do you actually have to answer to anyone. And so when those views are challenged, especially if you have agents that are greater than yourself that care about those views, they can then weasel their way in. And so, in my opinion, that's all a grand design to usher in a synthetic religion, which puts a false God in the place of the true God. And the majority of humanity, right, can hold hands and sing Kumbaya under that synthetic religion.
That sounds like something an evil person would do. It's a smart way to continue the control.
Yeah, and to be fair, it doesn't even matter if any of the religious propositions or any of the spiritual or supernatural claims are true or not. It only matters if it can be used as an element to control people. Because let's just say, for sake of argument, that the people perpetrating it don't believe any of it. But they know humans are prone to believe it. So whether it's true or not, the effect is the same.
Yeah.
Just like I said, majority of people on Earth right now, I mean, what do we got? 2 to 3 billion Christians and Muslims, right? Which are specific theists, right? Which means not only are they theists, but they specifically believe in a specific God, right? As the creator of everything, right? And I think it's actually like 2 billion Christians and 2-point-something billion Muslims or something. And then the next one is Hindus or something. So it's like the majority of people on the earth believe in a specific agent theistic God worldview paradigm.
I'm going to change the subject. What's above us? What do you think is out there? Like, what do you like? Obviously, space is fake. We haven't been out in outer space, but what is above us? Why is it blue? What are the stars?
Why is it black?
Yeah, like that. All those questions. Yeah.
Yeah, that's if you go high enough, it's not blue anymore, right? And then you're looking down at the blue, and when you spin around, you're looking at black, right?
Yeah.
And you could get that effect at nowhere near quote unquote space altitudes.
And if we're flying through this universe and all these stars there's trillions and trillions of stars, why do the constellations stay the same? Why are the planets still in the same position? Or if they even are planets, just moving lights in the sky.
What if they're just following us because they're lonely?
And how do the Starlink satellites stay up there? How do any of the satellites stay up there?
Well, how do they stay up there in the globe paradigm? They're in an area where they're not affected by something that would bring them back to the Earth for whatever reason. And so if there's something up there that's not returning to the Earth like many of the other objects that we see would do, then it's the same answer, because they're doing something that's keeping them from returning to the Earth. They're either in an area that's causing it or they themselves are causing it.
There was this guy that I was listening to. He comes in here sometimes. He says he works for
Oh hell, what is it? He does something with satellites though, and he says that the propelling system on those satellites have to do with electromagnetism. I think he says he works for what the hell? Can't remember his name now.
Is it Josh Ingersoll?
Yes. Josh Ingersoll. Yeah, he said that the motors that they have, or the system that propels those satellites, are electromagnetic motors or thrusters or something like that.
I
So
mean, the
who knows?
voltage
Maybe
doesn't. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say maybe they use some kind of electromagnetic field to stay propelled up there. Who knows?
Also works for the UN, or worked at the UN.
That dude did? Josh Ingersoll or whatever?
Yes.
Okay.
So are they getting powered by like wireless electricity, like Tesla technology, Nikola Tesla? Like, how do they stay energized?
I don't know. Electromagnetic. That's the only thing he said.
Well, look, there's a common misunderstanding about the nature of reality, which isn't necessarily proven. It's a philosophy, and that is the uniformitarian assumption that physics and circumstances that occur locally occur everywhere in the universe. So, for example, you'd say if I'm 1,000 feet off the ground, all the physics are going to be the same as if I'm 10,000 feet off the ground. Or if I just keep going away from the Earth, sure, there'll be different forces that are applying, but the fundamental way in which everything works is going to be identical. I mean, that's just fantasy.
Like, are you saying like the pressure up there there's less pressure up there than down here?
I'm saying for all we know, there's different elements up there. You're an entirely different medium that behaves completely differently, and the concepts that you understand here, like up, down, heavy things, light things, inertia, motion, all those things could be different up there. How would you know?
Yeah.
Or like, let me tell you something that sounds that let me just say it and then I'll explain it. People say, "Oh, how could I see the sun here if the Earth is flat? What would it be over there?" I might reply, "Transdimensional hyperloops." And they would say, "Well, that's just stupid." Be like, "Really? Well, then why was it when you went to the movie theater and watched the movie Interstellar or watched the movie Thor?" And the quote unquote scientists were folding a piece of paper and stabbing a pencil through it and saying, "Look, if you fold space into this trans hyperloop, you can travel through it just like this pencil." How come when you watch that, you're like, "Oh, that's so sciencey." But when I said it in regards to flat Earth, you laughed at me. It's the exact same claim. What's going on, bro?
Because flat Earth is stupid.
Right. So, in other words, globers get to appeal to exotic physics that are pure fantasy and just pass it off like it's, science fiction, but actual real science. But if it's in the context of a flat Earth discussion, all of a sudden it's absurd. It's like, do you not see your own contradiction here? And I'm not saying any of that's true. I'm just saying the fact that they so flippantly believe in all of that science, quote unquote, mumbo jumbo, where it's just a bunch of astrophysicists trying to get funding for their department talking out their asses. about all this fancy stuff going on a trillion light years away that it doesn't even matter. And then someone might say, well, how do you know they're wrong about all their claims? Well, it's simple, because we actually live on the Earth, and the core fundamental principle of their entire paradigm is that the Earth is a globe. It's the linchpin of their cosmological worldview. And since the Earth is clearly not a globe, then all of their nonsense stories that require the Earth to be a globe in the first instance, like the angles to the stars and our location in a solar system, our location in a galaxy, our location in an expanding universe, etc., blah, 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 it's all nonsense. So yeah, all their claims that they're making from that framework are false. So it's not so much that quote unquote space is fake. It's that the story that you've been told about what space is and how it works in relationship to the Earth is one big story.
I got you.
A religious story at that. It's got a creation mythos. It's got a why you're here, where ethics come from, where you're going, maybe to be burned up in the expanding sun or to survive to the heat death of the universe. Got it all. It's one big religion.
So what you're saying is stop arguing with people about information that we don't know and just look at what's in front of you. Look at what you can see, feel, and touch. And it looks flat. So I'm just gonna assume it's flat.
Well, that may be fair, and they would agree with you. They would agree with you that it looks flat, but then they would go on to say, but it isn't flat, right? But you could actually measure it and find out. That's the beauty of the fact that the curvature of the Earth is the Achilles heel of their entire paradigm. It's either is curving or it isn't curving. If it's not curving, then their whole paradigm is false. It's just like Achilles. His mom dipped him in invincibility syrup when he was young, but she was holding him by the ankles. And because she was a retard moron, instead of just flipping him upside down and then dipping his ankles in the invincibility serum, she just said, oh, well, I guess I'll wash my hands and just let you go free with a big spot on your ankle where someone could kill you. And that's what the globe did. They made this elegant, invincible worldview of excuse upon excuse upon excuse of everything about everything, all the way back to the creation of the universe via the Big Bang, all the way to the future of the heat death of the universe or the Big Crunch. But they forgot that they didn't dip the ankle in the invincibility serum. And that ankle, the Achilles heel, is the curvature. And you just shoot the curvature with a bow and arrow, and shablam, it all dies. Now, you might be saying, what does this have to do with the actual curve of the Earth? A bow and arrow, Achilles heel, I'll tell you. A curve of a circle between 2 points, right? You put a point on a circle, you put another point on a circle, and then you draw a line. That's called a chord line. In the middle of that chord line, you place a dot, and then you draw a line from the center of the circle through the dot, and then through the surface at the highest point of the arc. That's called the sagitta, named after Sagittarius, the archer, bow and arrow. So you can actually go out and measure the sagitta and find out that it's not actually there because there is no curve. So a bow and arrow is exactly what's needed to destroy the entire globe fantasy. Just like Achilles, shot right in the heel, you're dead. Rest in peace. Go ahead.
How many people in here are Sagittarius?
So I was just going to add to what you're saying, AI. This is, of course, why we see just every single anti-flat earth source dissuade curious minds from paying any attention to the ground, of course. They don't want to put a spotlight on the Achilles heel. And this is why we get such immense pushback when it comes to just trying to keep a glober we're talking to on the topic of the ground. They'll, jump and flail all over the place to get away from it.
That Achilles heel remind me of Talon. You know Talon? He's been in the politics server for a while. Talon. He's a glober. And Talon is the heel in Spanish. And I was telling him that about the curvature. That was his Achilles heel. And his name is Talon. Heel. Pun intended.
I think it's pretty overwhelming for globers, though, that such an immense ideological structure, can be dismantled so simply, and they find issue with accepting that,
Yeah, it's like the reverse big lie, right? Like that. I think it was Goebbels or whoever was, one of those Nazi dudes, whatever, who said if you repeat the lie big enough and often enough, people will believe it. But it's like the opposite. In this case, it's like if you make the defeater of your worldview so simple and mundane, nobody would believe that it's possible that something that obvious could destroy an entire field of immense studies and money and expense and quote unquote space things in the sky and like all this huge infrastructure. How could it all be just built on the simple fact that the water's not curving just destroys it all? They're like, how absurd is that?
Mr. T-Dub, may I explain my theory once more, if possible?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, mate.
Okay. So, I said that there is a tree is now. You told me that stop saying imagining, stop saying imagination and stuff. Just prove me how it improves the curvature and the like spherical Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as I said, I'm not trying to I'm not talking about imagination, okay? I'm talking about the only scenario that this phenomenon happens. And the only scenario this phenomenon happens in is when, for example, we have an apple, one side, one pole, okay, is leaning toward the sun. It is actually spinning like clockwise toward the sun, leaning the sun to process the phase of day and night. And at the same time, it is spinning around itself, okay, to the phenomenon of seasonings happen, like summer, winter, autumn, and spring. So, for a couple of months in Antarctica, we have whole daylight, okay, no nights. When the time passes, the Earth actually spins around itself, not clockwise toward the sun, but itself, to actually, literally 6 months later, this phenomenon happens on another part of the world, on another part of the Earth. which is that part of the world, which is what was the name? Not Antarctica, but the other name, is leaning toward the sun, and the other part, which is Antarctica, is leaning away from the sun. Okay, so this whole spinning is only makes sense when the Earth is globe. See what I mean? Exactly 6 months and 6 months in turns, pole after the pole. Did I make a point?
Well, all he's done is just reinforced his globe paradigm again. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, Mohammed, but telling the same story over and over again doesn't magically make it true. All you've got to do is go and test for curvature. If you find curvature measured drop over distance over a large body of water, then we have a problem. Not you, us.
Yes, I agree. Measuring the curvature is a vital point of this debate.
Excellent.
Okay?
That's
But
a good thing. So, if you've got no
that's another
curvature,
topic.
that's not another topic. That's tied directly to this one.
You know why I say it's
You're
another
claiming,
topic?
see, you're claiming all these special things happening. In order for them to be happening, you need curvature. You need us to be on a sphere. If we're not on a sphere, all of your claims of the sun doing something and the poles doing something else can be tossed into the garbage.
Yes, and I said literally why we need curvature for that phenomenon to happen. Doesn't
Do we
it
have
make
curvature?
sense? Because that phenomenon happens, yes.
Excellent. Do we have curvature? Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Prove it.
I just did.
No, you didn't. You gave us a cool story, bro.
It's not a cool story. It's literally what's happening, and people have confirmed it. Either flat earthers and
okay. So let's have a look at something. Let's have a look at something. You go and stand outside. You witness the sun going over your head. How do you tell the difference between A, the sun moving, B, the ground moving, C, both the sun and the ground moving? What can you do to separate those three things?
Actually, I think I did because, see, we have a day and night process, right? Day and
so
night.
how do you know if it's the sun or the ground? How can you tell which one's moving, the sun or the ground? It's either sun is moving, A, ground is moving, B, or both are moving. How do you separate that?
How do you separate that? Okay. I mean, if even if the sun was moving, which actually is moving toward a destination or something, but that's not our case.
That's another claim you'll have to validate and verify.
Yeah, that's
Probably
another
shouldn't
topic.
be claim stacking too much, bud.
Yeah, that's another claim. But no matter the behavior of the sun, we actually oh my god, how to say that? We actually is behaving. We seeing the behavior. Oh my god, like we know what's happening. See what I mean? Like we have cameras.
No, we don't know what's happening. That's why I'm asking you, how do we separate A, the sun moving, B, the ground moving, or C, both are moving? How can we tell them apart? When you're claiming, remember, what we're talking about, the discussion is about the shape of the ground. Okay?
Yes.
So you're claiming that all this stuff happens because we're on a ball. So what can you do to separate those three things?
I can't.
You can measure the ground and see if it is a ball. If it is not a ball, then you can eliminate part of your claim or part of what's been put out there, can't we?
Yeah, there are lots of measurements and a never-ending debate between flat
You don't
earthers
like this
and
measurement bit, do you, mate? You're every time I've mentioned measuring the ground, you've instantly got your back up. I can tell because of the tone in your voice changes.
Yeah, I personally haven't measured the Earth.
You understand what I mean by affirming the consequent, right? Because because you're working backwards, right? So you're relying on the outcome to confirm your premise, right? Your original premise to be true. So if the Earth is a sphere and it's spinning on its axis, I'll go to Antarctica, observe a 24-hour sun. So if Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis is P, then I'll go to Antarctica and observe a 24-hour sun. Q. Right? I go to Antarctica and observe the 24-hour sun. Q. Therefore, P, the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis. Right? You've used the outcome to confirm your premise. So your original premise. So
what is
you're
premise?
using Q. You're using Q to confirm P to be true. Right? When you should be using P to confirm Q is true. Right?
Okay, because I don't want you to exhaust you guys. I just want to understand some keywords. What is premise? If possible, I want to search it.
What is what? Premise.
You just said
premise. So this would be this would be your underlying foundational claim, original claim, right, upon which you are going to build an argument form from, right? So your premise is, so if you can present a logical argument for a conclusion, your premises must be true, right? So your premises is what's another word for premises?
No, just pronounce it to me because I want to search it. I want to have it in my.
So it's P R E M I S E S.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay. Okay, so you are literally saying me that what am I saying doesn't prove anything because I am just imagining, right?
Well, that's one part of it, right? But in this form, you're saying if the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis, I predict I will observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I observe a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Therefore, the Earth is a sphere spinning on its axis. So it's an illogical form of argument. Because you're using the outcome. So you're using this other thing to confirm your original premise, right? When you should be using it the other way around. You should be going from your premise to the outcome, not backwards, right? You can't beg the question that you already live on a sphere, right? That needs to be true first. And then you could try and explain a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't use the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right, to explain how the Earth is a sphere. You need the Earth being a sphere to explain why you see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And if you want to do it if you want to use both ways, that's called circular reasoning. So globe Earth because 24-hour sun in Antarctica, 24-hour sun in Antarctica because globe Earth. That would be circular reasoning, right? Begging the question.
Yeah. I see where you're coming from. You're telling me that I need to have a globe Earth to justify 24-hour, not vice versa, not like 24-hour to justify and prove globe Earth. I'm just saying, I'm analyzing in what scenario that 24-hour sun could happen. See what I mean?
Right. I know what you're saying. Exactly. Yes. So your argument isn't necessary. Your conclusion isn't necessarily wrong, but it hasn't been shown to be correct using that form of argumentation either. The thing is, when we go out, right? So the fundamental requirement for your premise is that the Earth's surface must be curving. So when we go out and make observations and measurements, we don't find the surface of the Earth to be curving. We find it to be flat. It measures flat, right? We see clear across vast distances of bodies of water like 20-mile lakes. Lasers reach their targets over such distances, right? We're just utilizing the Earth as it's flat, right? So where is this curvature that must exist if it's a sphere? It doesn't show up in reality, right? When we observe the surface,
there are lots
not
of
when we look at the sky. Right, the surface.
Yeah, go on. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
So it throws that idea out. So you had a nice idea, right? But the Earth being a sphere spinning on an axis could explain why we see a 24-hour sun. Unfortunately, one of your premises is not true, and that's that the Earth is a sphere, because we know that because the Earth's surface isn't curving, which it must be if it is a sphere. It's not curving, therefore it's not a sphere. Therefore, your explanation is faulty. We got to throw it out. I'm sorry. Like, if you want to go and, like, I don't know, it sounds like you may have already talked with DJ in here and seen some observations and things like that.
Okay, just to clarify this, I'm sorry. So you're basically saying that the 24-hour sun may prove globe Earth, but also may prove other shapes of the Earth. Am I right? You're saying that necessarily that 24-hour sun necessarily will not.
No. The illegitimacy of the argument isn't dependent on on any presentation of any alternatives. It's just the simple form of it that allows for alternatives, and you not allowing for alternatives based on your form of logic. So you can't use that form of argumentation, right? You could try and do it you could try and use a form of argumentation where you use that observation to nullify or to falsify another thing. So you could put it into a modus tollens argument where you say not Q, therefore it can't be P, right? So you say if the Earth is flat, X. Well, okay, X has to exist if the Earth is flat, okay, or X has to happen or something like that. And then you say not X, therefore Earth can't be flat. Right, you could put it into that form of argumentation, but you're not going to be able to do that without adding in a cosmological viewpoint or some sort of map or model, right? That you then have to get me to accept as being true. And if I don't accept that as being true, I don't have to accept your argumentation.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I don't expect you to accept anything. I'm just saying that we have like 3 or 4 observations, right? We have day and light observation. We have the seasoning phenomenon observation. We also have the 24-hour sun, which lots and lots of flat earthers didn't accept to be true, because I think accepting that to be true would be a major a very, very big step toward proving that the Earth is globe. Because I'm saying this in parentheses. Okay, this is not my main topic. Because if it was not the case, then why lots of these flat earthers all the time were talking about, no, it's green lights, no, it's fake, it's like what was the point? Anyways, that's not the point. That I said that in parentheses. So we have 3 observations here and more. Together, these observations, listen, for example, we can say that, okay, for seasoning, like summer and autumn, summer and, for example, winter, we can have different models, because like different models make sense with this seasoning thing, okay? Like it could be triangle.
So the globe Earth has got multiple models to describe very small components.
No. I'm just saying, just consider, let me finish my point. for example, in the case of seasoning, we can have, for example, the earth to be like triangle. It could be cube. It could be, I don't know, the shape of a
That's
ship
a
or
lie.
whatever.
Yeah, it's not like that.
Okay, whatever. It could be even flat. I don't know. Like the other have another observation, which is the day and light. For that case, yeah, lots of models make sense. Lots of models approve, like can work with this observation, this phenomenon of day and light. We have another observation which is
Okay,
24
all right,
hours
okay.
long.
There's problems with that. So each one.
Together-
Wait, before you stack more, please.
I'm sorry.
Before you stack any more, right? Each individual thing that you've mentioned must be evaluated on its own merit, right? To see if it is even anything that can be allowed for anything else to be stacked on top of, right? Because if it's faulty or lacking any empirical data or any proof, then we can dismiss it. We're not going to use it to stack something else on top of. Like, it would be all right to then look into something else and go, oh, so now we can go back to that other thing because now we've shown definitively that this is the case for such things. Now we can go back to that previous thing that we had to throw out because it was fallacious in reasoning. We can evaluate that, the legitimacy, and see if we can delve deeper into that. But you're not going to stand on that and then work forward. That's in the garbage, right? Until you've got something else, then you can go back to the garbage and get your hands dirty and pull it back out, right? So, for example, with your seasons, right? Your seasons require that the sun's light is reaching Earth parallel. All right. Yeah. Now you've got a choice because you've got another model in your worldview that requires the sun's rays to be convergent, right? You've got problems. Now you've got two conflicting models for the same thing. You've got a globe Earth model with parallel rays. You've got a globe Earth model with convergent rays. So you've got to throw out the one or the other. Are you going to throw out seasons, which are explained with your parallel sun rays, or are you going to throw out eclipses, which are explained with converging sun rays?
No.
You can't have both.
Actually, you told me that I require a model first. I first need an imagination to prove that 24-hour sun makes sense. That's what you said to me, okay? You said that you didn't do vice versa. You didn't say, for example, that's what you said, okay? I'm saying that that's not an imagination. I'm bringing up some observations on the table that together, okay, they actually throw away some models. They delete some models. For example, together these observations throw away the triangle model. They throw away the cube model. So by eliminating those models, a few models will remain, which in this case is the globe Earth. See what I mean? The globe Earth is what model that makes sense with all
that sounds
these
really silly.
Okay. Just let me say my claim and I will call it a day because I think it's going nowhere. So, in order for 24-hour sun to
Mohammed, before
happen,
you wind up, Mohammed, just hold up a second. The reason you understand why it's going nowhere is because you understand there's zero measured curvature. What you've done so far is what some people would call whistling past the graveyard. We've told you over and over again there is zero measured curvature. So all of these things that you're saying, but this infers, all you've got is inferences. The issue is we've got measurements. Measurements outweigh inferences, okay? So whilst we're sitting here with zero measured curvature, here's you going on all these crazy claims, and it doesn't mean anything because We've already measured the ground. We know there's no curvature. So you telling us that the sun does one thing or something else happens. Now, look, I fully understand your Antarctica problem. You've had these guys go down to Antarctica. They claim they witnessed a 24-hour sun. Now, that doesn't mean anything because there's no curvature of the ground. So the sun can do whatever it wants to do. It has no relevance to the shape of the ground whatsoever. Okay.
I mean, no offense. Okay, let's throw away that Antarctica nonsense away, okay? So you're telling that because you have measurements about the ground, all those things actually maybe like it doesn't actually matter. But I'm saying that
correct.
Okay, there had been scientists that they also had measurements, and they
show it.
Came into the. Okay, oh, you tell me. You tell me what is your measurement?
No. You just made the claim that scientists have done this. Please show it.
I mean, that's what they do, right?
You don't, Mohammed, don't burden reverse this bullshit on me. You made the claim first. I asked you to show it, and your response was you want me to show my stuff. You show your scientists and their measured ground, and I'll happily show you how we measure it. I've got no problem with that.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen the debates, but I don't have the measurements right now, but I will send them in the chat later.
There are no measurements of curve.
Okay, you give me your measurements.
Hey, by the way, just before you do, just like so, Dagaz went ahead and helped me out with premise in the side. I just want to read that out for you. A premise is a statement or proposition that provides support or evidence for a conclusion. A premise must either be true because it's self-evident or its truth can be demonstrated. If not, then it's unsound.
Yeah. I will. Yeah, I will search about that. Okay.
No, I just thought that was really good, helpful description of what we were talking about because I couldn't articulate it that well, but he went ahead and posted that for me. So appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
I mean, that's basically my fault. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys, because I don't know lots of keywords like that because English is not my main language. But I really like to develop my words library in my mind and have a more pointful discussion and stuff.
You realize that English or any language has nothing to do with a ball earth, right? If there's no curved measurements, people measuring the curve of the earth, you can't have a ball over water. It's flat. It's measured flat. It's stationary. There's nothing that can be done about it.
No, I just meant that what was a little bit exhausting in this discussion was that we repeated the same lines over and over again, and I admit it was my fault because I struggled to understand some of the keywords, but yeah. Anyways. But I can actually predict what will happen if I, bring on other measurements or other things that science
You don't
says.
have a curved earth that you got measurements from to start with. So you can't just go on and pick up something else and say, well, this and that. We should start with you got to measure the earth to be curved first, and then you can make up stories after that. But you don't have that yet.
Okay, I will bring it on. Yeah, I try to bring it on. Yeah, thank you.
There's the problem with hinging your conclusions on inference rules because someone can just come along and negate it with a direct measurement or a deductive argument. kind of wish India was here too, because there's a bunch of observations, or maybe not a bunch, but there's some observations which kind of contradictory to the so-called globe Earth predictions, right? What you should or shouldn't see in Antarctica or the Arctic, such as something about sunrise being 2 weeks early, something like that. Observation was made of the sun appearing long before it should have, according to the globe metrics, right? If I recall correctly, it was something like that. I wish he was here to be able to tell us more about that.
But I mean, anyways, let's just throw away that 24-hour sun away. I just don't get that.
Wait.
Why after
Sorry.
that?
One sec. Like, because I actually wanted to touch on something else you said earlier about the flat earthers before they went to Antarctica, blah 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 blah. Right. So yes, there was a certain amount of people that was saying the Earth has to be laid out in this fashion, right? And the sun and the moon and all the stars and planets have to be doing this certain motion above it, right? And that would be with respect to an azimuthal equidistant north-centered globe Earth projection map, right, where you've squished the globe out so that Antarctica forms a ring around the central continents, right? And a lot of flat earthers were adhering to this type of map or model, right? Some still do. Right, they still haven't thrown that idea away, and that they're saying that there's some sort of that this 24-hour sun is some sort of anomaly or that it's fake, right? But anyway, so then they have this idea that the sun has to be doing this certain circuit above that map, right? That idea of the flat Earth, right? Now, because they hinged so adamantly their idea of flat Earth upon that model, they thought that if they go to Antarctica and observe a 24-hour sun, that they could dismiss that model and thus dismiss entirely the notion of Earth being flat, right? That was their mistake, because they weren't relying on direct measurements and observations of the Earth's surface for the premise of the Earth being flat, right? They were relying on just this idea that that's how it must be, right? Like this Jerry Campanella guy, right?
Can I add something to that, T-Dub?
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
Just really quickly, right? So yeah, when flat earthers would claim the model like T-Dub was talking about, which is like the AE model, right, which is a globe projection map, some flat earthers would say, and still do say, that that's the map of the flat Earth. Okay, like T-Dub said, we've been trying to combat this argument for years, and telling people that no, the AE map is not the flat Earth map. Okay, it's a globe projection called the azimuthal equidistant projection. And like T-Dub said, they thought that they would add the sun and the moon over the top of this map. Let me show you an example in the side chat. Okay, can you see the side chat?
Yes.
That's what they were claiming, right? That's like what this Jaren guy that went to Antarctica, this was his flat Earth model. Okay, he said this was the official flat Earth map, and then he inserted a little sun and moon that orbit around like this. This is a simplified version of it, but this is the general idea, and they would say that white around the outside, that's Antarctica. Okay, we've been trying to combat this terrible flat Earth argument for years. Part of the reason they had this terrible argument was because there were a bunch of there was no footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Even just a few years ago, there was no footage of it. Okay, and the only footage that existed of it had been proven to have been completely faked. For some reason, people were faking footage of the 24-hour sun, right? Like they would film 12 hours of footage and then they would stitch it together with some other footage and make it look like there was 24 hours of footage. And it was admitted to have been faked and proven to have been faked because the clouds at the start and the finish were exactly the same clouds. Okay, so there was also people who were interviewed that apparently worked in Antarctica for long periods of time, and they also said there's no 24-hour sun. Okay, so that further imprinted that idea that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And because of the way, if you have a look at this model in the side chat, the way the sun goes around, it makes sense you can have, excuse me, a 24-hour sun in the north, right? But you couldn't have a 24-hour sun in the south. And that was some of these flat earther arguments. So sometimes these dishonest, and it's not even that dishonest, right? They'll pick out bad flat earth arguments and they'll find silly flat earthers and then they'll make debunking videos and they'll claim that this is what all the flat earthers are claiming. That's like me finding some globe earthers that think that there's alien bases inside the moon and making a video saying globe earth debunked. And at the start of the video, I'll be saying, well, this is what globe earthers think about the moon. And globe earthers think that there's aliens that live in a base inside the moon and that the moon's hollow and that blah, 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 right? It's a straw man argument, right? That's not what globe earthers think. That's what some idiot globe earthers think, right? So it's the same sort of thing with the flat earth arguments. Okay, so these dishonest people like fake Professor Dave will cling on to these bad arguments. They'll find weak flat earthers and then they'll tear apart weak arguments. And it's actually very good for flat earth that the 24-hour sun thing happened because we weren't able to stop these flat earthers from making this bad argument. But this was a step in the right direction to show that, hey, this isn't the model of the earth, right? This isn't the flat earth. We don't claim this is the flat earth. This is a globe projection. Right, and it's actually it's actually a polar coordinate system based off the celestial sphere, not technically even a globe, right? But that's a different conversation. But yeah, hopefully that makes a bit more sense what T-Dub and I just told you about it.
Yeah, just curious. Do you think there would be a chance that all of those footage and all those videos from the trip to Antarctica could be manipulated or edited? I mean, do you personally give a chance to this idea?
Dude, they faked the moon landings. So they're able to do things like this. They've altered history. They've faked the moon landings. Who knows? Is it possible? Would it be possible to do that? I'm not sure. But I think there's no way to know that for sure. I think the evidence that it was all faked is a bit silly. Flat earthers take so it's the same flat earthers that believed in this model in the side chat that I posted that are making these videos saying it's all faked.
Like Justin, right?
Like who?
Justin, I forgot his last name, but he's a famous flat earther. Justin Weiss, I don't know, forgot his name.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a lot. Like, I don't know about famous because I've never heard of him, and I've been in this for a long time. But some of the popular YouTube flat earthers, definitely they all think that it was all faked, right? And that it's a big set and that kind of thing. And it's not out of the realm of possibility, I guess. But we definitely don't make those claims. Generally, most people in here don't make that claim.
I mean, that's but lots of flat earthers themselves went to Antarctica. I mean, like all of them were, I don't know, like being controlled or were faking those videos.
Well, there was only what flat earthers? Only 3 went. Okay, so one of them was a complete retard named Jaren, and the other one, Austin Whitsitt, he still makes very good flat earth content. He's a very smart guy.
I'm sorry. I meant Austin by saying Justin. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. What about him?
Yeah, I previously mentioned there's a famous flat earther who named Justin.
Austin.
By that I meant.
Yep.
Yeah.
What did he do?
No, just was saying that he was one of the people who went.
Yeah. So he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. He went to see. Okay, he went to sea and he said he saw a 24-hour sun. He said that he can't confirm that where he was Antarctica. He said he went to a big patch of ice and he saw what appeared to be a 24-hour sun in the sky. And he'll tell you what we'll tell you, right? He'll tell you that the ground surface measures flat, right? There's no evidence of curvature, and that we don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what the sun is, right? We don't know what the stars are. We don't know how the whole system works when it comes to the sky, but we can validate over and over again that there's no ground curvature. Okay, so whatever's happening in the sky is 100% happening above a flat plane. That's what he will tell you, and that's, if you watch his channels, he's got videos about it. Okay, he'll say that the actual empirical evidence that the Earth's not a globe overwhelms this small observation. And once again, when you watch the videos by Professor Dave, right, that's not our arguments. That's maybe Jaren's arguments, right? Jaren's a globe earther now. Okay, that guy's an absolute dumbass. We've been saying this way before the Antarctica thing happened. Okay, he's not someone that would come on here and be able to, like, we would be schooling Jaren if Jaren came onto our panel. Okay, because he's been a problem for Flat Earth for many years. Started with a Behind the Curve documentary. If you type into YouTube, Flat Earther debunks himself, all the videos are freaking pictures of Jaren's dumb-looking face, right, with different things that he's screwed up. So yeah, you can't latch on to a couple of idiots' arguments and say that this is what Flat Earthers claim, right? It's disingenuous, and that's what these anti-Flat Earth debunkers do. They'll cherry-pick bad Flat Earth arguments and then they'll debunk them. And they'll say that all Flat Earthers claim this. Not true.
I'm sorry. So you're saying that whether this 24-hour sun phenomenon is happening is happening or not happening, whether is it manipulated or not manipulated, it doesn't necessarily is a big step forward to the proof of globe Earth, right?
No, it's all it does is it stops certain Flat Earthers being able to use this really stupid model that I just posted in the side chat with the sun and the moon circling around like that over the top of a globe projection. So it's beneficial to Flat Earth because it helps us combat a silly argument that's still fluctuating around the community, It helped put a stop to it, but there's still a ton of people, right? Still a ton of people pushing that that's the Flat Earth map. I'll show you what that map is. It's just a polar coordinate system. Right, this is what that map is. Yeah, have a look in the side chat. 1 second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just have a look at this little animation. Now, this is what that is. Okay, the globe. And then you stretch it out like this. Okay, and that makes the AE map projection.
Yeah.
So this is all based off the celestial sphere. It's just a coordinate system translated into terra firma.
Yeah.
So what was your question?
I mean, as you said, whatever is happening in the skies doesn't necessarily prove anything, because whatever is happening right there in the skies is happening above the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if we have tested the surface of water over and over and over again, and there's no curvature over distances where there 100% must be a certain amount of curvature, the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. It debunks gravity. It debunks the globe. Okay, because of gravity, the Earth has to have that certain curvature over the water. So, if we go to a 20-mile lake or a 20-mile section of the ocean, there has to be 293 foot of curvature over that distance because of the size of the globe and because of gravity. You can't have no curvature. Excuse me 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can't have no curvature over that distance and have the Earth as a globe at the same time. It's impossible. Okay, so we can go to
Yeah.
these large bodies of water, and we've done this hundreds, if not thousands of times now, and we can't find any curvature, and we can't find any globe earthers that can present us any empirical evidence of any curvature. So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Now, the sky could work in a way that we can't even comprehend, right? There's so much crazy stuff going on up in the sky. It's like a big giant electromagnetic soup, for lack of a better term, right? We don't know what medium is going on up there. You know, there could be some type of kaleidoscope effect taking place. Who knows? I'm just speculating, right? We don't know.
You know, my point for asking that question was that, you know, this question really doesn't matter much, but I'm just curious that if what you said, that all the things that happening in the skies doesn't really matter much because whatever is happening above the flat Earth. So I'm just curious, like, why so much like conspiracy theory happens after that trip? Because, you know, not just 3 or 4 flat earthers who went to Antarctica, but lots and lots of flat earthers were actually trying so hard to say that no, it was fake, it was manipulated, it was green screen and stuff. See what I mean? I mean, just
Because they have just like the globe earthers defend so hard against the globe, these flat earthers have spent many years investing their time and energy into believing in a particular worldview that had a bunch of assumptions, right? So they wholeheartedly believed that this is the flat Earth map, right? And that debunked, right? Well, not only just the map, right? The map along with the way that the sun and the moon work, right? A lot of their arguments revolve around that particular model. Okay, and they're trying to save their bullshit. They're trying to save their belief system that they had, and you know, they're coping. They're coping. That's what I'm going to put it down to. Also, there are some anomalies in the footage, right? There's some inconsistencies, some anomalies in the details of the footage. I'll grant them that. But at the end of the day, like, I haven't seen any solid arguments that it was fake, right? I've seen trash arguments. And yeah, it's just people trying to hold on to this particular model that I've posted in the side chat there. That's what it is. And like I said earlier, I'm not even saying that I know it was completely as it was presented. Right? There could have been some deception behind it, but we need to have that evidence, solid evidence, before we can make that claim. Yeah, so there's some good videos that go over some inconsistencies about it that, you know, they make some good arguments. So it's something that we don't know for sure. We don't know exactly how the sky works in the southern hemisphere or in the northern hemisphere. Okay, we can just observe what we're seeing in the sky, but the mechanism, the medium, the distance, a whole bunch of unknowns are still a possibility. We don't know what's going on. What we have tested over and over and over and over again is that there's no curvature and there's no evidence of any curvature. And these things, right, a lot of the sky observations make more sense on a globe because the globe was created from observing the sky. Okay, the globe came from mapping out the sky as a celestial sphere into a coordinate system and then converting that sky coordinate system into what is now known as the globe Earth. Right, so they inverted the sky and turned it into a conceptual ground, and that's what they tell people that we live on. That there's no evidence of that. It's just philosophical, mathematical, conceptual, not actual.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you right there, but you're basically saying that no matter the shape of the skies, the behavior of the like sun, whatever the magic is happening right there, as we have some very solid measurements and numbers and observations, nothing can actually, you know, uh, disapprove it. Okay, so because they are actually solid, they are numbers, they are observations. I'm just asking a question. I don't know if this question is right or wrong or even makes sense. But if somehow you, okay, rent a spaceship, buy a spaceship or something, and like go so far in the sky, and somehow, God forbidden, okay, I'm not saying it's the case. Somehow you just witness that, yeah, the Earth is round. You still can't believe your eyes. Am I right? Because you have measures. See what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, if you
if you measure the surface to be flat over and over again, you know, going up in the sky, you know, you need to take certain things into account, right? Like the fact that you see in a circle. Okay, you see this if you look around 360 degrees, you see the same distance in every direction. So that might look like some Earth curvature, but it's not. It's just the fact that you can see the same distance in every direction. You have a circle of vision. You have a circular horizon. Even though it's flat, it's still circular. Right?
I'm
Like if you
just
go out
saying,
if you yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Look, this is the thing, right? So I know you're not meaning to do it, but this is called an appeal to the future fallacy, where it's like, oh, maybe in the future, if you get to go up high enough and you see the globe. If I went
yeah.
high enough and I saw the Earth was a globe, okay, cool. All right, the Earth's a globe. But the thing is, right, no one's done that. Okay, and the only people that have claimed to go up high enough to see the globe is the Apollo astronauts over 50 years ago. And we've been over
I'm
that
sorry. I'm sorry to
fakery.
cut you. I'm sorry to cut you right there. I'm sorry
Yeah,
for
you're
being
right.
disrespectful or something. I just
No.
wanted to. You just said that if I go high enough with a spaceship, you know, if you had lots of money and somehow seen the globe, okay, you would say that, okay, cool, Earth is a globe. You know, you would admit it. Am I right?
Yeah.
But you also, in previous sentences, said that because we have measurements, solid measurements, no matter what the observation is, we have actually measured the Earth to be flat. So your
Yeah. So that would trump, right? That would trump the measurements because you would be so far away from the Earth and you would see a globe from space, right? Kind of like the images that NASA shows us from space, right? If you went up high enough, you could see the whole globe like that. What obviously there was something else going on when it came to the measurements that you know defies logic, right? But you're
so
seeing
so
the Earth as a globe, right? But nobody's ever, you can't validate that that's even possible to do. Okay, so
yeah.
what you're doing is fallacious right now because you're saying what if you went up to an impossible place and saw the Earth as a globe. Now you can't even go up that high legally. Okay, so there's something
Yeah.
called
I
the
just want to make a
international.
point. I just want to make a
Hold on.
point.
There's something called the International Space Treaty. Okay, it prevents people privately from going up or even sending anything up past a certain height or filming past a certain height. Great, and then no one's done that you can confirm, right? So you can't even confirm space exists in the first place. So I'm just granting you your hypothetical scenario, right? That if I was magically up in an impossible space vacuum looking at a ball from space, yeah, I couldn't deny that, but that's impossible, right? Like,
Yeah. I just want to make a
you know,
point. I just want to make a point. I'm not saying that it is possible to like go beyond the Earth and observe the Earth either. That's not my point. I'm saying that you just said that. Please let me like 20 seconds to make my point, if possible. You just said that if I go far enough with a spaceship or whatever, and see the curvature and actually the globe Earth, I would admit that Earth, yeah, cool, it's globe. Okay. You also said in previous sentences that as we have solid measurements, there's nothing that can actually debunk it because those are solid
no, I didn't say
measurements.
that. That's not what I said. You twisted what I said. What I said
Oh,
was looking at the sky and making assumptions about the sky, right? Looking up at the sky from the Earth, right? And looking at the way some lights are moving in the sky doesn't counter the observations.
No, forget about the skies. Forget about 24
No, I didn't say
hours,
nothing.
or-
I didn't say nothing, right? So you strawmanned me, right? You twisted what I said, and you said not. You've changed what I said now to imagining that I said nothing at all, right? That could possibly happen.
Yeah.
Could
Okay.
could
Sorry if I
debunk the
did.
measurement. So I'm saying, but your previous argument was looking at the sky, right? It doesn't debunk the actual empirical evidence that we have from the ground, right? That was my argument, that looking at the sky, there's no way that looking at the lights on the roof are going to change the fact that your floor is flat, right? You can measure the floor flat, right? If you want to present some unrealistic hypothetical scenario, sure. Like this is how ridiculous what you said was. Okay, I can measure my floor of my house. Okay, in the room that I'm in right now, I can measure my floor and it's flat. Okay, and I got some lights on the ceiling. Hold on, let me finish. I got some lights on the ceiling of my roof. Okay, I'm looking at the lights. There's nothing that the lights on my ceiling can do to convince me that my floor is not flat, because I just measured it. I can see that it's flat. I measured it to be flat. Okay, it's obviously flat. Okay, there's some lights on the roof. That's not going to change the fact that I've measured my floor. Now, if you want to introduce some magical scenario where I go up into some sky magic on my roof and I see my floor as a globe, in some magical, unrealistic scenario like you presented, would I then believe that my floor is not flat? Sure. In your magical, hypothetical, unrealistic, unobtainable scenario, sure, I would have to admit that, right? But your scenario, your premise was stupid. And
Okay,
you tried to strawman me there. I don't appreciate
I'm
that.
sorry if I'm sorry if I
Can we
twisted your
also
question. I
talk?
didn't mean to.
Well,
Let me just ask you this question
Hold
and
on,
call it a day.
Mason. Wait a
because
second,
other
man.
people- Yeah. So let me ask you that question in another way. So,
Mm-hmm.
if is there any percent chance, for example, 1% or like even less, for that measurements to be wrong?
For the measurements to be wrong.
To the measurements that you used to prove the flat floor?
Well, I guess there could be something that is out of my comprehension, right? Something that, something that, like an unknown, that I can't even comprehend in my brain, right? Like, look, think about it this way: if I measure you to be 6 foot tall, and I measure you over and over again, right? You're 6 foot tall, 6 foot tall, 6 foot tall. Measured you 1,000 times. Is there any way you might not be 6 foot tall?
No.
No?
No.
Really, no other way, possible way. It's pretty difficult, isn't it? What if I went up to into an imaginary, impossible vantage point and looked back at you, and you were actually just flat. You weren't even around. You weren't even human shaped. You were just flat, right? See, I've just presented an absurd scenario like you did. Doesn't make any sense. So it's not fair to do that, right? So you can't even. So you're just saying, what if I go up into this imaginary space vacuum that's not even been proven to exist in the first place, and see the Earth as a globe, right? So in the imaginary scenario, sure, like how can you deny that, right? But then this is the problem, right? You saw it as a globe, then you're going to come back down into reality, and you're going to measure it as flat again, and it's not going to conform with that globe that you just that you invented in this make-believe scenario, right? Like I'm going to come back down. I'm going to come back down from this make-believe scenario. I'm going to see you're a human again. You're not actually a flat object on the floor, right? So that was a ridiculous scenario that I even suggested, right? It never happened. It's never going to happen. You're never going to be flat. You're just going to be human-shaped. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous questioning.
No, I just mean.
Would you agree with my premise, though? Would you agree with what I said, that if there's no Earth curvature, it doesn't matter what's happening in the sky, right? The floor's still going to be flat.
Can we stick to the 6 foot tall shape of me first, if possible? Then we reach that point. Yeah.
Sure.
First of all, I have a request from you that let's keep it like sentence to sentence, because you say lots of sentences and it's hard for me to answer all of them. So measurement, I think, is different from points of view and scale. See what I mean? No matter in how many ways you measure me, I'm still 0.2, right? You know, that's different from the angle or like the scale.
Okay, how?
I mean, it doesn't matter with what kind of tool you measure me. Okay, I'm still 6.2 foot tall. Okay, like
Okay.
if you go like I don't know 1 kilometer further behind me and measure me, you must calculate the like angle and the scale to measure me. See what I mean? So the measurement is still maintains the same no matter the point of view.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's do it this way. Okay, so we all experience the Earth as flat, right? And we experience a body of water as flat. Okay, we can put a water level or a spirit level over the surface of a body of water. It's going to show that it's completely flat. Okay, when we do larger scale observations, it's not quite as accurate, but there's still no evidence that it's curving at a huge rate like it must. Okay, so we have an axiom here. We have a base reality that we all experience. It fits with long distance observations. It fits with fluid dynamics. It fits with logic and common sense. Okay, and there's no evidence to the contrary. Okay, so if you want to make a crazy claim that the Earth's actually curving, then you're the one, you have the burden of proof. You have the burden of proof. Don't stick the burden of proof on us just because we've actually gone out and validated and confirmed our claim, right? That we can't find any curvature. Right? That doesn't mean we have the burden of proof. You guys don't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe in the first place. You guys have to make up hypothetical scenarios. Or what if you went up into Narnia and saw it's a globe, right? You're not presenting any evidence that it is a globe, right? All your arguments are like, oh, what about the sun? What about something in the sky? What if you went up to an impossible space vacuum and saw it as a globe? You're not presenting any empirical evidence. I can present empirical evidence all day, every day that just destroys the globe, right? Where you guys don't have a single shred of evidence.
Yeah, first of all, I'm neutral at this point. Okay, I'm not even trying to.
No, I know, bro. I mean, when I say you, I just mean globe earthers.
Yeah. And yeah, I didn't even bring like globe Earth or flat Earth.
No, I think Muhammad, I like
was...
you, bro. I'm not having a dig at you personally. I think you're a good guy, and you come in here, you seem like you're in good faith, and don't take offense when I say you people or something like that.
Yeah, you seem so respectful too. I really appreciate that. I was just curious about that if these measurements like could be like inaccurate because due to what I have learned, measurements, no matter what is the point of view, no matter the angle, are always accurate. See what I mean? Like a 100% fact. That's what I was accurate. So I was just curious that, okay, if I'm like discussing with a flat earther, can I debunk his measurement or no? He will just say, then what about these measurements? Are you say that these measurements are not right? And that was I was curious about.
Yeah, we're not using these observations necessarily as we're saying that this is 100% proof of a flat Earth, right? These are generally presented as testing the globe. Okay, we already have the axiom, which is the flat stationary Earth. That's what everyone experiences. We're testing the globe with these observations. That's specifically what we're doing here. These are horizon tests and curvature tests, and they fail every single time.
I see.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different, right? It's not like there's like we're not making hyper-specific claims with the tests. Okay, we're saying that there should be 300 foot of curvature here and there's 0. Okay, that's a huge discrepancy. We're not saying that the observation perfectly accounts for every single variable throughout from point A to point B, right? Because we can have pockets of hot air, cold air, all sorts of different factors that can, cause the light to act in a certain way, right? But none of those potential factors are going to make it look completely flat, right? And hide 300 foot of curvature consistently.
Yeah, just to call it a day. First of all, I want to appreciate you because in the previous session you told me about this. Actually, I bring it up. I brought this 24-hour Antarctica. Oh my god! And I went and researched about it. I request you that you give me another, for example, one of your measurements about the flat Earth, so I can go and have some research about it, if possible.
Sorry, you want some information about what? Say that one last time, sorry.
You said due to your measurements, actually the globe Earth doesn't make sense. See what I mean? So I want you to actually give me one of those measurements to go and have a research about it.
Oh, sure. So you want like a series of laser tests and long distance observations that you can go over the videos and check them? Is that what you want?
I mean, please keep it like limited and not that comprehensive. See what I mean? Just a few proofs, for me to and go and have some research about them.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Because personally, I thought myself, because I use ChatGPT and internet and stuff, and I thought that this whole 24-hour sun was a very valid proof, but certainly it didn't make the discussion purposeful. So maybe, I could have better knowledge about this field.
Sure.
But I think I got a conclusion from this discussion, due to your statements, that is measurements, no matter the topic is, whether is it, I don't know, veganism, whether is it globe Earth or whatever, measurements have the chance to be inaccurate and have a chance to be debunked. It's not like, for example, 2 and 2 is 4. They actually have a chance to be inaccurate.
Well, they're not hyper-specific claims. Okay, so they don't have a chance that they can be explained and the Earth is actually a globe. That's what they don't have, right? You can't say that because of a tiny, right? We're not making a specific claim with the measurements. Okay, we're showing you that there's hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature missing, right? And there is no explanation for that.
No, you literally said that due to these measurements, globe Earth is nonsense. Am I right?
The globe is nonsense, right? The globe is debunked. There's no debate that the Earth is actually a globe. Yeah, that's out the window. Okay.
So
now other actual tests, even like point of the test, right, is to test for the curvature that must be there. Right? We're not saying that like if a globe Earth goes out and they want to make a test and say this matches the curvature of the Earth, that's a hyper-specific claim.
Hey.
Hold on a second, Edmi.
Hey.
Okay, so our tests are not claimed to be perfect measurements. Right?
Yeah.
That's not what we're claiming. That's not the purpose of the tests. Right? It doesn't leave any possibility for the Earth to be a globe, though.
Oh no.
Oh, you mean there is not even 1% chance for the globe to be
DJ.
the Earth to be
No,
globe, right?
not
No
one,
matter
not
the
one.
corruption of NASA, no matter of the magics happening in the skies, there is literally 0% chance for the Earth to be globe. Am I right?
Correct.
So then, I'm sorry for the circle jerk. Why did you say that our measurements are not perfect?
Right, because we're not making a specific claim with the measurements.
No, you are saying that the globe Earth doesn't make sense.
Yeah. You can't just because the measurement isn't a perfect measurement, right? That doesn't mean that the globe Earth could still be a possibility, right? Like if you said that you're 1 foot tall, if you told me you're 1 foot tall,
yeah,
okay, and then I measure you and you're 6 foot tall, then there's no possibility that you're actually 1 foot tall. It's impossible, right? Now my measurement might not be perfect. Right, but
No,
there's not
I
a
mean-
chance. There's not a chance that you could possibly be 1 foot tall. Right, because you just made a ridiculous claim, right? You've said you're 1 foot tall. I've measured you. You're approximately 6 foot tall. Okay, so you can't be 1 foot tall.
So, no,
Right,
I'm
you
just
don't
trying
even
to
have to
use
complete
your
the
logic.
measurement. All you have to do is start at your feet, extend the tape measure up to 1 foot, and if there's more of you above that, you're not 1 foot.
No. Let me answer him first,
Good
with
point.
all due respect. You just said we do not do any claims, okay?
No, I
But
didn't.
you.
No, I didn't.
So
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I said we're not making hyper-specific claims with the test that we're doing, right? We're testing for, say, each scenario, right? There should be a particular amount of curvature present. Okay, if you say that there should be 300 foot of curvature on the globe over this distance, and there's 0, right? It doesn't have to be perfectly precise because it's impossible for it to be perfectly precise, right? We're not making a claim that this is like a perfect measurement where every single possible factor has been accounted for between point A and point B because it's constantly changing. Every split second it changes. So it's literally impossible to make it perfectly accurate. Okay? But if you're claiming that you're 1 foot tall, right, and I measure you and you're more than 1 foot tall, way more than 1 foot tall, orders of magnitude taller than 1 foot tall, you can't be 1 foot tall, right? And if there's no curvature where there should be 300 foot, it's the same example. It's the same thing. Now, what you're doing right now is you're kind of like using what we call mental gymnastics to try to cope with this argument that you can't argue against.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, so I won't just exhaust you anymore. Just whenever you had the time and opportunity, I would bring me some measurements and stuff to, like, for me to have a research about. Yeah,
Okay,
and
so
I appreciate
there's
you.
a great observation in the side chat there. Dr. John D.
Okay.
Very smart guy. He's a PhD. Okay, he explains things very well in this hour and 15-minute video. He goes over all of the technical details of the observation. Okay, now you didn't want too much, right? Because like I said, I have unlimited amounts of empirical evidence to show you. But here's a second one, okay? So that's a technical observation. Okay, and now we're going to get even way more technical than that. Okay, so this is a group of field engineers called FE Core. Okay, and they conducted a series of laser tests. You may have heard about this already. Okay, but here is something that will take you some time to study. Okay, we have a 180-page PDF document that goes over all of the technical details. And there's also a documentary there, right? A visual documentary to take you through exactly what they did, step by step. Okay, so there's 2 things. I don't want to overload you with too many. If you want more after you study those 2, or if you have a rebuttal to those, feel free to come back and we'll go over it. Or if you want more than that, let me know. I got a whole list.
I would have rather like more limited facts and stuff, but still, yeah, I appreciate it.
Well, these are. I mean, you want something that's less technical? You want something that's more limited? I mean, we
No,
can
no,
get
not just like
simple with it if you
less
want.
technical. I mean, for example, like the thing I brought out on the table today. I mean, it was a very limited and not that complicated stuff. So, but yeah, I
Oh,
thought the same.
okay. So the Dr. John D one, it's not complicated. Okay, so there should be a horizon at 2.23 miles. Sorry, 2.29 miles. Okay, on a globe, there has to be a geometric horizon at 2.29 miles from a 3.5 foot observation height. Has to be there. It's not there. Right? There's no sign of it. It doesn't exist. It's not there. Right? We can just see flat water all the way out past 14 miles. Okay, that debunks the globe. Just there. Very simple. Horizon test. Right? Characteristic that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? Isn't there. That's impossible. It has to be there. Right? Like if you tell me that you have a unicorn in your garage, and I just go out to your garage and I look in your garage and there's not a unicorn there. So you don't have a unicorn in your garage, bro. Okay, that debunks your unicorn theory. Same thing. Very simple.
I see.
Yeah. It has to be there. Right, this diagram is very important. Have a look at this diagram. Right, so I'm gonna just super simple argument right here. Okay, 1 second, just uploading this. Okay, this is what a geometric horizon is on a globe. It's a physical property of the globe. It has to be there. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance. Okay, and you can see the diagram. Okay, so now let's go to Washington University. All right, so I'm just going to pull something up from Washington University. Okay, so we have how Washington University has a PDF document on how you calculate the distance to the horizon. Okay, so according to the .edu Washington University presentation, okay, I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm just opening up the PDF now, and I'm going to post a screenshot. So here we go. Okay, so this is the distance that the horizon would have to be on a globe, right, according to subject matter experts on the globe side. Okay, it's basic geometry, but here you go. Okay, so from a 5-foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles. From a 10-foot observation height, the horizon would be 3.8 miles. From a 20-foot observation height, the horizon would be 5.4 miles. Okay, so let's have a look at an observation now with an observation height that's known. Okay, so here's Dr. John D taking his P900 camera to the shoreline and placing it on a tripod at 3.5 foot height. Okay, he's looking out at a wind farm. The wind farm's 11.2 miles away. We can see that there's no horizon where it must be on a globe. Right? In fact, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. That physical geometric horizon, as presented in the diagram above, isn't there. It's not there. It's never there. It doesn't exist. The curvature doesn't exist. Prove me wrong. Right? This observation debunks the globe, and there's hundreds and hundreds of these. And this is the great thing. You can go and do this yourself. You can go and double check this, right? You don't have to have faith. You don't have to believe it. You could say this is all CGI if you want, because you can go and do it yourself.
No, it's not CGI. It's not CGI. But can't we just give this explanation to the last picture, to the last GIF, that the Earth is actually too big? I mean, so big.
No, because that debunks gravity. Okay, so to have gravity, the Earth has to be the size that they tell us. It also debunks everything. All right, so we're challenging the heliocentric model. That's what we're testing here. Okay, so it debunks everything. Everything relies. everything. Okay, so this would mean that the radius of the Earth, instead of being 3,559 miles, right? The radius of the Earth would be many hundreds of thousands of miles. It would be so big that all of the continents, right, that they tell us, right, they would all have to be on one tiny little section of the giant globe that you're talking about. Okay, and then how it just doesn't work, right? The distance from the North Pole to the South Pole, the distance from Australia to England, all of these things, all of a sudden, all of these things are torn up. All of space travel has to be fake, right? Because it all relies on the radius value, all of the distance to the sun. Okay, gravity, relativity, the distance to everything, right? The orbital motion of the stars and planet, all of that relies on the radius value being correct.
But what
So
if you don't
the
know
entire
much
model's
about
debunked,
gravity?
and now you have an Earth that's so big, right, that it just looks flat everywhere. So now you've got a new problem. What evidence do you have that it's a bigger globe? And that's an even bigger problem, right? Because we're not detecting any Earth curvature. So at this point, we have an infinite radius sphere. What's an infinite radius sphere? A flat surface.
I mean, isn't it the same case as you just mentioned? Because you just said you as a flat earther don't know what exactly is happening in the skies. So maybe scientists would say the same. They would say that we don't know what exactly gravity is, right?
That's what they do say. They have no idea what gravity is. They say we don't know what it is. Next question. You know, they have
No,
no idea.
They have
No.
explanation for gravity, but they say that there might be some behavior from the gravity that we cannot explain. See what I
No,
mean?
they
That's
don't
the
say
same
that.
point of view of you.
They say we have no idea what gravity is. We have no idea where gravity comes from, but we can calculate for it. We can observe the effects of it. We can measure with it. We can measure with it. But what is it? Where does it come from? They have no idea. This is what they say. They admit that they don't know. Right? It's something that has to be there to have this heliocentric model. Okay, so if you want to have the heliocentric model, if you want to have the globe, right, the radius value is baked into to gravity. To have gravity, you need to have the 3959 mile globe. This observation debunks that claim. It debunks gravity. It debunks the globe.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to have a 3959 mile radius to have gravity, as gravity is defined in the globe model.
Yeah, I've seen it. Just as my last question, I'm sorry if I exhaust you too much. You said that it's kind of, if I heard it right, you said that it's impossible to go so far in the skies and actually see the ground. I mean, you said such a thing like that.
This is what I said. I said there's something called the International Space Treaty. It's actually a bunch of different things, right? You can look it up. The IST, right? International Space Treaty. I can give you some more information about it if you want, right? So it's actually illegal for anyone to launch anything up past a certain height, or for anyone to actually go up past a certain height, or for anyone to film anything past a certain height up in the air. That's why nobody has ever independently launched a rocket or a satellite into space, right? You have to jump through a bunch of hoops, and you have to get all of these permits. Okay, you can't just freely do it. You can't freely do your own testing, right? Same with our satellites. No one's ever independently launched a satellite into space, right? You have to go through NASA, or you have to go through a government-approved rocket program and hitch a ride, right? Hitchhike a ride for your device, which you don't have control over after you've sent it up there. Okay, no one's independently gone up.
Yeah, just to understand, you by illegal you mean by the government, right?
Yeah, it's illegal by international treaty. International treaty.
International treaty. That's let me search it. International. You know, I was just
International Space
curious
Treaty.
that
I can give you some information about it. I'm just trying to pull it up.
Space treaty. What is it? I mean,
Well, I'll give you some information about it in a second.
yeah. That's not my point. I just was curious. So if the government and this International Space Treaty, whatever it is, has made it illegal to launch rockets and spaceships and stuff, so I mean that's so ridiculous. So how they themselves confirm that? Yeah, we had launched like rockets and satellites over the Earth. I don't get it.
Well, it's illegal to do it without the permission. Just like it's illegal to travel beyond 60 degrees south without permission. They can do it, right? But you can't do it. They can do it, but you can't do it. And then you have to trust them because you can't check. Make sense?
I see. So you mean you as a person do not have the like confirmation from them to
Like how the Vatican
go
has
beyond.
the archives under the Vatican, right? They have the access to all of that information, but you're not allowed, right? You're not allowed to come and look at it, right? They have it, right? They're allowed to check. They're allowed to have all of that information, but you're not allowed to come and confirm it, right? They can tell you we have this and we have that and it says this and that, right? But you can't confirm any of that. You just have to trust what they're telling you.
Right.
Same.
Or like the Smithsonian, right? Did you know, like, just for example, right? Did you know even people qualified in paleontology, they have to submit a request for a bone sample of a dinosaur? They can't just rock up at the museum or the Smithsonian Institute and say, I'm going in to have a look and take a sample. They don't even get to see where the sample came from. Right? It's a similar thing, right? Yet somehow we live in a democracy where apparently we voted these people in and told them to control us and tell us what to do, restrict our movements, watch our every move. Crazy, right?
Governments made it illegal to independently go to space through the International Space Treaty created in the 60s. The treaty was written by the same nations that control all high-altitude rocket and activity today. It gives government full authority over every launch, flight corridor, and so-called space boundary. No private person is allowed to fire a rocket past certain altitudes without state approval, and approval is never given unless the mission is run by the same agencies that police the sky. That is why everyday so-called private space agencies is actually state-supervised, state-licensed, and state-monitored. Not a single independent person has ever sent a rocket, a satellite, or a human anywhere near the claimed heights, because the moment you get too high, you are intercepted, shut down, or simply not allowed to launch in the first place. All launches people hear about come from the same controlled pads with the same oversight under the same legal system that prevents anyone verifying anything for themselves. This is how the system was built, and that's why nobody outside approved circles has ever gone high enough to challenge it. The International Space Treaty was signed in 1967, and it is the core legal barrier that locks down all high-altitude activity. Technically, it's called the Outer Space Treaty, and it created a framework where nations, not individuals, control everything above national airspace.
I'm sorry, I searched it on the Google and a graphic showed up. Um, can you be a little more specific? Because is it an institute or something? Because what you said, I googled and a graphic showed up, like a 3D model of international space.
Yeah, just a second. I'll grab you some information about that. There you go. There's some information about it. There's also a Department of Defense link as well to it.
Yeah, I was calling him a Kool-Aid drinker. I'm like, because he was like some sort of like government space business liaison, so he's also into the political aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like he's got his fingers in all of it. Like he's not at the like the engineering stuff. He's at the like the evangelizing the government crossover. Because
wow.
I was like,
I find it stranger that he's here. Then that makes it weird. Being he's just an evangelizer for space.
He said something like, "You can't do that in space. That's illegal." Like, how are they going to stop me? Like, they don't have no jurisdiction in space. And he's like, "Well, you're a citizen of that country, and you got to like, dude." It was, dude. The conversation is just so crazy because we covered so many different aspects of like the whole outer space, from the government to the military aspect, and how everybody's like, well, there's 127 space agencies, so like da da da. But then on the other hand, all that shit's inaccessible, you know.
Yeah.
So it's like this same old thing, right? They talk out of one side of their mouth, but they do another.
Yeah.
Right. If we really wanted to know what's really going on, that aspect would never be accessible. It'd be black box, right? Because we'd have to be in the military aspect.
Yeah, of course. You need special clearances and stuff as well.
Yeah, exactly. And he's controlled by ITAR, right? So his technology, which is the International Trafficking of Arms Regulations, so restrictions. So even he said his the fort he works on is restricted. Is a ITAR restricted section where like normal employees can't go because ITAR. You keep violate ITAR, you're in deep fucking doo doo. It's a crime. So it's simultaneously, there's 127 space agencies and 400,000 employees on NASA. How could they all be lying? And all he did was support our, the contention that they don't know anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
We don't have any access to the actual information, which would go one way or another. Yeah,
you can glean pieces of information from people like him. It's good. Probably sounds like a good conversation. Yeah.
He's got contacts or whatever. What he's saying, like, we can go to Ames and I know people there and we can run around and we can touch the rockets. Basically, what he's saying is we can look at all them building it and like, you know, I mean, it's I was very entertained by it.
Was this in here or in politics?
It was on politics. No, it was in here actually. As a matter
No,
of
it was
fact,
in here.
It was in here. It was a few mornings ago.
Trying to remember which server he frequented. So it is this one. That's cool.
He's in politics though, but he was here.
Oh, was he? Oh, okay.
In the middle, he's like, I gotta get my flu shot in 10 minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're like, what?
Okay.
I wonder why he's popping up now.
How do you mean?
Did he come back alive?
He hasn't been back, man. So okay, no, I don't know.
Oh, send it a search party.
They got an autism section in the mental hospital.
Of course.
T-Dub, you were here that morning.
Was I active? I don't know. I might not have
You
been.
talked for a little bit. Well, at the beginning of so when I pulled the video, you were talking at the beginning of it. So we were talking about
okay.
The level thing. Remember the freaking the level diagrams, like the canals and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, that day. Yeah, I think you might have left. Yeah.
Speak there.
Oh, sorry. Did I talk over you or something? Sorry about that.
No, you just did like a spazzy impression right after I spoke. I was like, oh, my mic must be muffled like shit or something.
No, I was talking about the guy that went to get the flu shot.
Oh, okay, right.
Like right in the middle of the conversation, it's like, I'll be back in 10 minutes and go and get a flu shot. I'm like, what?
Isn't Josh the guy who always makes excuses at the end of his conversation as to why he leaves?
Josh? He's the freaking Amazon dude.
Really?
Amazon satellite dude? That dude?
Yeah. I know the guy you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah, he does make excuses to leave all the time.
Oh yeah. He was in here earlier actually. Yeah. Well, probably about 5 hours ago.
He only talks to us on short windows, you know. He has available during like commuting, whatnot.
We got him for like a couple hours, man. At least 2 hours he was in here. Because he didn't go into work because Amazon was laying a bunch of people off. And he didn't want to go in there and deal with the freaking wreckage of watching people bring their belongings out of the building or something. So he was out here running around getting flu shots and, you know, getting cooked by us because it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why a personality like that is showing up now.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. Just look at his resume on his LinkedIn, and you really wonder. Oh, if you listen to it and how he got his jobs, it's very. He said he hasn't applied for any of his jobs. That people have just called him and been like, "Hey, you want a job at NASA?" And he goes over it in the little freaking podcast I made. He goes over all this. Dude, it's something that like I can talk about it in parts, but it's something that has to be listed about in totality.
Yeah.
And then think about like what this dude just said in totality, and how fucked up everything he said is. It's just a jigsaw puzzle where the pieces just don't fit together, man. And I think probably at the end, I think that he was like, man, some of these jigsaw Dude, the space pills, man. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I haven't even heard Globers claim that. Regular Globers.
That they're making pills in space and sending them back to Earth.
Yeah, I haven't heard that.
Are they dick pills? How do you even do the clinical trials on those? You don't have enough pills. Anyway, so what else I asked? I asked him about like who's responsible for the pay? Who's responsible for the who's liable if the rocket blows up? Is it SpaceX? Is it their payload? Who has to pay? And then we start like, he's like, well, it's insurance companies. Like, who the fuck would insure that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what insurance company's gonna insure that shit?
Hey, India.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm a Globarter. You wanna try and convert me?
No.
Why not?
I'm not in the conversion business, dude.
You're not in the conversion business.
You need to convert yourself.
He's been talking to too many space evangelists. That's what it is.
Yeah, I know. Why would I try to convert you?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd just be like them, right? I would just be like, hey, believe me. And then you, just like the same reason you believe the goal because somebody told it to you and you just believe them. Then I would I would just replace them with me. Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, well,
I'm trying to brainwash you to think for yourself, brother, not to follow me.
I get that, but like I did like astrophoto, but because like
photo of what?
Astrophoto, like taking pictures of the stars, and like I don't know how a flat Earth would work with that, like the stars perfectly aligning with like a globe model.
Want to know what? So here's another question you should ask yourself: how does the globe model work with a flat Earth?
How does a globe model work with a flat Earth?
So you're wondering about how the stars would work over a flat Earth. We're wondering how the globe model works at all, considering the Earth is measured flat.
But like the Earth isn't measured flat. You can just see
it is.
both.
So it certainly
But
is.
you can. How can you see like boats, curve and like disappear?
You see boats curve?
Yeah, you see them. No, you don't see them curve. You just go. You see them go over the horizon or like under the horizon. How does that work?
Well, do you live by the ocean?
I've went there.
You've
before.
never seen this for yourself, right?
I've seen. There's a beach.
Seen videos here and there. Yeah, I'm sure you see like 10, maybe 20 videos. This is not a common occurrence.
I've seen it.
Hold on, bro. I live by the ocean. I'm like literally a mile away from the ocean right now. I have never seen this ever. In fact, I've seen a ship sail 30 miles away and still be visible 30 miles away.
But I've seen them disappear.
Not with your eyes. You've seen videos.
Yeah, honestly,
and you ask, how does it happen? And I just told you, typically there's an inferior mirage right at the horizon that makes it so you can't see the bottom of it because you can't see through the inferior mirage. What you'll see is kind of like a little mirrored section that's a really thin mirrored section at the horizon.
Am I wrong? Yo. The Earth might actually be a flat or whatever. I don't
flat.
really know.
We don't need to rely on just looking at a boat and just going. And I should also tell you that we can replicate this on a surface that we know is flat. The same visual thing, right? So, say the globe horizon is 2,600 feet away. That's like, I don't know, freaking 700 meters or something, right? And you take a camera and you put it really close to the water. And you use a lake, which isn't that far, right? So say the lake is 100 meters across. Right.
Yeah.
But the horizon's supposed to be 700 meters away, right? So it can't be Earth curve blocking any boat or anything. Well, we can observe. You take a miniature RC boat and sail it across. You'll see a horizon and little boat disappear behind it, the same way. But in that distance, a distance that short, it can't possibly be the curve of the Earth doing it.
Like, yeah,
Because the
I
lake
gotta
is
test
only
this for
100
myself.
meters long.
I gotta test this for myself, bro.
Yeah, you should.
That's crazy,
Look,
though.
bro, listen, don't take my word for anything at all. Test
Yeah,
it
I
for
get
yourself,
you.
dude. Like, I'm dead serious. You could test this. Just find a very short lake, right? Get like a little remote controlled boat or something, and you could just look. But you don't even need the remote controlled boat. Just get a short lake that's shorter than where the horizon distance should be, and see if you see a horizon on the water, because there should be no horizon there if the horizon is the curve of the Earth. You understand? If it's the curve of the Earth, and the curve of the Earth should be 1,000 feet away, there's no way you should see a horizon at 500 feet away. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I get you, but like, yeah, I guess you are. Well, I don't. I'm not a scientist or anything, but
I'm
it
just
does
saying
kind of make
I
sense.
wouldn't rely on that. Right? That's an interesting observation, but that's not like proof of a flat Earth or proof of a globe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is actual measuring the surface of the Earth, not just looking at it. Right?
Yeah, you know what actually kind of at one point why this kind of actually made sense to me. It's because of Antarctica. Like no one lets us go there for whatever reason, or like anyone actually, for that matter.
Well, they don't want you to
And,
destroy the environment.
Yeah, no,
That's
I
what
get
they
that, but
say.
like,
Well, think about
but
what's
like,
the environment that they don't want destroyed, right? It's the coldest place on Earth. There's no plant, there's no animals, there's nothing there. It doesn't snow, it doesn't freaking do anything. It's just like a frozen wasteland that no one can live in, and they don't want you to destroy it. How can
but
it get worse?
apparently,
Like literally, how could it get worse already? There's no plants or animals there. How can you destroy something?
I mean, yeah, it's
What is
kind of
it?
impossible
You
for
gonna kill the
anyone to live
ice?
there. Yeah.
Like, what are you gonna do to the ice, dude? Is the ice like?
I bet there's answers for this.
Well, let's get back to the measurements, right? So tests have been done so I'll just give you one example of a laser test that was done in the Netherlands. This is a lake like IJsselmeer. It's a saltwater lake they blocked off the ocean and turned the bay into a lake. So some people some engineers took a laser,
yeah,
and they shined it across this lake to multiple distances. And they did it a couple times, like 3 weeks apart. So the height of the laser above the water is like 1.92 meters, which is 10 feet. They shine the laser 40 kilometers. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So at that distance, if you go from that 10-foot end of the laser to the other end, the globe Earth should be curved away from the laser and be under it 127 meters. Okay?
Yeah.
But when they did this test, they measured the laser height at 1.5 meters. It's a
Yeah,
big difference, right? 127 versus 1.5 is a big difference.
I mean, I feel like it's still not evidence, right? It could be faked, and I feel like it's more difficult to like.
They did it again 2-3 weeks later. It's all films, documented. There's a report, all that stuff. And that's not the only one. That's just one that I know, and the reason I used it is because I know the values in meters, right? So the only way you should have seen this laser is if you're standing on top of a 42-story building, which is pretty tall building, right?
It's pretty tall.
Yeah. They saw it at the level of the lake.
Huh.
Okay. So this is just one test. So these people actually they were doing that was like their 5th test that they did. They'd done them every year, probably starting in like 2015. And Globe Earthers were like, "No, you did it wrong. You're supposed to do this. You're supposed to do that." So then next year they would approve the test, and improve the test, and improve the test, and improve the test. So in 2019 or 2018, they got a powerful enough laser. They engineered a aiming device because it's really hard to aim 40 kilometers away. It's freaking difficult because even if you move the laser a tiny bit. So it took a while to get up the resources to get the proper equipment where you could actually do the test. So It wasn't. This isn't just like someone taking a handheld laser and shining it across a lake.
Yeah.
These are actual engineers. In fact, the guy Mike Kavanaugh has 3 engineering degrees. Okay. So and that's just one test. That's just one laser measurement test that someone posted. Kiwi Buzz posted in the chat, as a matter of fact. So the point is that when we measure the Earth, right? So the idea is that water is conforming to gravity into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
And that the surface of Earth is mostly water. So we can test that water and we measure the water and figure out if the Earth is a ball. And that's all we have to do, because if the water does not curve and if the water lies flat and level, then the Earth cannot be a ball.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It's pretty simple. It's a simple proposition. It's really not complicated. It's not complicated math. It's not none of that stuff. They tell you that. They tell you that so that you're too lazy to inquire. They tell you, oh man, dude, you have to be a scientist. You can't figure this out for yourself. You gotta have an advanced physics degree. You gotta be an astronomer. You gotta be a big egghead. You can't figure it out. But they also tell you what? What do they also tell you?
What?
If you think the Earth's flat, you're dumb.
I mean, yeah, that is.
So how can you be dumb and smart at the same time?
Yeah, I don't know. Why would they do this anyway? Like, why push the globe Earth?
Most people don't know.
Even cost how much.
I mean, why did you just push it? You came in here trying to push it. Why did you do it?
I don't know. I'm being forced to
dirty
study
globe pusher.
physics in school and stuff.
Dude, we don't want no that globe, man. I'm scared straight.
That's not fun.
No, listen, the globe is kind of like it's an idea. It's like a meme. It's literally a meme. And it just spreads and has spread just like Santa Claus. Everybody believes it. They don't know it, right? I could bring anybody in. Like when you got in here, I was talking about a guy. He works for Amazon. He thinks they're putting satellites in space and they're connecting people's internet.
Yeah.
And we've talked to him a bunch of times, but we're like, no, he's worked for NASA. He's worked for like all these space agencies. He was the freaking UN liaison for freaking youth outreach or some shit for space shit. But what does he actually know? Does he have any primary knowledge of that the Earth is a globe? Has he been to space himself? Has he looked at the globe from space? Does he actually know anything, or does he just believe a lot of things?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get where you're coming from.
Yeah. So, and then think of someone like you, or just the average person, right? They're believing that people like him, that they know. So they're placing their belief in someone like him. But then when we talk to people like him, he doesn't know anything either.
But
You know
like,
what I
feel like I feel like it's more than a meme when you like send billions of dollars up to space for nothing, or like, you know what I mean? Why would they do that? Like, I feel like it's a waste of their time.
That's a good question. That's the number one. Like, really, you can ask. That's a smart question, and I'll tell you why. Do you think if we took all the money that's been spent on space since the beginning of space programs versus the money that's been made from space, do you think they'd be in the red or in the black? Do you think we've made money or lost money?
I'd say we lost money. No, what do we even?
A lot of money, huh?
Yeah.
Why the fuck would we do that? Why do we invest in something where we know we're going to lose money? Doesn't even make sense.
I mean, maybe in the
there's
Cold
never
War.
I know they say things like, "Oh, we're going to find an asteroid made of gold in outer space or something and bring it back to Earth and we'll be rich," right? Or there'll be space tourism or all these things that they promise that somehow there'll be money to be made in space. You know, getting some resource from space where we can actually, make money off of. But that's bullshit. First of all, okay, so you think about, okay, space tourism. Right now, the tourist industry, their operating margin is like 11%. So for every dollar invested, they make 11% more than that dollar. They have very tight margins. Okay, we're talking about the hospitality industry. People going on to the pyramids, people go to the Grand Canyon, people going all these places, right? Space is just another tourist destination, right? I'm a space tourist.
Yeah, something like
How
that.
are you going to make money when you just added the cost of actually providing that tour to millions of dollars? How are you going to make money? Can't make any money off that shit.
Yeah, I guess where you're
Okay,
coming
so let's go another one. Space mining or something. We're going to haul an asteroid from the asteroid belt. It's made of solid gold back to Earth. It's freaking 100 million tons.
But like, what's the point of like?
Now, what's going to happen to the gold market?
Yeah, that's what I was
Gold
gonna
is
say.
going to
What
fall
happens
through the
with gold?
floor.
Yeah.
Gold isn't going to be worth anything, and then you have just made no money again.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if you
Because
get like a
the
bunch
value
of gold,
comes from
it's gonna
scarcity,
inflate.
not from
Yeah.
abundance.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So, like, why are they dumping the money that's made in space? Is like, it's like a circle jerk. It's like, we'll make a rocket. The rocket will go into space, and I'll make money
Yeah.
off of making the rocket to go into space. And that's just
It's like a
it's
never
really
ending
just
loop.
the money is
Yeah.
is in the churn of like keeping this so-called space industry going, but they're not going into space to get anything of value.
I mean, what does the government even spend money on? Don't they just have everything? To be honest, like
They
it's
want
like
all the
they're
smart
taking
people
all the-
doing shit that's useless, so they don't frickin' pick up the torches and pitchforks.
What can we even do, bro? We can't really do anything about the government and like whatever secret society that exists because we don't even know anything about them.
You mean the death cult?
Something like that, bro. Everything's like connected in some way, bro. I don't even know how it works.
Well, it's probably worse than any of us can imagine, quite honestly.
What I'm saying, like, if something like that actually existed, it would be so much worse than whatever conspiracy theory that exists right now. Like, we would never be able to figure it out if something like that actually does exist.
So
You know
that's
what I
one of the things people ask us, why would they lie? And I'll tell you, like, how would I know? If I knew that, I'd be in on it. And I can't think of a reason why they lie. Like, yeah, that's the point. That's literally the point.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess that is.
It could be a reason that you can't even conceive of. Something you have no idea because you always assume the Earth is a globe. I'm like, why would they lie about that? And there could be some freaking grand reason that you just never thought about. It's not in the public, like, you know, because you don't have enough information to even guess. You can't even figure out who's lying. That's the hard part. You have to figure out who exactly would be lying.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's not even like, this idea came about after NASA was formed. I mean, people were saying the Earth was a ball in space before that, right? These guys are just exploiting that popular held belief system.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get you. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, let's do a little exercise. Who would have to be lying? Would Donald Trump have to be lying? What would he know?
Honestly, though, like, there's
Donald Trump
no.
doesn't got to know. Well, I'm being serious. Like, let's figure out who has to be lying. Well, I mean, we can go. The Apollo astronauts, the guys that said they went to the moon, they have to be lying. Okay, so let's just take those people, put them off to the side. They have to be liars because they said they saw the Earth as a ball with their own two eyes. So they would definitely have to be lying.
Yeah, given that.
So, okay, let's go. Everybody else that's ever lived. What do they know?
That's crazy, though. But like, how have we not gone to the moon again? If we were able to, like, so many years ago.
We didn't go the first time.
Oh,
Nobody went to the moon, brother.
that would make sense. That would make sense. But yeah, I guess,
Well, when they
it would also
proposed
make
the
sense.
idea was in a work of science fiction by a Nazi, ex-Nazi named Werner von Braun. He was a Nazi rocket scientist that got sucked up in Operation Paperclip. And he ran NASA. He was the NASA director from the beginning of NASA. And he wrote a book about going to the moon. and he said it would take 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building to get there.
Yeah, but like my point is, if we were able to do that like so many years ago with like not even 1/100th of the computers and like the technology we have now, why can't we do it again? And why isn't it like easy at this point because of how much everything's advanced?
That's the question.
We should have gone to the moon like 8 times and probably like built a house there or some shit.
Dude, Pan Am was selling freaking moon tickets, dude, back in the 60s and 70s.
How long has it been since the moon landing? Wait, Google this.
Dude,
56
they were
years.
promising space colonies in the 70s, man.
Computers in 1969. That's crazy. They went there with this shit. This is like 32 kilobytes of RAM. We have gigabytes now, and that's like everyone, all of us, probably in this call.
Oh, it's so much worse than that. Like, bro. Okay, it's worse than whatever you're imagining. Unless you're familiar with the way things worked back then, it's worse than that. So memory was not solid state memory. They had something called iron core rope memory. So they took literally like a bit was a little iron ring that they wrapped electric wire around, like a solenoid, and they would magnetize the ring and demagnetize it. Now these things had to be sewn. So there was literally people with a needle that sewed the wires through the rings on and made a big rope out of it. And
what?
Dude, it's bro. I'll show you a picture.
There's no way. And they went to the moon with that?
Yeah.
And they talked to the people on the moon and they landed it again? And they can't even land your freaking SpaceX rockets now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Those are wires. And in those wires there's like an iron ring that gets magnetized when they run a current to it. Each iron ring has its own line, 3 lines that go to it because there's the because you got to change the polarity, right, to demagnetize it. So when the current's flowing one way, it magnetizes, south on the bottom, north on the top, and when it goes the other way, vice versa. And that's considered the 0. But you have to have a sense line which actually reads the magnetic field. Okay? So, yeah, bullshit, bro. Horse.
Okay, crazy though.
Shit.
Like, how does physics work then? It's crazy.
Okay, so check this out, bro. You ain't see nothing yet, dude. They hired weavers.
Weaving software. What the hell?
Yeah, this is how they made memory. They weaved it. There was no such thing as solid state memory, dude. I don't know what what you're confused about. It did not exist.
Then why can't we go to the moon now? Now that we have everything that they needed back then, but way better, like millions of times better.
Well, wait till Josh comes back in the morning and ask him, dude.
This is but like this is like exponentially better. This is like millions of times better than what we had back then. Like an average computer, and we have like supercomputers, and we can't do that again. There's no way. There's no like.
It was bullshit, dude. Why aren't you understanding? Okay, it was just a propaganda thing. That's all it was.
Yeah, but like I'm just thinking, why would they do that? Like, what could it even be? Is there any like? I don't even know.
Keep people busy, dude.
Keeping people busy,
doing nothing. What is the government?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're the government, what are your goals? The government's goals aren't the same as your goals, right?
Yeah.
Their budget isn't the same as your
honestly,
budget.
you're right, though.
Look, because they can print money, right, and you can't. They have different motivations than everybody else, right? So, for instance, you don't want people just running around unemployed because a bunch of angry unemployed men burn everything to the ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you need to keep them busy. Busy, busy, busy. And if
Yeah, I
it's
mean, it
doing
is.
nothing, then so be it, because it's better than the alternative of them burning everything to the ground. They did this during the Great Depression in America. There was
low-key like a rat race.
unemployment was like 30%. Like 1 in 3 people did not have a job. Okay,
crazy.
and it was getting a little sketchy. So what FDR did, he made a program called this. It's like some civil service thing, and the government hired people to build roads. Okay, cobblestone roads.
Yeah.
So they're big, huge. I don't know if you've ever seen like cobblestone roads. The fucking rocks are heavy. It's all heavy manual labor. But these roads didn't go anywhere. They didn't connect anything. They didn't connect any towns. They just made roads that just like went off into nowhere. It's called the roads to nowhere.
Yeah, I've heard of that actually.
But it kept people busy, right? So the government is paying people to make some fucking thing that's completely useless to keep them busy so they don't burn everything down, right? So that's what I mean by torches and pitchforks. They don't grab the torches and pitchforks and storm the White House and burn it to the ground, because people will do that if they're starving, right? And there's no hope and there's no future. You know,
Yeah, every creature except us doesn't need like money and like a social construct to be living. You know, they just live on their own. They're like free living beings, except us. We say we have consciousness, but we're just confined in other people's like. You know what I mean?
NASA,
right?
well, NASA has 2 purposes. It's a government slush fund make work program used to prop up private industry and whatever else and people to grift off of. But if Yoder was in here, he's got documents from NASA's founding documents that NASA was created to create the perception of a technological superiority so that no adversaries would ever try to attack us.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
he's got
I
all
guess.
the documents for it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, NASA is like something super big. I get why they would like make something that would like, suppress anyone's urge to say like, yo, that maybe this is not this and this should be this instead. And they made it like super, like massive and like, oh, you can never think about how smart a guy working in NASA is, so you better just leave it up to the professionals.
why would you think anyone at NASA's smart? That's an honest. Like, why? Where did
That's
you ever
just
get
what
that
that's
idea?
just what
Have
I
you ever met
know.
somebody from NASA?
No.
Okay, then why would you think someone from NASA is smart? See, this is all propaganda, right? Oh man, fucking go to NASA. You're a fucking genius, dude. Automatically, even if you're stupid, I can be stupid. Go to NASA as soon as they freaking go. You're hired. I'm smart. Like, how does that work?
Trudeau. Petro.
No, the freaking brainwashed freaking plebs. Those are the ones that work at NASA. They're the guys that got good grades and suck the government dick, and they're the ones that want to work at NASA.
Yeah, I mean, they
Kool-Aid
gave
drinkers,
us
man.
no way out except to like study for like 11 years and then.
Well, if
work
you're
9 to 5.
anti-government, right? Do you think you could get a job at NASA?
No way.
Yeah, so that's never going to happen, right? So only certain types of people are ever going to get in there. They got to be pro-government. They have to, pass all the background checks. They got to do all this stuff, right? And they have to have gone to the right schools and took the right classes and kissed the asses of the right people. They're not smart. They're connected.
Yeah.
Ever
that
hear
does
the
make
phrase,
sense.
it's not what you know, it's who you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, we talked to Satellite Dude. We talked about this very thing with him, about how he got his job at NASA, not because he knew anything.
Yeah.
It's because he had a friend that worked there, and they had an intern. The intern decided they weren't going to do it, and he knew that this dude was doing nothing for the summer. So he's like, "Hey, you want to come work at NASA?" Like, okay. You got to interview in 45 minutes. Let's go to what he says in the podcast. You got to interview in 45 minutes. And they hired him on the spot because he knew Yeah, they gave. He didn't even apply for the job, dude. They called him.
What the hell, bro? And that's just how people get at NASA. It's not like actual good students.
Dude,
It's crazy.
Look, if you talk to him, you're not going to think he's a smart person. You might think he's clever, but not smart.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it does make sense wasting people's time and everything. 'Cause, like, that's what the world made to, like waste our times in school and then college and then uni and then a job, when animals are like literally every other organism can just live and not have to worry about these things.
Yeah, well, I mean, neither do you, man. Look, bro, learn how to shovel. You always have a job. It's not glamorous, but you'll never be unemployed.
Yeah, I guess so.
What can you do? I can shovel really good. You're fucking hired. Dude, and no matter what the economy does, something always needs to be dug up, or someone needs to be put in the ground.
Yeah, actually, though.
I worked
Well,
in a
what do you
cemetery
think
when I was
about,
a
like,
teenager.
yeah, what do you think about, like,
Burying
general
people.
AI, like stealing all our jobs and shit? Like, what are we gonna do then?
You can steal our jobs.
Yeah, I can't. Why do you think they can?
I'll believe it when I see it.
When you see it, but like that's gonna be soon. AI can already like code and shit. It's only so far until they
Have you
start
used it for
making
coding?
smarter AIs. Yeah, I have. It's not that good, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about, bro? If you're gonna code something simple, you want to code a Discord bot. It's good for that. But anything more complicated than that, you're fucked.
Yeah, it's not good at anything complicated, but like it is true that it's actually like getting stronger. Like if it could make an AI itself and like not let us know, then how are we even sure at all that it exists? You know what I mean?
I use it to do things that would be laborious that I could do myself, but it would take me a lot of time to do it. I use it for that. Like if I want to
Yeah, but
research something, I can get it to like find all the shit for me, so I don't have to freaking Google it. It's basically I use it as like a freaking Google assistant, research assistant. That's kind of like the only thing it's really good for.
yeah. Anyway, bro,
It's
was
wrong a
looking
lot.
crazy. Yeah, I don't know. There was like actual like evidence, like low key evidence, because I don't know how like real that is. I haven't seen the source of those laser experiments and stuff.
How real it is?
Yeah,
Are you
I
serious?
haven't seen the actual evidence. I've only heard it from you, right? Can't trust you.
If someone posted
completely
the
yet.
video, bro, you can watch them do it.
You know, when it comes to like how could all of these scientists and professors and government agencies and whatnot be lying about such a thing, right? And how could they keep it under wraps? Well, I think if you really think about it, right, most people, almost all of the people that you're talking about when you're thinking about the people that are lying or the agencies that are lying, genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've probably never questioned it, never tested it. So most people, when it comes to most of your scientists, college professors, even most people that work for NASA, that work for the government, right? It's all compartmentalized, and most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not necessarily lying about it. Okay, it would only have to be a very small amount of people that would actually know. And if you look into the history of how the Earth actually became a globe in the first place, it will all make a lot more sense on why it's not necessarily such a lie, but maybe more of a theories turning into facts, right? It's a whole rabbit hole in itself, so I won't go too deep into it. And yeah, I'll pass the mic over to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Those people are most likely dead now, but So it just goes on. The lie is just propagated from people who doesn't understand that they're lying because it's just a belief. I mean, your third grade teacher who brought out the globe on from her death and told you this is where you live. You didn't have the whereabouts to ask any questions about it. You were like, "Oh, really? Yeah, we're living in on a ball in the space. I guess that's right." And she didn't know either. She just preached what she had been told. Right? Nobody is taught this; they're just being told it, and it's going to go down for every generation. People are just going to keep saying it, but they actually can't prove it.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
hello.
Look, server of Aleph. Look, you need to try not to just cut into conversations, please. If you could put yourself on mute and then wait for an opportunity when it's a good time to talk. Then... All right, so I'll help you out with that just for now, and you can let me know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, we're talking to Zess right now. He has some good questions. We're enjoying this conversation a lot. So, Aleph, oh, okay, he left. But anyway, if anybody else is waiting, just hang on a little bit. We'll get to you. Good chance.
I think Yoda was trying to jump in when I interrupted him.
Yeah.
If he's still available.
Yeah, I think DJ set the table there properly. This problem we have does not require a grand conspiracy to keep going. I think a lot of people throughout history just believe in the globe so much that they shoehorn their physical measurements of the earth into a globe concept, into a globe model, and they make it work by any means necessary. This includes people in the aerospace industry. So I don't think NASA exists to hide a flat earth from people. I don't think that's their stated goal, and I don't really think that that's their primary objective even behind the scenes. When you look at what NASA was founded to do, NASA was born out of a psychological warfare program that was run by the president after World War II. It was called the Psychological Coordinating Board and later renamed the Operations Coordinating Board. They staffed NASA before it was funded with people from the intelligence community. And their stated goal was to project American power and technology and progress and discovery. And this was done in order to secure America's place in the world as the victor of World War II, a country that nobody could ever technologically outmatch or militarily beat. This is their stated objective. They include within their founding documents of space policy prior to NASA's founding that they would use technological claims like satellites for psychological effects. You can read this in a document called NSC 5814, National Security Council Memo number 5814. So yeah, they faked the moon landing.
I mean, doesn't take a genius to find that out, right?
Right. And this could also mean that other technology that they claim exists doesn't exist in the way that you think or we think that they operate.
But I have a question.
Technology could operate under completely different principles.
Okay, I have a question if you don't mind. Okay, I'm with you. The U.S. is lying about this shit, and they're just a bunch of. They always done this stuff where they use propaganda to tell you something that isn't true. I'm with you. Why would Russia, China, India, and all the other countries be in on it as well? That's what I want to know.
Well, Russia faked it first with Sputnik. So at the time of the space race, you have to wonder, was Russia and America really against each other? I don't think so. Not in the way we think. Because the space race was the third iteration of an international community's endeavor to explore the Earth. The first iteration was in the late 1800s, funded by the Habsburg Empire, called the International Polar Year. The second one was the International Polar Year in 1933, and the third one was renamed the International Geophysical Year in 1958, and the fourth one was in 2008. So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the moon. Interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right, and how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions, the footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage, India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia and the Soviet footage. It's so bad. It's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have none of these countries has ever did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them.
If you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right? You'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say, we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe, ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And it just so you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any. There isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So okay, so play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? Mm-hmm. So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. How they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Where they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. It means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, all of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance, is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind, that you've been fed for most of your life, is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it. You know, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible, according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky and the Earth?
What's holding it up?
Yeah.
Did you say planet?
No. I said what's holding up the Earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either, but what's...
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you guys tackling this from a religious perspective, or how, what's the idea here? I'm just trying to
rational
understand.
empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested, what can be proved, what can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat, 8 miles high, 8 miles deep. In between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that.
I see.
You know,
I'm sorry, Bob.
So I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go.
I understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But, you know, we can't validate what the Earth is. It can be measured. And as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 mile deep, 8 mile high, what about, have you ever been on a plane before? I'm just being genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before, and
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high.
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? Obviously, if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way, or east and west, go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth?
I'm saying if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, you're saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously, do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying, what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right.
Hold
So
on, I
when
wanna
we
show y'all
examine the
something.
globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I wanna post? Does anybody? Can I DM somebody?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can DM me.
Darky,
I'll
can you
post
help
it.
me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said? Who said
Captain Refractio.
that? Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have like you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to like just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about
Yeah,
that.
just it's all right, man. Just add me up. All right, go ahead.
So I even like given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, like. Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And yeah, it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm going to take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People don't even believe this is a real
picture.
image.
I do
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah.
thing
No,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go, Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is going to blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all like from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
I have no idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
But yeah, he has some really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts are you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary. It wasn't the first person that's attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests. Here's my measurements. You guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that, which insinuated the Earth was a globe, not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believe that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depictions, Stark just posted an interesting.
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so I experience a flat, stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky, moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate
So
that
if the Earth was round like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you would have if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometer away. At the same height, I would see that shine through the same hole because it's flat. There's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and also so even if you put it up high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer, I think. That's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black, pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium. Okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%. But what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height setup, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air, let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point, I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so that what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water. Then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, are you saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or you just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, the horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we've found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something to back that up?
Absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same tests and they've got different results.
Yeah. So this is after looking into this for 8 years. I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it.
He's made a natural observation, the sun. We'll go from there.
Okay, so your natural is apparently the sun shining. The next thing a scientist would do is say, what causes the sun to shine? How would you go ahead and conduct an experiment on how that's going to work? What is your presumed cause of the sun shining?
I mean, we could not because it's kind of impossible, right? We could
exactly. So there's, yeah, and you could say that, and you would probably be incorrect. You want to know why? Because there's no way to test it.
Yeah, but I mean,
so you can't assume that some kind of nuclear fission is going on. That's just you making something up. You don't even know what the sun is. You just see it, and it's shining. It kind of looks like a circle. It feels kind of warm when the sunlight hits you. But guess what? No science.
Saying it's Apollo crossing the sky in his chariot is just as valid.
Exactly.
But
you realize that it's the same evidence. The same evidence for Apollo is the same evidence for nuclear fusion. Not a fucking thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm struggling to like analyze it logically. So, what would be the assumption that we use the sun as a kind of observation? Because when we see that, we say that we see the sun. Actually, we see the sun, right? What is the assumption here that might not be the case?
Parallel rays, the position of the sun, its distance, its size. A lot of things.
No, but the claim is we see the sun, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
not even an assumption. It doesn't even
Yeah, we see it.
matter.
So, but what can we say about things just by seeing them that are true? You can say, hey, it has an angular size. We can say, hey, it's this bright. Hey, it looks like this. It looks like that. All we're restricted to descriptions, right? We can describe it.
Yeah, I mean,
So
but
what's the moon look like? I mean, if you want to accurately describe the sun and the moon, is they look like circles. It's all you can accurately say. You can't even accurately say they look like spheres. Because you have no
yeah, I mean,
3D
but
information, right?
yeah, but maybe it doesn't even be the case because like not forget about the sun. Like my friend, okay, I see my friend at like in Birmingham in England, so I know that like my friend could not be in like Sydney at the same time. So I could use that as like maybe in my researches. So yeah,
What is it
I
going
mean,
to tell
you
you, though?
cannot if you want, you cannot answer that because I know that I'm being off track. So yeah, I would
No, no matter what you claim about the sun, right? It's going to be an inductive inference, right? There's going to be some theory-laden idea of what the sun's relationship is to the geometry of the Earth. Okay? You're going to presuppose there's some relationship between the Earth and the sun. Yes, your friend sees the sun. Yes, you see the sun. What's the relationship between the ground you're walking on and seeing the sun? So that's the thing you can't demonstrate, the actual geometric relationship, other than where it is in the sky over the horizon, where it appears to be. So you can measure the angle over the horizon or the angle down from zenith, but that's all you can say. You can say, where is the sun relative to where it rises on some date, or relative to the magnetic field, or relative to the background stars. Right, you have to use some other spatial reference. That's where you're going to say the sun is. But other than that, you can't say what the relationship is between the sun and the Earth and your friend. All three of you. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like maybe we could observe some of the behaviors of the sun and eliminate some of the models that we could claim for the shape of the Earth. See what I mean?
Yeah, dude. You're presupposing a bunch of shit. Why don't you understand that? How does the sun get to you? Is it a straight line? The ray of light that hits your eye from the sun, when you look at the sun, right? So let me ask you this. If your friend and you look at the sun and suddenly you could fly like Superman, and both of you fly right towards the sun, are you guys going to go in straight lines and intersect at the sun?
Are we going to on a straight
Yeah, if you guys both fly, you both got superpowers. You're both Superman now, and you're gonna both fly to the sun. You both fly to the sun. Are you gonna both meet in the same place and shake hands? Hey, we both flew to the sun. We flew in straight lines right to the sun.
Like not exactly because the sun is too big as the claims, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, let me use it. Maybe you're not getting it. Say you guys are both looking at the Empire State Building and you're on different sides of New York, and you call each other on cell phones like, hey, let's meet at the Empire State Building. Can you see it? He's like, yeah, I can see it. Okay, walk toward the Empire State Building. You walk toward the Empire State Building. And then after 15 minutes, you both get there and you say, "Hey, how you doing?" Right? You meet at the Empire State Building. Understand? Now you're going to do this with the sun. Do you think, based upon the available evidence, that you think that that would happen? That if you both flew towards the sun, that's where you would meet? Somewhere out there. There's a reason I'm asking you this. It seems stupid, but it's not stupid. It seems like, oh man, we're both looking at an object. We're both looking at the same thing, that our lines of sight intersect somewhere out there in 3D space. But that's actually not the case. That's why you have that's why I said it's theory laden. Didn't you say? So when you look at the sun, they say it's an apparent sun that you're looking at. Why do they say that? Why is it apparent? Why isn't it the real sun? Something gone? Hey, test. You still here, buddy?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So what's going to happen if you fly to the apparent sun?
I apologize. You said apparent sun, like
Apparent
the
sun,
obvious
yes.
sun.
They say there's an apparent sun. Now that when you look at the sun, you're not actually looking at it. In fact, they say no one's ever seen a sunset. Because refraction, you mentioned it earlier, remember?
Yeah,
The
yes.
sun's,
So you
yeah. So the sun, according to them, is never in its true position. So what are you going to do? Figure out what the shape of the Earth is based upon what they even admit is an optical illusion? See, this is the problem with, so you mentioned refraction. This is the problem with the globe nonsense, is that it's inconsistent. They say, hey, dude, all this astronomy stuff works. Okay, here's where it doesn't work. Well, that's an apparent sun. Those are apparent stars. Well, didn't you construct the entire model based upon things not being apparent? Well, yeah. So there's flip-flopping back and forth. If there's evidence that it doesn't work, then it's apparent. If it works, then it's not, then it's direct. See, it's all theory laden. So if you come up with some idea about what the shape of the Earth is based upon the sun, you have a fundamental flaw. You can never prove something by looking at something else. You can't prove what your house is built out of by looking at your neighbor's house. You can't prove what your house is built out of looking at all the houses in your neighborhood. You can only look at your house. So you and your friend can look at the sun all day long. You'll never prove the shape of the Earth that way. It's not even logically possible.
Yeah, I see your point. But my perspective is like, yeah, we have lots of these pre-assumptions, and I think that we first need a model to justify those assumptions based on our model.
No,
This is the.
I mean, why? Like, even if you have a model, how do you know that model's physically real?
Yeah, I'm just putting myself in your
Because we have, but what I'm asking you, because you're getting in danger of the reification fallacy, right? You have a model that makes predictions, but the model's is not actually physically real. We know this all. These are all over science. It's not even debatable at this point, right? So epicycles,
yeah,
right? You could do epicycles, and you could look at the planets, and they'd be in positions, and you could say, "Hey, man, that the planets are doing loop-de-loops around a point that's orbiting the Earth in this geocentric model." But no one thinks that model was physically real. I don't even think they believed it was physically real back then. So we can make models that are basically data fitting, right? But you're making a leap of logic when you say, oh, these mathematics in the geometry, I don't actually observe this geometry. I observe some subset of it. And I'm going to say it's actually physically real out there. That's no. Why would we go? Let me ask you this. Why are you running away from the obvious thing to do? You're like, oh, look at the sun. Look at the planets. Look at the stars. Make models. You don't have to do any of that. The thing that's in question, you're freaking standing on it, brother. You're standing on it. You can just measure fucking what it is. You don't have to do mental gymnastics.
My answer would be that I already did. I have not measured it myself, but I have investigated a lot about the proofs, like the black swan and stuff like that. But like the hard thing about those things is that I cannot gain an answer from the opposite side. So ever answer I would be getting from the scientists who believe in globe Earth would be refraction. Okay.
Yeah, but is that a justified
prove or
answer?
disprove it.
Hold on. Just having an answer doesn't mean it's a justified answer. Is that answer an actual justified answer? Or is it an ad hoc hypothesis created to stop the globe from being falsified? What is the justification? Okay, well, let me ask you, hold on, let me ask you this. What is the evidence for the globe refraction? If they were going to say, yes, we know this globe refraction thing exists, where light bends around the curve of the Earth, what is our evidence for it? What would their evidence be, you think?
Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't deliver my point to you, or maybe it was kind of your fault to not understand my point. I said that it's hard to investigate at this field because whatever the scientists would give me as an answer would be a magical phenomenon, so-called refraction, that nor me, nor you, nor anyone could like justify that magic that is going on. Okay, so me as a minor cannot.
Are you saying they
So
can't
that's why
justify it? Is that what you're saying? That they can't justify it?
It could be justification, of course, because there must be some hidden height applied to those like turbines, but it is not apparently. Okay, so it could be actually a justification.
Okay.
But my thing is the reason why I do not go in that field, because I would not get any answer beyond refraction. Okay, so
Yeah,
the
but
easier thing
it's
for me as a minor, and as a person who is not actually so rich, would be like taking other signs who are going to be arguable for me. So yeah.
the only way to. Do you agree that the only way to prove what the shape of the Earth is to measure the Earth directly? I said prove. I didn't mean evidence or inductive or any of those things. I mean actually prove what the shape of the Earth is. Just like if you want to prove your table square, right? You'd have to take out a tape measure and measure your table, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no other way to do it. You can make all sorts of theories about lights and hypotheses about how fucking wood is cut and all sorts of any type of nonsense you can construct in your head. Okay? Those all would be hypotheses about what the table would be. But you'd eventually have to confirm it by measuring the table. And that's the position we're at with the shape of the Earth. They can say all sorts of stuff. Okay? And if they don't have the actual measurements of the stuff they're claiming, and I don't know why then they have nothing, because you need measurements to back it up. But I don't know why you're like, well, I don't want to adjudicate the refraction claim. The reason I asked you that question was very simple. It's easy to adjudicate it, whether what they're saying is justified. You go, okay, what's the evidence for your saying refraction? What's the evidence for it? What do you think their evidence is?
I mean, for that much of a refraction, like
refraction of light existing on Earth the way they say. What is their evidence?
Oh, DJ just like
is this really a hard question to answer, dude?
Explain. No, I mean the refraction actually exists, right?
I'm asking what's their evidence. I don't care. I don't want claims. What's the evidence this refraction exists?
I mean, the basic reflection, the idea is that, for example,
That they're
if you
claiming
use a laser,
exists, right? The refraction they claim exists,
yeah.
right? They say light's being bent around the curve because of the density gradient of the air. What's their evidence for this?
Say seeing too far. Say seeing things that are around the
Come
ball,
on,
Sam.
you fucking ruined it. You son of a bitch. Couldn't wait for the punchline. Yeah, their evidence is a flat Earth. The evidence for globe refraction is seeing a flat Earth. You know that? That's how their claim is not justified. It's that simple. They look out, they go, man, that looks flat. Must be globe refraction.
Now we can figure out how much refraction there is because we can punch in a globe number and then see it flat and slide the little slider on the screen until it looks flat on the screen, and then we read the refraction number.
They could literally justify any radius. They could say the Earth has a 300-kilometer radius and frickin' extra gravity that bends the frickin' light extra amount to make your 300-kilometer radius Earth look flat. They could literally just say anything because their evidence is the Earth looking flat. Now think about it. My globe proof is that the Earth looks flat. How stupid is that? See, there's no justification for the claim, and it's all post hoc nonsense. And there's another layer of stupidity to it because gravity had to create the condition of a flat-looking globe, dude. You understand? Gravity is what they claim creates the density gradient, and gravity is what bends the light. So gravity creates a flat-looking globe. Gravity does everything. It's an equal opportunity employer.
Well, yeah, I just presented you my perspective that okay, yeah, that the reflection required for 8 meters of the turbine to be disappeared would be hilarious. So it could be like very much 100% sure a justification. So you don't need to explain that to me. The whole thing that I was trying to explain was that like as I don't give, yeah, that would be back and forth. Sorry.
Well, you mentioned the black swan. Do you think that our argument is that the oil rig should be hidden?
He thinks the black swan's the John D. Black Swan he's talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's not even. Yeah, that's not the argument either. I mean, they should be hidden, but that's not the problem. The problem is that the horizon's way too far. So the horizon, because we typically hear, the horizon's the edge of the globe, right, where ships go over and all that crap. Well, that's never in the right place. It's way off in the John D one. How far is it off in the John D one? How far is it supposed to be away? Like 3 miles or something?
It's beyond 14 miles. Yeah. It's
where's it supposed to be though?
2.3.
Yeah, it's pretty far off.
Yes, the first turbine is like 8 miles, 8.3 and 0.3, and the next turbine 8.5, 9, 11, and the ship would be like maybe 13 or something.
Now, do you think if I gave you like $1 million and said you can use anything you want, and I'm going to give you, say, a giant ball that's 2 meters tall, and I want you to make that ball look flat, you can use whatever lens that you can construct. You can use frickin' liquid nitrogen. You can use whatever the hell you want. Do you think you can make the edge of that ball like move around and appear flatter than the ball really is? Do you think you can make that ball appear as if it's, 20 times larger than it is? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, this just takes common sense. It doesn't take deep thought, but people get lost in their concepts and think, well, if I can imagine it, then it could happen. No, dude, some things that you can imagine can't happen. Okay? No one ever looked at a curved surface and was like, my God, dude,
They only told you if you can imagine it, it can happen. So that when this case came up in the future, you can justify it in your mind that if you can imagine it, it must be real. So
If you can dream it, it can come
Yep.
true.
Yep. If you can dream it, then anything is possible. Then when you ever hear that shit, that's just brainwashing you. Let me see you walk through a brick wall. What I want to see is you run through a brick wall. You run up to a brick wall so fast that you go through it, nothing happens to you. So I want somebody to start trying that.
What is
Yeah.
even a brick wall? Sorry.
Brick wall. You don't know what a brick wall is? You know
Oh,
the three little
brick
pigs?
wall.
You got a
Yeah,
house
yeah,
made
of
of
course.
sticks, house made of bricks.
It's a great
Yeah.
big one in China.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
You should be able to run fast enough that you can go through it without it hurting you if you go faster than the spin of the atoms.
I mean, Muhammad, what if we run around and like anything inconvenient piece of evidence, we're just like refraction? You'd want us to justify why we were saying that. Oh, what causes eclipses? Oh, that's refraction. You'd demand an explanation of how refraction can actually do that. And then, even if we gave you some cockamamie explanation, you'd want evidence that the explanation is actually true. Now, if you're a globe earther, you says, well, if you had used the logic of a globe earther, you'd say, well, it's obviously true because we see the eclipse. Eclipses are caused by refraction. We see an eclipse, there must be refraction. Circular logic reasoning, right? This is how the globe works, right? It's a globe and it looks flat. Well, there must be refraction. How do you know there's refraction? Well, it looks flat.
Yeah, I just want to give my final summary of what is going in my mind and call it a day because I already bore you out of your mind. But the thing is,
No, we're not
I
bored.
understand because I have been in this channel for like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I don't know, and I really enjoyed that because you guys speak English very awesome. So I understand.
You're not bad either.
Like,
you're pretty good.
Yeah.
You're way better than some people that live here in America that are from here.
Yeah. The thing is,
You think I'm joking?
exactly.
I know you think I'm joking. Believe me, there's people that were born in America and raised here that you speak English better than. Okay.
Try living in England. I guarantee you can't understand half the things that we say.
I can barely understand you.
Yeah, right. I know.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Just want to like give my final conclusion or whatever. The thing is, I understand everything, and it makes so much sense. Like, even if the magical refraction was a thing, I mean, the 8 meter of hidden height would not just disappear or something. Like, it's so much to just ignore. And I understand right now
It's
that, for
16.
example, yeah, I'm sorry. And also,
I don't even know what you're referring to, quite honestly.
to this channel, I kinda struggle to understand the reason behind all the governments to kinda work together and try to hide the flat Earth and stuff like that. But now I understand that how that could be possible. Like, United States could like have lots and lots of $1 million on NASA. Like, India could show other countries and governments that I am powerful too. So yeah, there are enough possible reasons. But my only conflict in my mind is how how all these phenomenons are having a perfect match to the globe.
No, that's
know
just
that
your
you- I
ignorance
know-
speaking, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Mohammed, that's just your ignorance
I know.
speaking.
I'm sorry. You just said that it needs a pre-assumption, and you first
No,
need a
that's your
model
ignorance. You think the data is a perfect match. It's not. You just believe that. I literally just talked. Oh, it looks flat. That's a perfect globe match. How do you know that? Because if the flatter it looks, the more refraction there is. How is that a perfect match?
I mean, like,
Okay, not even here's another example. Do you think that they use a globe to predict the sunrise, sunset times? That they use a globe model for this? Or they use a globe model to predict eclipses? They don't. They don't use a globe model for any of that stuff. So I don't know it's a perfect match of. Can you show me actually any model where they actually use a globe to do anything? An actual globe. Not the celestial sphere. An actual globe. A globe Earth, terrestrially.
like Antarctica, probably.
That's a country or continent. What? Well, you said Antarctica. Maybe you need to say more.
Yeah, I just want to firstly give my.
Yeah, I understand, but you still haven't heard anything. Okay, I think in 2 weeks that you haven't heard that there's the globe claim, but then when you go check, it actually doesn't. Reality doesn't match that, but you're still at the point where you think it does match that.
Yes. But the thing is, even if I don't first assume and make an assumption of the globe, the Earth is globe, so let's go and check Antarctica. Even if I ignore that, and I just consider.
How do you know when you're in Antarctica?
I think,
Mohammed.
Yeah, let me just.
How do you know when you get there? How would you tell when you were there, though, Mohammed?
Oh, there had been so much videos about the Austin witness.
Yeah, but how? Yeah, great. How do you know? Say, listen, we give you a bunch of money. We say, okay, get to Antarctica. How do you know when you got there? How would you know?
Because they have seen the rotating sun above their.
Exactly. So when you see the sun do something, we're going to call this place Antarctica. Cool.
Like,
that's what you did. This is it. Now you're getting it, dude. Like maybe you're not getting it, but this is the problem. Is you're not using the Earth as the reference. You're using the sky. And then you're jumping to conclusions that the Earth is the sky.
I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be Antarctica. It could be France. It could be like Sydney.
No, it couldn't be anywhere. It's the place where you see the sun do a certain thing, dude. Like if I say, hey, dude, the place where the freaking Orion is directly over my head on March 25th, I'm going to call that this coordinate. And then you just fucking go find that place where the Orion is directly overhead at that time. You call it that coordinate. That's how we do it.
I mean, the whole point of Antarctica is about the behavior of sun, right? So, I mean, it's not even about the place. It's about the behavior of the sun.
Okay, so that place...
matters.
Okay, so hold on. That's fine that the sun, you go to Antarctica and you see the sun do something. How do you know your orientation is upside down relative to, say, Greenland? How do you know you're upside down relative to Greenland based upon seeing the sun and saying this spot is Antarctica? Yeah, so there's the problem in a nutshell. When you use just the sky as a reference, you have to make a leech of logic to reach conclusions about the ground from the sky. And we know that there's a mismatch. We've known this since the 1400s, that the celestial sphere does not match the ground. That's why they have, when you probably don't know this, the geoid, right? The geoid, the Earth gravitational model. That is basically a model of how the sky deviates from the ground. Because that tells you the direction of plumb, and if you want your orientation, you set up like a surveying device, right? You find plumb, and oh shit, the stars aren't right over my head. It's the wrong stars. Oh, I'll just say there's a lumpy gravity underneath the Earth pulling my plumb line in such a way that it curves, and it's a whole bunch of nonsense. It's more ad hoc bullshit. Do you think plumb lines curve, Mohammed? Do you know what plumb line is?
I actually haven't been following you much, to be honest.
Oh, you know what a plumb line is?
Yeah. No, I don't.
Okay. So in building, right, they take a weight and they tie it to a string. That's called a plumb line, so that you can build a building vertical. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's the same way a level works. To level, like, so you can find level, a nice level flat floor, and you're supposed to use gravity, right? Well, in the globe model, to make it work, they say that plumb lines are curved, meaning they curve. They don't go straight down towards the center of the earth. They curve around. Now, you probably didn't know this, but this is another one of these things where you're like, oh, the globe model's perfect. No, it's not. There's Band-Aids everywhere. Everywhere you look, you can't find a single thing that actually works, that they didn't stick some Band-Aid on. I don't know if you know what Band-Aids are. Bandage, let's say that. They're everywhere. And people just don't know about them. It's like, it's not like they advertise. They don't go, oh yeah, here's the list of shit that works. Here's the list of stuff that doesn't work. They just go, oh, everything just works perfectly. Like they're selling you a really crappy car. But they don't tell you the bad stuff, man. So you guys just don't really, I don't know, internalize it or don't get it, that what you've heard before you enter this chat is the best, right? It's with all the problems left out. And then we talk to you and we say, hey, here are the problems. And you guys are like, well, I didn't hear it from a scientist, so maybe it's really not a problem. Even the people we talk to that are scientists, they don't know about it. It's very particularized to specific fields of research, right? But the fundamental problem is there's no globe out there. It only exists in your mind. If you try to do any experiment, any test, and go out there into the physical world and find the Earth to be a globe, you won't find it. You'll find yourself staring at the stars and daydreaming, because that's where the globe exists. Daydreaming in your imagination, staring at the sky. Some freaking crackpot mathematical wizard stared at the sky and came up with this idea. The globe wasn't invented because they discovered it. They didn't discover the globe. They literally just invented it in their head.
I mean, I, as an investigator and as a researcher, would have a very easier path in my researches if I had answer for one simple question. So, do the stars and the sun and the phenomenons we see above our head are unconsiderable in the shape of the Earth, like curvature or non-curvature, because we cannot demolish their true identity, or
This is what you know, dude. You just don't you're not getting I don't want to, like, look, I can keep giving you more and more information, but it doesn't seem like you're even taking the other stuff. There is no globe model that actually works, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't know why you don't understand that. Let me ask you, where does the globe model actually work? And where does it work? Other than in feeding your imagination, where does it actually work in reality?
maybe like, if I could give you an example, like flights, maybe. You have
Flights.
already talked about this.
No. I just posted your airplane going around a spinning globe. How do you land that airplane?
I mean, you already said that, because you said that we are
It would be impossible to land the airplane.
That we are going in a straight line, that we are not actually going in a straight line, because
Glover made that anyway, by the way, not a flat earther.
That's funny.
It's gonna depend. If you're making flights, flying around? I mean, what coordinate and navigation system are you using? What's that? If you're using longitude and latitude, we're back to the celestial sphere because longitude and latitude are in the sky. So that's the celestial sphere. So don't be surprised that works because that's what it's designed to do, get you from one place to another. But that's not the Earth being a sphere, that's the sphere in the sky.
Yeah, you already have thought, speak about this. But the thing is, I really wish that I really had a very big amount of budget, and I could just like follow my nose without any compass or
But
any
this,
map or anything, and just see that if I could
You can do
go
that.
back
The
the
most
same point
accurate
that
sailing method was called Portland charts, where you would just take a heading out of a port, and then you'd smack into the other port as long as you maintain the heading.
I
You
didn't
didn't
understand a single
a
word
heading, right? So say you were in, they particularly used it in the Mediterranean, right? So say you're in Barcelona or I don't know, something on the coast. Say you're in
Italy.
Yeah, let's
No,
let's
not
just go. You're at the Straits of Gibraltar. Okay. So you know that there's a heading that you can take where you're going to smash into Cyprus. Okay. And all you have to do is take that heading, point your ship in that direction. And as long as you maintain that heading within a degree, within some, I don't mean literally a degree, but with some degree of accuracy, you're gonna at least see Cyprus at some point because you can probably see it from freaking 80 miles away. You see what I'm saying? It's like this method of navigation was used by the Spanish and the Portuguese. In fact, if you go to our main server in the map channel, Miguel, who's Portuguese, posted tons and tons of maps from Portugal of how they navigated using this method. They didn't use any globe. They didn't use anything like that, and they were considered the most accurate way of travel. Now, when you get out in the open ocean, there's a lot of currents, so it's really hard to maintain a heading when you have a freaking 50 mile per hour freaking ocean current pushing you in a direction. So they had to invent other methods. Compass is useful to a point, you know what I mean? So they used the stars, and then the stars are also useful to a point because you have cloudy days. There's errors, right? We've developed systems of navigation over time, right? And they're all fraught with their own errors, but they don't match a globe. So, for instance, celestial navigation, they're only doing observations within a narrow range of the sky. They can't observe anything below 30 degrees, and they can't observe anything 30 degrees above it because then you'll be pointing your sextant straight up, right? So it's a very narrow range of the sky, and they have to take reading after reading after reading over the course of a day to get within 15 nautical miles of where they think they are. That's how accurate that is. So it doesn't work the way it doesn't work the way it's sold and the way people imagine it works. It's way different than that. That's just what I mean. I think you've probably been here when I said it. We're just here to tell you, that there's problems with this globe idea that you were not told. Now you can say, hey, there's enough problems where I think it's bullshit, or nah, those are superficial problems that I can just ignore and continue believing the globe. That is up to you. I do not care which one you take. But if you want to live in a reality, you want to live in a worldview where you think that reality is a giant optical illusion and that you can just brush all the problems under the rug and continue along your day. I mean, you're the one who has to live with yourself. You religious, Mohammed?
yes, I could say.
Do you think God would create a world that's an optical illusion?
It's a navigational illusion.
An optical illusion.
Optical illusion.
Yeah, it looks
As I
flat,
told
but
you,
it's actually a ball. That optical illusion.
I mean, why not?
So God's
Why
a
not?
God's a great deceiver. Congratulations, you're a Satanist.
I mean, I really appreciate, but I'm afraid I'm starting to follow because my head is already full of data.
That's
yeah, I
fine. I understand, dude. This is a thick topic, dude. This is like a crash course. So I understand. We all understand that it can be, it's like a rich food. You know what I mean? You can only eat so much.
I just want to add something off track, completely off track, not related about this topic. The thing is, would you guys even consider taking your next step, maybe talking with the government or stuff like that, or no? Because the only answer you would get would be refraction gravity, refraction.
Who in the government will we talk to, Mohammed?
Hey, Mohammed, the government already responded. They asked YouTube and Google to take us down, so it makes it hard to find our stuff.
Who would we ask in the government,
yeah, I have seen
Mohammed?
the
Should I write Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, President Trump, is the Earth flat? What the hell does Trump know?
Yeah, right, your congressman.
What that? They know even less.
Exactly.
They're like, please, thank you, kind sir. Next time you ask me a question, attach the check so I can answer it in whatever way you'd like.
Yeah, you're not going to ask political people because political people have got political agendas. They say what the backing tells them to say. Right? This is obvious. This is why we have different political parties. So we're not going to be asking politicians yet.
Why do you sieve your knowledge through the government? It's not true unless you need the government seal of approval. Oh, the government said it's true. I can believe in this now.
Maybe he's from one of those countries where they draw the big giant heads on sides of buildings.
But seriously, I'm really really curious about one thing. How
Well,
do you guys?
the way you think about it is messed up, though, Muhammad. The way you think about it, you said hide the flat Earth. How would they do that?
Yeah, I mean, I said it kind of would be impossible because the only answer
It's not
would
possible.
be refraction and gravity.
No,
Because I
no, no,
also
no, no,
see
no,
that
no,
you
no, no,
try
no,
to-
no. Actually, physically hide the flat Earth outside because the flat Earth is outside. That's where it is. It's the Earth itself. How are they going to hide that?
And yeah, you make sense. Okay, but I'm really having a curiosity about something. I wanted to ask this for so long. I don't know who is from United States in this channel, but how do you guys allow your taxes to be put in so much quantity into NASA?
Holy shit!
I mean, even
how old are you,
I
man?
mean, even like I'm 25.
Okay. Taxes are collected at the end of a barrel of a gun. Okay? There's no volunteering here. What are you talking about? Bro, don't pay your taxes. They're going to come, men with guns are going to come to your house and take your shit. It's that simple.
I mean, I have
Oh,
seen
wow,
lots of protests about about anything,
Oh,
almost
good.
anything, but not have seen anybody to protest
What are
about
we going
that.
to
Okay, we don't
Oh,
want to.
that must have been on television where you saw that or social media.
What are we going to protest? What are we going to do? Go in front of the Atlantic Ocean with signs? Earth is flat. This water's not curved.
This water is
Just
not
look at
lying
it. Like my
to you.
son will say, refraction's fake. Just look at it.
Water doesn't lie. Water doesn't lie. And just walk down the street
Dude,
saying that.
Sir, there had been a misunderstanding. It's actually completely off topic. I'm just saying that regardless of the shape of the Earth, flat or curved or anything, I mean that amount of money, being given to NASA to just investigate the outer space.
Our government prints money.
Nonsense.
Oh, okay. Do you know how our government gives money to people? It looks at the keyboard and it's like, oh, what's the shortcut for print? Oh, Control P. And fucking dollar bills fly out of a printer somewhere. They're not spending any money. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I have heard that like millions of dollars had been spending on NASA for.
They print the money, Mohammed. What aren't you understanding? They print the money.
They just tell you they're spending that much money, so when money goes somewhere, they say it went to NASA, and it's on some guy's boat, dude.
But creating money will influence on the like financial situation, or
Oh,
am I right?
Yeah, you mean like the inflation we got now, the skyrocketing inflation? Yeah, we know.
The trillions and trillions and trillions of never going to pay back again debt. Yeah.
Look, if you want to think about it from that viewpoint, have you thought about it from this viewpoint? Is that space as a human endeavor will never make money. So why are they doing it?
Of course. Yeah, of course, exactly.
So what else do we do? Can you name one thing that we just pour money into we're never going to get a return on that money? Anything that human beings do. We just pour the money in, we never get anything back.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the only justification, you know, I don't know much about the
Don't you think that that's a sign something's wrong?
No. You know, I don't know much about the tax system, but the only justification.
I'm not even talking about the taxes, buddy. I'm just talking about like, say, like deep sea exploration. Hey, yeah, because we think we're gonna get oil, or we think we're gonna get gold, or we think we're gonna find a sunken Spanish ship, right? We think we're gonna profit from it. There's no profit even imaginable from outer space. Why are we still doing it? I think probably since the 1960s, how many trillions of dollars have been spent? Think about what they spent. Think about how much they made. They've made zero, but they've spent trillions. What else do human beings do that actually would do that? Other than like military equipment, because there's no return on investment for military equipment. Other than, you know,
Yeah, I just said
individuals.
That regardless of the shape of the Earth, okay, I find it kind of absurd to spend millions of dollars for just investigating to see what is in the space. See what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it would be a waste of money. Like,
Yeah, that's why NASA's not doing that, and that's why they're a spy and disinformation organization, right? You know this.
Oh yeah,
now.
I forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah.
Did you know that now, Mohammed? Is that NASA is now a spy organization?
Spy organization?
Yeah. Trump signed an executive order. Yeah, a couple months ago, Trump signed an executive order. It's on the White House's website, turning the primary purpose of NASA into national security matters. Intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security is their primary objective. Yeah, that was a few months ago.
Intelligence and counterintelligence. That doesn't sound like space exploration to me.
Well, propaganda was too obvious, so.
Yeah.
Counterintelligence is really the main idea. They want to counter your intelligence.
I don't understand refraction. Explain it to me.
Okay, right. Well, refraction occurs depending on the atmosphere temperature. The temperature of the air will determine whether the degree of the refraction. Now, there is a standard refraction, which I think is 8%. Am I correct there, DJ? Is there a standard refraction is 8%? Is that what we allow for?
Yeah, standard refraction would be 8%. If you assumed that the Earth were a globe in the first place, which would be begging the question.
Right. You see that? So that 8% is actually begging the question, right? But we allow you to have that. Now we're able to make observations beyond the 8% of refraction, standard refraction. And no glober can explain why that is. Okay, or they say the Earth is bigger than it should be. But how can it be if they've given us the numbers already? The numbers are fixed in stone. 24,901 mile circumference, 3,959 mile radius. So if you have these numbers and we're seeing beyond that, and we've allowed for the 8% refraction, what's going on then? What's happening? Why are we seeing the image? Can you see now?
And their response to that is that, there's so much refraction that it makes the Earth appear like it's completely flat. So much refraction, it would make the radius value so big that in the observation, the Earth would just appear flat. And that has to be the case for nearly all of these observations that we're presenting. Yeah. Even though there's no optical distortion or miraging effects present. Right, nice clear observation on a nice clear day.
Yeah. And you know what? As an ex-soldier, I am desperate to get a target at a distance where they're claiming refraction. So that thing I'm looking at is refracted, and I want to blow it up right in front of everybody's eyes. Because if it's a refracted image, I would not be able to hit it. That means I would fire my weapon, and it would just keep going and not hit the target, and the refraction image would still be there. I'm desperately wanting to do that, just to shut up that idea. Okay, it's got to be done somehow, some way. Get the Navy to do that. Get them out there. Yeah, we can see the object. You say it's refraction. Fire the weapon and watch it be destroyed. There you are. The only problem with that, it would cause a lot of pollution and mess. I don't want to do that either. So I'm caught in a conundrum, if you will, because I don't believe in polluting the ocean at all. That's the only problem. So if we can hit it and then recover that ship and bring it back up and recycle the steel, all very well and done. Yeah, I want to do that. That would shut up all those ideas. What do you think, DJ? Wouldn't that go a long way to proving that the refractor thing's stupid?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just not possible. Like when they say refraction, 99% of the time they have no idea what they're talking about, right? They just learnt to make that sound with their mouth, and they think that that's a rebuttal to the long distance observation. But what they don't realize how stupid what they're saying is, right? They're saying that really there is a horizon at a certain distance, but everything beyond that horizon is just completely lifted up to the perfect level that makes the Earth appear like it's completely flat. Yeah, it's a crazy claim. It's ridiculous. So they're saying everything you can see beyond the horizon isn't really there.
Yeah. This is why I want a ship at said distance where they claim refraction and then blow it up right in front of their eyeballs. Because if it was a refracted image, then the bullets, the projectile will go right through that image and keep going, and the refracted image would still be there because I wouldn't be able to hit the ship from what I see. Right. So yeah, can we go through the other refractions that they claim? What are they? Let's have a look. You've got, what is it? There's one called looming. What is that? So the listeners can learn.
Well, according to the mainstream, looming would be when you have a layer of cooler air lower to the surface, right? And then vertically it gets warmer as you go up, and that the light would deviate towards the denser medium, and it would make the object in the distance appear a little bit higher than what it would normally appear as, right? And then you can have the opposite of that, where you have an inverted gradient. Okay, so you have warmer air lower, and then cooler air above it, and then the light would deviate the opposite direction, and then you would have sinking, and sinking would make things appear lower than what they would normally be. For example, a ship or an object could look like it's obstructed behind the horizon, even though it's not actually physically obstructed. That's how it's defined. It's sinking and
that's
looming.
an optical illusion.
They're the opposite of each other, but they're quite minor effects. They're not drastic, not very drastic effects. Once you get more drastic effects, we start getting very, very obvious miraging effects, like inferior mirages and superior mirages, which looming and sinking, according to the mainstream, are minor versions of. Okay, so then when we have inferior mirages, we also have total internal reflection that go along with them. And it's very obvious. No one should be submitting any long distance observations that have obvious mirages in them, right? They would be completely inconclusive other than to point out that, look, there's a mirage happening here.
Yeah,
And,
that's it.
and then
So
there's
that-
extreme versions of the superior mirage as well, which is the Fata Morgana and inverted superior mirages and things like that.
Yeah,
And there's
you see?
there's more variations, and then you can have combinations of different ones, right? None of them
Yeah.
explain the long distance observations that we have that destroy the globe.
Exactly, right? So we're not denying that light bends depending on the temperature of the air we're looking through. But when we're looking at things and we can see an island 29 miles away from a height of only 12 inches, 1 foot, and if you're looking at the size of the Earth, it should only the horizon should stop at 1.22 miles, but we're seeing 29 miles away. Okay, that they claim refraction. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's a lot of refraction, isn't it? To lift up something that you are seeing 29 miles away when you should only be able to see 1.22 miles. 28 miles of refraction. Yeah, no. Okay, so we don't deny there's refraction out there, but at the rates that they are saying it's happening at, that's the absurdity of it all. So, young man, yeah, you got any other questions, any other queries? We answered the refraction for you. Do you have anything to rebut what we said?
How about gravity?
Okay, well, I'm glad you mentioned that one. First and foremost, which gravity are you talking about?
Just Earth's gravity, Earth's gravitational field. Like, do you guys believe it's real?
Okay, yeah, we don't believe it's real at all. That's the first thing. There are two schools of thought that you need to consider, okay? You've got to consider Sir Isaac Newton's, and remember this here, he never actually discovered it, but they put it on his name, okay? That's the one where the apple supposedly dropped to the floor, and now they created this mass, attracting mass, Sir Isaac Newton, and then you got the other one by Albert Einstein, which came around about 107 years later after Sir Isaac Newton. That's the bending and warping of the space-time fabric. That's the current standard. So if you go to university today or school, that's what you're going to be learning. You're going to be learning about the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. You're not going to be learning about Sir Isaac Newton. And then one more point, and then I'll ask you a question again. The main point you've got to remember is that the scientific fraternity, the scientific community, they all say that gravity is not a force. I'll say it one more time. When you listen to the scientific scientists, those experts, that community, they're telling us that gravity is not a force. Right. So now, which gravity are you talking about? Are you talking about Sir Isaac Newton or the bending and warping of the space-time fabric? Which gravity?
I'm talking about the bending and warping of the space-time.
Okay. Right. Now, how does my pencil dropping on the floor and I go and retrieve it, bend at space-time? How did I do that?
Well, when I say bend space-time, I mean like when the Earth has mass too, right? So the Earth bends space-time and creates a gravitational field around it, and then our objects are attracted to the Earth because of the bending of space-time that it creates. But you can't
This is
create
why I'm
your
asking
own.
you to show me an experiment that demonstrates that, because Albert Einstein never produced any experiment to prove that, which is why we don't accept it.
Well, it's a good model to explain what's happening, right? Like, how else do you explain black holes and like?
We don't explain black holes. It's got nothing to do with us. We don't accept black holes even existing, yet alone explaining it.
What about the photos? What about all the photos they've got and everything?
Well, these are all again CGI composite photoshopped images that they use. They're not really using anything that is a real image. Computer data is what they're using. It's not actual real photographs. And again, these are not proving that the shape of the Earth, by the way, which is what the topic matter is. Is the Earth a ball? How do we know? And you're going off. You mentioned gravity, you see, right? And I said to you, which one? And you've gone with Albert Einstein's bending and warping of a space-time fabric. I say to you, I dropped my pencil. How am I bending space-time? You're saying it's in a gravity field, and now you've gone on to black holes and stuff like that. None of these things have been proven. You see, you've got to prove it. Where's the experiment that proves that space-time is being bent by my pencil as I drop it on the floor? Come on. Can you see how we say it's word salad. It's what we say because it's just, doesn't
That's what
relate.
Nikola Tesla also said that as well. He called it mathematical garb.
There you are. Thank you.
So what about what Stephen Hawking said about black holes and all that? You guys don't believe that?
Hairy black holes and black holes. You just said you think that there's a photograph of a black hole just a moment ago, right? That's ridiculous. There absolutely is not a photograph of a black hole.
No, they got it in 2019.
All of this is just theoretical, right? It's like concepts, mathematical concepts. Right, it's not something that's been scientifically proven. Look, when their mathematics is wrong, they have to make up things like dark matter and dark energy and things like that, which they have absolutely zero scientific evidence of whatsoever. Right, they have no idea what it is, but just because their math was off by say 95%, 96%, they just add in things, right, so they don't have to throw their formulas away. It's a bunch of pseudoscientific garbage. It's not something that you're ever going to be able to validate. You're just going to learn how to parrot it.
Okay, yeah. I came here in bad faith, but I'm actually interested now. Like,
thank you for your honesty.
In your view, right? How do you view like the formation of planets and galaxies and like the star system, like in your view, and do you even think it's real?
Thank you. That's a very good question. And our position is that we do not know how they were formed. How could we know? Do you understand? All we can know is what we live on. That's what we try to know. And we know very little of that, of what we live on. We know it's not a ball shape. So when we look up at those stars, that names have been given to them, for all intentional purposes, I have the right to change the names of all those stars and start naming them after my friends and family. I can do that because that's how I live my life. You know, I don't have to accept the name that Jupiter could be James now, for example, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what that thing is. So they're just there for my decoration, for my delight. That's all. I can use my imagination, but that's all it's there for. They're not places we can go to. I don't know what they are. Neither do you. Okay?
So how did the universe begin?
I don't even know if there is a universe to be even to say it began. I haven't even validated that. How would I be able to validate that there's a universe if I can't go there to check that it's there? Please tell me.
So essentially you're saying humans know much less than we proclaim to.
Yes, because if I asked you, have you validated the universe? Do you know it's there? You don't know, do you? You can't go there. You have to carry a belief. Do you not?
So why are they lying? Why are they lying?
Well, are they lying or are they just? Let's have a look. When you're looking at like those scientists and those cosmologists, they're speaking theories. As long as they keep telling us it's theories, we have to be careful that we don't believe that it's true. Okay, when they give you a theory, it hasn't been proven. And if it hasn't been proven, then it's not the truth. So they're paid theorists. They just get paid to theorize. Okay, that's all they're doing. Are they lying? Maybe, let's not say they're lying. They're creating good stories. Okay, stories, that's all they're doing. And they're getting paid for it. Okay?
So all those theoretical physicists in those universities who have like tenure and all that are just like getting paid to imagine things out of their brain.
Absolutely correct, because they haven't proven anything at all. They can't do any science to prove it following the scientific method because they can't go there to manipulate and test their hypotheses. So all they can do is put theories up, and that's all they're doing. Nothing else.
If someone can post some of Michio Kaku's quotes, right? He's one of the most famous theoretical physicists in the world, and he says that nobody in his field that he knows of uses the scientific method. He said it's logic and guesswork, and he said that they're off by orders of magnitude, right? That you can't even comprehend. So even mainstream theoretical physicists are telling you this. It's not proven scientific fact or anything like that. Like they kind of lead you to believe at school.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the people that society like kind of proclaims are like the smartest people on earth are all theoretical physicists, but you guys say they're just imaginative people.
Quite often you'll find that they've not actually gone out and tested the core fundamentals of their theories, which would be that the Earth is actually a spinning ball in space. Because when we actually go out into the real world and put the math to the test, it doesn't match with reality. For example, if we go to a 20-mile body of water, whether it be a lake or the ocean, anywhere on the Earth, we can calculate how much curvature there would have to be over that distance. And it's actually more than what most people think. It's actually about 260 foot of curvature over 20 miles. So we can go and test, and we've gone and tested over and over these large distances. And when we test it, there's zero curvature detected every single time. Whether it be a 10-mile lake, a 20-mile lake, a 30-mile lake, or section of the ocean, whether we're shooting high-powered lasers across it, or making observations with high-powered zoom cameras, telescopes, infrared lenses, all kinds of methods. Okay, we can't detect any curvature when we actually go out in physical reality and put the theoretical model to the test. It doesn't match. And that's what we're talking about when we say flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk in the globe Earth version of outer space. Okay, we're talking about no detected curvature over the surface of the Earth, right? They tell us most of the surface is covered in water. Okay, and water does not curve over distance. And we have countless amounts of tests we can present to show this. And there's no tests, right? No empirical evidence that such a thing exists throughout all of history, right? Find us one person that's actually gone out and measured drop over distance, validated the geometric horizon. Doesn't exist.
But if you guys have all the proof, then why can't you just write papers, scientific papers, publish them, and then if they're right, you say your evidence is based on real tests, right? So you just write scientific papers, and then the scientific community will acknowledge them, won't they?
Well, what actually happened is it actually got censored. Okay, so flat Earth people were going out and actually posting real world, like not papers. Right, there are papers, but not just papers, high definition videos showing these tests that are being done from start to finish. Right, not just saying they did the test on a paper, actually showing the test from start to finish. Right, showing all of the variables that go along with it. And flat Earth back in 2015, 2016 actually started to become one of the most popular search terms on the internet. And Congress got together with the owners of YouTube and Facebook and Google, and they agreed that they're actually going to censor flat Earth, right? They consider it dangerous misinformation. So going against the mainstream, people aren't just openly reviewing the information and sharing it around. It's actually been highly censored, and it's still censored to this day. These Congress meetings are on video. Right, I can post them for you in the side chat, the actual Congress meetings where they talk about flat Earth and how they're going to censor flat Earth. And not only did they censor flat Earth, right, they replaced the flat Earth video playlists with playlists of propaganda. Right, showing crazy claims that we don't make, like floating discs in space and things like that.
Could you send the videos of the tests they did as well as the Congress meeting? Like the tests
Yeah, I
that
can
they
find
did.
you the Congress meeting first, and then I can actually
Okay.
go over a couple of the tests with you if you want to have a look at them, and I can post you the videos as well. Some really good tests, and we have some very big papers to go along with some of the tests as well. So just a second.
Yeah.
I'll get the Congress one first.
Dude, but if they're actually lying, like, then that's insane, bro. That, like, if they can lie about the shape of the Earth to this
Right.
extent, then
Right.
imagine what else they're lying about.
Excellent. Now you're beginning to think. Welcome to reality, because that's what you've got to do. The onus is always on you to try and confirm everything you're being told and not to accept it and carry a belief, because now you can see that something is wrong, and now your interest and your curiosity has been piqued now. Now you're going to learn the truth, and you're going to be living on a road by, if I haven't confirmed it, I'm not going to accept it, because it's dangerous to do that. Okay?
It's very interesting because this is the only topic where if you disagree, you get laughed at. Everything else you can debate about, like political opinions, even science. But when you say the Earth is flat, then like it's like that's it. Like you can't say that. Like you're like retarded if you say that, according to society.
Exactly. Tinfoil hat wearer, right? That's what they call you, no?
Yeah.
But
That's
you're
the
beginning to
ultimate way to combat something like this is to make it so unpopular that people would be laughed at and ridiculed, because that's one of the main things that's important for people in life is acceptance. So instead of actually attacking the arguments that we're making and rebutting the observations that we're showing, they're putting out propaganda, playlists of propaganda that pass Flat Earth off as a bunch of tinfoil hat-wearing lunatics, right? If you go and search Flat Earth on YouTube, you'll see a bunch of straw man arguments saying this is what Flat Earthers claim. You'll see big giant flat planets with all water falling off the edges, and Flat Earthers claim Australia doesn't exist, and all sorts of crazy arguments that we're absolutely not making.
Yeah. And
there's
it's
even something
interesting
called the
because-
Flat Earth Society. Jin, are you able to tell him about the Flat Earth Society at all, just while I find this Congress?
Yeah. I explained the Flat Earth Society to him, of course. Yeah. See, the Flat Earth Society is what's known as controlled opposition. Okay. So what I mean by that is that they will say some things that are truthful about Flat Earth, and then in the next breath say something so ridiculous that it puts the person who is interested right off and think, this is a kooky group. They think this, and this, and then there you are. You've dissuaded somebody, and people get turned off and they move away from us. For example, they put forward that the Earth is moving upwards, and that explains gravity. Do you understand?
Oh my
that the
gosh.
Earth itself is moving upwards, and that's what creates that downward force, because the Earth is moving up at such a rate. Now, no flat earther thinks that. You understand?
Dude,
But that's
I just posted the link, the Congress link in YouTube, and it says that I have to sign in to confirm my age in order to watch the video because it's inappropriate. Like, what about it is inappropriate? It's not pornography, right?
No, it's not. It's not. You see what I mean? That's ridiculous, isn't it? It's ridiculous,
think about
isn't
this. Think about this. Back in 2015, 2016, people were posting long distance observations where they're going out, right? Because what happened was these amazing cameras came out by Nikon. Okay, like the most powerful consumer grade zoom cameras. So people were able to buy these cameras that's kind of like carrying a telescope around in your pocket that you can record video with. Okay, so people started recording these crazy, like long distance observations where we could see something 20 miles away that should be hidden by hundreds of feet of Earth curvature. So people started posting these videos and their channels started getting like hundreds of thousands of views. Okay, and those channels got taken down, right? They were taking channels down, they were demonetizing channels, deleting channels, and shadow banning the channels like they speak about in that Congress meeting, right? Just for posting long distance observations, as if long distance observations are dangerous misinformation.
Yeah. It's crazy because racism and sexism is probably more accepted in our society than people questioning the shape of the earth, which is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is crazy. I can give you a quick example of a good quality long distance observation. Just quickly, if you want to see it. Can you see the side
Yeah.
chat? Okay, so this guy's name is Dr. John D, and he lives in the UK. He's a PhD, and
Okay.
he actually set out originally to debunk the flat Earth, right? To find the curvature, and he was doing long distance observations, and he was doing long distance laser tests using all different spectrums of lasers and things like that. So I'm just going to show you one of his observations because he actually became a flat earther in the process of trying to, find the curvature. Okay, so in this observation, this is a curvature test. Okay, so this is over 11 miles, 11.2 miles. Anyway, I'm just uploading. So this is
I'm
just a
getting
clip.
I'm getting so many warnings when I'm watching this video. They literally placed a Wikipedia warning saying flat earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the earth's shape as a plane or disk. Many ancient cultures subscribe to a flat earth cosmography. The model has undergone a recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory in the 21st century.
Yeah, which is a lie completely, because ancient people realized the earth was flat. That's true, but it's not a conspiracy, and it's not a theory, because it's actually, you can prove it yourself. And I posted one long distance observation from Oahu Island, can be seen from a place called Kauai Island. Okay, it's in there. Same sort of thing as what DJ is going to show you right now, long distance observation. And you can do these yourself to prove it. And then we did explain to you the 8% refraction. We don't cheat. There's no point in cheating. What's the point of doing that?
Let me also let me just quickly correct the Wikipedia. It's not some cultures, all cultures perceive the earth as flat. Not some,
Even
but
the
all.
Bible, right? The Bible
Thank you
says
very
the
much.
earth is flat.
What you could do is ask the people who wrote the Wikipedia page who wrote that. Their name is logged on the change document. Ask them what evidence did they use to say that flat Earth is a modern conspiracy theory. What's their data points? What did they use to make that claim? And what you'll find out is that it comes back to The Guardian, 2016. The Guardian did back-to-back hit pieces against flat earthers written by a bunch of radical third-wave atheists.
Yeah,
they did that because the atheists were defeated. They lost the Great Meme War. And rather than try to rebrand themselves, they decided to try to get a quick win against people they thought were deeply theistic. So that's where that happened from. So once you realize that this is a radical left-wing social justice movement trying to undermine minority groups, then you'll see why they've weaponized Wikipedia.
I see. But from your experience, does the Bible also say that the earth is flat?
It does. It says the earth was formed as a seal onto clay. It says that the earth is on 4 pillars. There's a firmament above us. That the sun was stopped in its place, not the earth, right? So on and so forth. There's countless of verses.
But that's all up to interpretation.
The earth has always been flat and the earth will always be flat.
Yeah, but the reason why we don't go into the Bible stuff is because people on the globe side...
Oh yeah, this is the guy I was telling you about, Bad Pug. You guys can debate him.
Yeah, this is why we don't go in...
It's not a debate, man, right? So you said you didn't come in here in good faith, and that's fine, but now you are acting in good faith. So we'd prefer to have a conversation with you. This isn't a debate, right? We're just presenting information that some people haven't seen before, right? And asking them to look at it and critically analyze it and come to their own conclusions. We're not trying to convince anyone. We're just saying, have a look at this, right? Maybe here's some information you've probably never seen before. Here's some real world observations. What do you think about this? That's all. It's not a debate. So if people like Bad Pug want to talk crap in the background, right? So he's already in the chat saying it's not worth his time.
Listen. I haven't said anything. Listen.
Guys, let
I haven't said
talk.
anything. I haven't said anything in any other channel that I have not said here in front of all of you people. I'm not the kind of person to say something in one channel and not say it in another in front of your face. I've said it here
so
first.
he said that we got all of our talking points. He said that you were saying we got all of our talking points from some book. Where's your justification for that?
Because you did. You got all of your talking points in major other books.
Which book?
Which book?
Yeah.
Which book?
That is on me. I said I would look into it and find the book that you guys reference in the other server.
Dude, I'm here trying to present real world observations. It's got nothing to do with a book.
Well, what
I've never even read a flat Earth book.
Bad Pug, why don't you just randomly guess? There's like some 3,000 flat Earth books on Amazon.
No, it's literally
pick a random one.
Specific one. No, it's a specific one. I can't remember the fucking name of it. But like I said to Cynic, sorry, not Cynic. What's his name? Cryptic. Like I said to Cryptic, I will find the book and reference it for him, and I'll do the same for you guys.
Thank you. Okay, so I was about to present a long distance observation for Cryptic. Okay, so I've got it up and ready to go. Okay, so I was explaining who did the observation. Dr. John Dee, right? PhD. Originally set out to debunk flat Earth. Became a flat earther in the process. So here's one of his observations. So all of this information here is out of an 1.5-hour video where he goes into everything in extreme detail. So I will post that. But here's just a small clip from the video. So can you see what I just posted in the side chat?
But even that in itself is flawed, though.
Okay, so let me present it. Okay, hold on a second. I'm talking to Cryptic. So if you want to point out flaws after I present the observation, write them down.
I thought you were talking to me. I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking to me. That's my bad.
Yeah, not talking to Cryptic. Anyway, I'm just presenting the observation. So if you can find some flaws in the observation, just write them down, and then we can go over them step by step after. Okay, so this is the long distance observation in question here. It was done on multiple days, but this was a nice clear day.
Wait, are you showing a GIF? Is it the GIF?
Yeah, this is a GIF that's just a clip taken out of the full-length video. So I will also post the full-length video, but I'm posting the GIF, and I have a whole bunch more to post as well of additional information, just so I can present it.
Where is this from? Like, what part of the Earth is he?
He's in the United Kingdom. Okay, so this is a place called sorry, I forget the name of the actual beach here, but he's at a place and he's observing some wind farms called Rampion Wind Farm.
Okay, you got it.
Okay,
wait, is that actually Worthing?
Yeah, I think it's.
If it's in England, it's Worthing, isn't it? Worthing.
Jesus
yeah, I think
Christ,
so.
No, man. If that's Worthing, they've cleaned it up a lot. Worthing's a shithole.
No, it's not a shithole.
This was done in I think 2017 or 2018, I think.
Yeah, I was in the army, so we used to have artillery down there. Okay, now Worthing's okay; it's not bad.
I mean, yeah, okay, I'm being a bit harsh, but it's still a shithole.
Yeah, you are. and then they look from the Isle of Wight. They look from the Isle of Wight to Worthing. It's a good one. Really check it out. Really nice.
Well, there you go.
You know, what do you guys think about like Elon Musk and like all these people who want to, you know?
He's the shit on my shoe. Excuse the expression.
Yeah, look, just trying to present the observation. So I'm trying to show you an observation that is not possible on a globe. Like, do you want to see it or not?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, all right. It'll take 5 minutes to present it because it's not just here's something. This debunks the globe. Full stop. Right, that probably isn't just going to fly if I just said. Yeah, I'm showing you. Okay, so you understand what the claim is, right? So we're testing for the curvature of the Earth. A byproduct to the curvature of the Earth would be the geometric horizon. Okay, the horizon is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So you shouldn't, on a globe, you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line. Okay, so it's the maximum distance that you can see on a globe, right, based on the height of the observer. So he's set his camera up just above the surface of the water at 3.5 foot high, which is just over 1 meter. Okay, so we have some distance markers out in the ocean. Okay, we have a wind farm, because if there wasn't a distance marker, there would be no way to gauge how far away that horizon was, or what you're looking at in the distance, right? How far away is it? So we have a wind farm. It's called Rampion Wind Farm. I just posted a diagram. And when he zooms in, you'll be able to see 6 windmill towers.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just post a close up from the video of the windmill towers. Okay, so let's go over some really basic math quickly. Okay, so here's a diagram of what the horizon must be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. Okay, the physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, right? And then there's a picture showing you what it looks like. Okay, so that horizon should be at a certain distance based off the 1 meter observation height. So here, if you go to Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can pick any Earth curvature calculator, put in the observer height, put in the distance to the windmill tower, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be obstructed of the object that you're looking at in the distance. So here's a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So it says distance to object 11.2 miles, eye height level 3.5 foot, and then it says that the distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles away. Okay, so the closest windmill farm tower is actually Windmill Farm Tower 1, and that's 8 miles away. Okay, almost 3 times the distance beyond where the horizon line should be. Okay, all of the wind farm towers should be obstructed behind the horizon by a certain amount. Windmill Tower 6 on the far right should be 52 feet hidden. Okay, so the bottom 52 feet should be missing. That's basically a 5-story building. Should be missing off the bottom of the wind farm tower. But as you can see in the observation, there's actually nothing missing. So here's a close-up of what the wind farm towers look like, just so you can compare it to the image out of the zoom footage. Okay, so when it's low tide, so he's done this at low tide. When it's low tide, you can see the black section of the paint, which is corroded off. So there's a close-up next to the zoom footage. Okay, also take note that it's very clear. Like, we don't see some crazy miraging effect or anything like that taking place in the observation. Otherwise, it would not be presented. Okay, so what we can take from this is that there's absolutely no geometric horizon at 2.29 miles, right? That's where the physical geometric horizon should be. And if we assume, right, we pre-assume that the Earth's a globe, we can account for standard atmospheric refraction. Right? We can throw that in there. Account for refraction, it's 8%, right? Approximately 8%. But we're seeing orders of magnitude beyond that, right? So even if we just add in that small accounting for refraction, because we have standard conditions, right? It's very clear day. We don't see some crazy obstruction taking place or optical distortion. Okay, we can most certainly give you standard atmospheric refraction, but that would only change the horizon distance from 2.29 miles to like 2.3 miles or something like that, 2.4 miles. We're seeing the water go far beyond all of the windmill farms, and we can actually see a boat off in the distance. So on the day of the observation, he noticed the boat, right? That boat he tracked using shipping radar. And that boat's about 14 miles away. It's called the Shetland Trader. You shouldn't be able to see that at all. So this is one of many observations that demonstrates that we're not finding that Earth curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe.
Yeah, I just posted one from Hawaii, which is like 100 miles observation. Okay.
Yeah, so we got tons of these, like so many. I could go over one after another. Very nice, clear conditions, long distance observations. Some using infrared cameras, right? Some done from the tops of mountains.
A lot
some
of
done.
these are like I completely get it. I get what you guys are saying, and I actually I'm understanding this stuff. But like a lot of these are like I see, therefore I know kind of thing. You know, do you have like any theoretical arguments like about like?
Well, what you've got to understand is it's not I see, then I know kind of thing. I see, that's the proof. And it's not a theory now, because when you're theorizing, that's not actually proving anything. The proof is actually making the observation. And if you're making the observation, that is the thorough debunking of the globe. That's how you do it. You can talk about it and have a model and have it all on computer and on paper and mathematical formulas and your theories, but then your theories have to leave the paper and be presented in reality. So therefore, what you see is what you get. That's a thorough debunking. You can't beat that. That's the golden standard to actually make the measurement. That is the observation.
It's empirical evidence, okay? And it's not just observations, right? Observations are great, but we also have high-powered laser tests. For example, we've had a team of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser, and they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water over huge distances, up to 40 kilometers away, and they're hitting their targets consistently. Now, they have a 180-page PDF document to go along, showing all of the technical specifications of the weather conditions, the laser used, and they also have an hour-long documentary to go along with that. So there's tons and tons and tons of different types of tests that have been done. It's not just people going out and making observations.
I see.
But the observations are very solid as well, because that curvature would have to be there, right? That bottom 50 feet of the windmill has to be hidden physically by the curvature of the Earth, right? That's physical obstruction. Now, even if we account for a bit of atmospheric refraction, if we're assuming that the Earth's a globe, right, and that atmospheric refraction is calculated based off the radius value, right, we can add that in, but because we're seeing so many orders of magnitude beyond what atmospheric refraction could account for, right? That's not something that is an explanation for these observations, because we're also doing it in completely different conditions, right? It's been done. This one's in the United Kingdom. I can show you another one from Utah in America, and then another one from like a lake in Canada, like all these different weather conditions, different places, and we're getting the same results. What's that?
What about the Earth's core? Like, you know how they say, Earth has internal heating and all that. Like, there's the Earth's core, and then there's the mantle and all of that stuff. So, is there an Earth core? Does the Earth have a core?
The core of the globe, right, is more of it's based off of models, right, mathematical models, rather than empirical evidence. So when it comes to flat Earth, we're mostly empiricists. So what we would tell you is that the deepest hole that anyone's ever dug into the Earth was the Kola Deep super deep borehole in Russia, which was just a little bit deeper than the deepest section of the ocean, 7.6 miles or something like that. Okay, and when they made their predictions to try to dig that hole, they got everything wrong. Right? Even though they used the latest technology at the time to try to predict what they would encounter as they dug down, they got all their predictions wrong. So they couldn't get any deeper than that. So I would say that empirically, we don't really know what happens if you just keep going down, 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 down.
I get that, but like, what about lava and like how the mantle and like the plates shifting and all that? Like how volcanoes are created, the mantle shifts, and like the plates move and rift valleys are created and all of that.
Yeah, well, the plates would make more sense over a plane Earth. and we have lava tubes and things like that. But
Oh, they will make
know-
more sense on a plane, on a flat Earth.
most
that what
likely,
you're
I mean, when it comes to plate tectonics, I mean, it's a plate. But there's a lot of theory. Like, there's a lot of things that haven't been validated through scientific experimentation. A lot of it's based off a theoretical model. And maybe I'm not like someone that's researched the volcano topic deeply, but I'm sure there's some other people in here that could jump in and explain that better than I can. I'm better at explaining the observations and optics and things like that, but plate tectonics, that's not my thing. I'll
I
admit,
see.
if I don't know everything about a topic, that's for sure.
But like, do you know anything about volcanoes and how they're formed? Like,
Well-
how would volcanoes form on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wouldn't like, we don't, okay, think about this. We don't claim to have a counter explanation for every single claim that the globe side makes. Right? Because of a lot of the claims that the globe side makes aren't scientifically proven, right? They're kind of theoretical, right? Especially when it comes to outer things that are too high for us to test or too deep for us to reach. Right? We start getting into wishy-washy theories and mathematical models and things like that. If we don't know something, we'll just say that can't be tested, that hasn't been empirically validated. You know, we'd rather not speculate about something that we can't test, if that's a fair answer.
Okay, but someone here needs to tell me about the volcano formation and how that, and plate tectonics, because that's
There's
pretty
actually a
important.
guy who's got a video. He's from Brazil. I can link the video. He's actually a PhD geophysicist, right? This is his field, and he's a flat earther, and he talks about this kind of thing. So I can
Okay, you
I
can
can link
post the
his
video.
video if you want to check that out. I'll find it now
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you.
But I'm just curious though, if you guys have all this evidence, and I think you do, why can't you just go out there and protest and like say, like, I don't know, go in front of NASA and say, hey, we have the evidence right here. You guys are lying. Like there's so many things that get protested, and this is like the biggest thing of all, right? If they're lying about the entire thing, like the formation of planets, the formation of star systems, the existence of Mars, like they say they're gonna spend all this money to land on the moon and Mars. If they're not gonna do that, where's the money going?
Exactly. But yeah, look, protesting is the media like uses protests as a way of mocking and ridiculing certain groups. I don't think it's that effective most of the time. Right? They'll find the silliest looking people they can find in the protest, and then they'll plug that all over the news and, you know, make up whatever story they want to portray that to the public.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, and then they can put plants in protests to, you know, to act crazy and look really, really
Whether we like
silly.
to admit it or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, there's the video in the side chat if you want to check it out later. It's
Yeah, I'm
a
gonna check
PhD
it out.
geophysicist. You can look him up. He's got a stack of degrees and accomplishments.
Yeah. Can I just ask though, like how did you guys get into this stuff, and how did you start questioning and get into flat Earth?
Probably everyone slightly differently. For some people, it was looking into the fakery of the moon missions and that kind of thing, and then learning it, you know, more from that starting point. Some people got into it for completely different reasons. Personally, I heard someone that I respected a lot suggest it, and I thought that they'd lost their mind. But they suggested a particular video to watch. So actually, because I respected the person, I knew they were smart, I went and watched the video, right? I saw some interesting points in the video. And then that got me, you know, looking into more content. So that was back in 2017 when it was less censored, right? It was kind of the beginning of the censorship, but there was less censorship back then. But yeah, I actually started looking at these long distance observations, and I was like, damn, right, that's interesting. It's a crystal clear observation, and that object should be physically hidden by hundreds of feet behind the curvature of the Earth. So at the time, I lived on a giant lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie. I think it's the biggest saltwater lake in Australia. And we had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. I went and bought a Nikon P900 camera, and I had a boat. So I went out and I did overall about 20 different observations on different days in different weather conditions. And what I found is that the observations were correct. And I could set my camera up just above the surface of the water, and I could zoom in across 20 kilometers and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake consistently. Unless obviously that there was wind and waves, right, which would block your view. But most of the time when it was still conditions, I could zoom across the lake and see the beach on the other side. Over that distance, the beach on the other side should have been hidden by over 50 feet of curvature.
So okay, but what about all this space race stuff that they're talking about? Like China wants to put men on Mars or the moon, then the U.S. is gonna plant the flag and all that. Like, well, what is that about?
It's all hoaxing. That's all that is. It's pure hoax. We cannot leave the Earth to go to the moon. So NASA and Russia lied to the world at the very beginning. The idea of a space race, of course, that makes it more of an interesting thing for those who are going to believe us. We're the ones that are going to believe that. So that's why they created that. But no man has ever left this Earth in a rocket and gone to the moon. There is nothing that we have made that's gone to Mars and running around on Mars today. Okay, that's all been a lie.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
it's not possible.
So where's the money going?
Oh, it goes into their pockets, of course. They're lining their pockets with the money.
Yeah, it could be. Who knows what they're really using the money for at the end of the day? It could be going into secret projects or God knows what. But NASA has been getting, $60 to $80 million a day of taxpayer money.
Yeah, that's a lot of
They have
money.
a huge budget. And when NASA, after they faked the moon landings, right, they never went back to the moon. Okay, they haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years. And when they interviewed NASA about how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon, NASA literally said, we'd go back to the moon, but we destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back.
Are you kidding me? That's insane, bro.
Yeah, I got a clip of NASA astronaut Don Pettit, right? NASA astronaut Don Pettit said that in an interview at NASA, and I have a clip of it, and I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah. So we can't go there because we've never been there anyway. Okay, that's the thing. So it's not possible. So the idea that India, China, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Japan, New Zealand vying to go soon, Peru banging on the door, wanted to get their space program up and running. It's because they've seen the writing on the wall. It's easy money. They don't land on the moon. Nothing has landed on the moon. Nothing. Okay? And I give you an example. In 2004 or 5, NASA sent a lunar reconnaissance orbiter, the LRO, to orbit the moon to map the moon, okay, right? But at the same time, it can see the Earth 12 times a day. It gets a chance to see the Earth 12 times a day, yeah? So if recent countries like China, Japan, Israel, India have landed on the moon recently, they should have had those images of the actual spacecraft approaching the moon. We don't have those images from the lunar.
The problem is we don't have the technology.
But we have the technology to send something to orbit the moon, but not to go on the moon. Insane.
Yeah. But one thing that I wanted to go to university, study computer science, and then go into I don't know, space entrepreneurship if I got the money to do that eventually. But this is insane. So all those private space companies, they're just CGI. Then what do you mean? Is that what you guys are saying?
CGI, blue screen, green screen, augmented reality, harnesses, you name it.
Also, right, think about this as well. It's only the Apollo astronauts, 26 people, that have ever said to have actually left low Earth orbit. Okay, so since that happened, no one's really going to, to outer space, right? No one's leaving low Earth orbit.
Yeah, that is true.
So if they go up to a certain height, right? So if SpaceX is sending up a rocket, when you see the footage, right, you'll see the rocket go out of your field of view, so you can't see it anymore. But you'll look at the footage on the screen, and we've got to remember that lenses have a huge effect in what you're seeing. So you'll see in the footage that the lens, will make the horizon look curved when it's above the center of the frame, and then when the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it'll look like the Earth's curving the wrong way, right? So it's not really validating anything. Other than that, we're sending up people like Katy Perry or, the Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos and whatnot, up to about 60 miles, right? And they're saying that that's space, which is ridiculous. It's not even high enough to see the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth was a globe. And then we've got contradicting footage from the space station.
And nobody sent anything to orbit the moon. I don't know why you said they orbit the moon, but they can't land on it. There's nothing up there.
And the ISS, what about the ISS?
What I was referring to is the astronaut that said, we can't go back to the moon because we lost the technology and it'd be painful to rebuild it, right? But they can supposedly, right, build something to send it to orbit around the moon, but not to go on the moon. It's an oxymoron, right? It's stupid. That's what I was referring to.
Just to answer your question about the ISS, sure, there's something in the sky, right? Is it at the height that they're telling us? Is it orbiting around a globe, right? That's definitely not the case. And if you look into the moon landing footage, you're going to find a bunch of fakery. But where you're going to find the most fakery is within the ISS footage. There's literally a 6-hour compilation of ISS blunders and bloopers, right? Where you can see them getting caught in harnesses, right? In cables and harnesses, getting caught using green screens and zero-G flights, right? Showing bubbles, right? Because they have a mock-up ISS they say they use for training of in a giant pool, okay? And then in a lot of their spacewalk footage, you'll see actual bubbles floating around as if they're just using the footage from their so-called training in the pool and saying that it's real. We can post endless amounts of obvious fakery from the ISS, right? The women have obvious hairspray in their hair. And then the interviewer on the Earth will say, how do we know you're really in space? And they'll point to their ridiculous hairspray looking hair and say, look, my hair looks like this. That's proof that we're really where we say they are.
Insane.
It's crazy. And then we have contradicting footage, right? So when you see the ISS footage of the Earth, you can see a drastic curvature, where in reality, mathematically, you wouldn't actually see that much curvature at all from that height. It's not as high as you think. You would actually only see something like 2.9% of the surface of the Earth from that height. You wouldn't see that drastic curvature that they show us. So if you have a look at the Chinese footage, right? Chinese also say they have a space station, and they say it's around the same height as the ISS. If you have a look at their footage, from all of the main cameras in their footage, we don't see that curvature anymore. All of a sudden, we're basically seeing just a flat horizon. So it's contradicting footage. And I'll post a video from the Chinese space station so you can see that footage that I'm talking about.
How come the Chinese don't fake their stuff?
They do. I can show you. The Chinese said that they landed a rover on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah.
Right. I can show you the video.
Yeah, India
I can show you
said
the video
that
of
too.
that.
Just show him the picture of China in the ISS with a glass of water on the counter.
Yeah, NASA's footage is bad enough. NASA's footage is full of holes. Wait until you start looking into other space agencies' so-called footage from space. It's even worse than NASA's. Right?
Yeah.
China's footage is laughable. Japan's footage is laughable. India's footage is literally the most hilarious. Right, so this is what I'll do now. I'll post some China footage, and I'll post the India footage as well, and you can have a look at it when you get time. It's absolutely ridiculous looking footage.
Yeah. And the funny thing that's really missing is that if China and the ISS are orbiting the moon, there are times when they would see each other, but we don't get to see that image of them opposite each other, just flashing the camera, and then as they go past, flying by. I don't get to see that at all. You know?
Yeah.
Well, they're clearly not up there anyway. It's impossible. Traveling at Mach 23. Remember that's 23 times the speed of sound, and they're traveling at that kind of rate.
India's looks like graphics from a PlayStation 1 game.
But the atmosphere is the same, right? There's still, you know, the lithosphere, like the structure of the atmosphere on a flat Earth would be the same, right? Like you go on an airplane, like it's the same both in a so-called globe and on a flat Earth, right? Would it be the same?
Well, not having lived on a globe, I wouldn't be able to tell you that, because you'd have to live on a globe to know that. No one's experienced it. So the answer would be, I don't know. That would be the answer.
Okay.
They can only we speak to meteorologists.
What I meant was are they lying about how the atmosphere looks like and like all that?
Oh, that's if you're looking at the globe and they show you those cloud formations, that's all CGI nonsense. It's crap. But when they're showing us the weather, again, it's CGI imagery sometimes. And when it's real, well, that's flat Earth they're showing you really, but obviously they've curved it somehow.
We have the layers NASA used to make the blue marble. We have the layers. There's 5 layers they use.
Yeah, and the astronauts say they're on record saying that it looks flat.
Wow. Okay. And you know how they talk about like the ozone layer and how like when the UV rays come in, like the ozone layer blocks it or something, and stuff. They're not lying about that, are they?
Yeah, they're lying about that because they're trying to push
that's
this.
a complete lie. That's so that they can tax you on getting too many UV rays. They're going to say, yeah, you're killing the air, so we have to tax you on that now.
Yeah, carbon tax is coming in. That's what they're trying to run by you, a carbon tax. So they're lying. They want to bring this climate changing as a real thing. More money they're making as they fool the public. That's all they're doing. They're really out of control. They're emboldened now. They've got a lot of confidence because no one's pushing back at the moment. So they're going to go for as much as they can. They're lying every day of the week.
So UV rays don't exist.
I know UV rays come in because they fade they fade the color of your paint on your car and stuff. It's a real thing, of course, but it's not because of the ozone layer weakening.
But it's not that the UV rays that we're getting isn't just perfect enough because we have an ozone layer. The UV rays we get is because the sun moves over us. That's it.
Oh. But it's a real thing, right? Like, if I go on the beach and I don't have my sunscreen, then I'm going to get burnt, right?
Well, actually, the sunscreen is a poisonous thing for your skin. You don't want to use sunscreen. Olive oil.
Well, we're not going to talk about that in here. Yeah, we won't talk about that. But So don't go out in the sun then. Maybe you're not made to go out in the sun. I have Italian in me, so I turn brown, so it doesn't bother me.
So what, like sunscreen or no sunscreen?
Dude, the sun can burn you if your body's not used to going out in the sun. That's a fact, right? That doesn't mean that the Earth's a globe or anything like that. The sun is still doing, sun things in the sky.
Yeah.
It's just in the globe. They're saying the sun's a burning ball of gas, 93 million miles away in an impossible space vacuum. That's the difference.
But is sunscreen useful though? So like if
do the research. We'll advise you to just do the research and you'll find the truth. Look it up. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I would recommend using natural zinc.
For you. Yeah, just put zinc on.
Okay, all right, fine. But my main concern is if you guys are correct, then like all this money, billions of dollars that's being spent on CGI stuff, when people are like starving and like are homeless and don't have food and all that, Like, don't you think it's a huge waste of money?
Yeah, it's a waste of money, and they're not going to pay for those people anyway. Even if they didn't have NASA, they still would let them be homeless. So what's the difference?
Wow. And like, you know, I know you guys believe that NASA is fake and like a lot of the stuff they say is false and all that. But the propaganda they have had, the new generation of propaganda, so what they have had with SpaceX and how Elon started with rockets and like the first 3 launches failed and then he became a space entrepreneur and he's gonna bring people to the moon, to Mars and with Starship and the most powerful rocket and all that. That's like a new generation of propaganda, right? In
It
your
was 23 years ago, dude.
Yeah, but but like it's still ongoing, right? Like no one talks about NASA. Everyone's
So
talking about
let's see.
SpaceX.
Yeah, so NASA said we'll have people on the moon by 1978. You know, you'll be living up there, colonies on the moon by 1978. That was in the 68 or something when they said that. And guess what? There's not colonies on the moon, and that was only 10 years. Elon said that, and that he's going to Mars. It's been, what, 21, 22 years since he said that? So good luck. I'll see you in about another 50 years, and let's see if we did anything different. Nope.
So Elon and SpaceX are frauds, essentially.
What does it matter? And you taking computer science isn't going to make you be a space entrepreneur anyway. I don't know who told you that.
No. I
You
meant
need to learn how, you need to learn how automation works if you want to do that.
No, I meant I'd work on software for rockets and all that.
Yeah, anybody can do that. You don't need a degree for that.
What? What do
I
you
said
mean?
anybody can do that. You don't need a degree for it.
How can anyone build software for rockets?
Go learn how a rocket works. And then you'll learn how to open and close a valve.
No, like the landing systems and all that. You need.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Okay. All right.
Well, look, SpaceX is basically funded by the US government now anyway, so it's
Yeah, I agree with that.
most people don't trust NASA, so now SpaceX is kind of like the new NASA.
Yeah.
You know, they actually changed NASA recently, right? Just the other day, I don't know if you saw it, but now they say that
Yeah, I saw
NASA
it,
is
I
not
saw
a
it.
space agency, they're now a spy agency.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
No,
look
I
it
didn't
up,
see
right?
that.
Type into Google, type in NASA. NASA is now a spy agency.
Yeah, they just did that 2 weeks ago. NASA's now a spy agency. They're not a space agency anymore. But they've always been a spy agency. They've always been doing something not what they're supposed to be doing.
I'm getting an answer from Gemini. It's like when I type it into Google, Gemini comes up with the response first. It says, "No, NASA is not a spy agency. However, a recent executive order from the Trump administration has officially designated its primary functions to include intelligence, counterintelligence, national security work, along with its traditional roles. The
So it's a spy
reclassification."
agency. So it's a spy agency then.
No, but it says this
Intelligence and
reclassification.
counterintelligence is not flying in a rocket. Intelligence and counterintelligence is a spy agency.
But it says this reclassification was largely driven by a desire to remove collective
Driven by
bargaining
our
rights.
channel, our
NASA
Discord
employees.
channel. Yeah, our Discord channel made that happen.
Oh, wait, what? You guys caused this.
Just like we caused them to get defunded.
Go to nasa.gov and look what it says right at the top of their page now. If you go to nasa.gov, it says, due to the lapse in federal government funding, NASA is not updating this website. NASA is currently closed Due to a lapse in government funding, employees can visit nasa.gov/shutdown for additional information.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. But are they actually closed though?
Well, no, they've had their funding has been cut, and now they're reclassified as like a counterintelligence agency, which is a lot of mainstream sources are saying that it's a spy agency. It's the same sort of thing.
I see. But this is insane. What about all that technology that Lockheed Martin and all that work on? Like they do a lot of space stuff, right? And they're actual military contractors, right? They want to build this Golden Dome, and like they did it for Israel, the Iron Dome, and they've done like missiles and all that. So and they do a lot of work on the ISS as well. So Lockheed Martin and
That's all propaganda, son. Iron Dome is all propaganda. Iron Dome, yeah, that's propaganda.
So Israel doesn't have an Iron Dome.
It doesn't do what you think.
That's correct.
So how do they deflect those missiles?
Oh my gosh, this is nonsense.
Oh, you mean the ones you see on TV? Stop watching TV and then you'll deflect missiles.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, so when Hamas shoots missiles, then how does Israel defend themselves?
Well, they probably fall into the desert somewhere, and then that's it. Because they ain't shooting missiles 500 miles and all that shit.
So when Iran nukes Israel, then what? Like Iran has shot missiles at
You
Israel.
never have to worry about that in your whole life. You can forget about that. You can just always remember they will never get nuked. That will never ever happen ever. They haven't even learned how to do it yet.
It's the equivalent of people shooting fireworks over a fence in their backyard. It's nothing. It's non sequitur to the ground anyway.
But I've seen videos though of the missiles exploding over the Iron Dome.
Yeah, I've watched missiles blow people up too, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
I've seen AI make missile movies too.
Nah, but you guys are like sort of going too far though. Like you think this war is fake?
You're dragging the conversation too far from the topic with this non sequitur shit. You should be on topic like, hey, how do you know the Earth's flat? Well, we made measurements before. People practically use the Earth as flat. People don't even think about it, and they naturally.
No, he said the Iron Dome doesn't exist.
I don't give a shit about the Iron Dome, dude. I'm talking about the measurements of the Earth that would prove whether or not the Earth is flat or a ball. That's the ground. You look at the ground. You don't talk about what the news has to say to try and figure out if the Earth's a globe or not.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fine. Yeah, that was my fault. It's fine. But
You know what I'm saying, though, right?
yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So
Yeah, they probably
how
have
does
some super
Elon
advanced
Musk-
anti-missile systems, you know. So, but yeah, we don't need to continue that topic.
Okay. So essentially, just want to ask, you guys think Lockheed Martin's stuff is like fake too?
No, Lockheed Martin uses their equipment uses a Cartesian coordinate system, which is an XYZ coordinate system, and that uses sea level as the basis for their zero line for altitude, and then the y-axis is above sea level. So whenever something is above sea level, it's using Earth as a flat reference plane.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so put yourself on
sorry,
mute. The
I
guy who
had to-
sounds like he's on mushrooms. Put yourself on mute, bro.
Yeah, he's
got
just like a clown.
Yeah, so you can have a little vacation until you sober up.
Yeah.
So how about Palantir? It's the same, right? Like with Lockheed, they also use the same Cartesian coordinate system XYZ, and from the sea level, is it?
Yeah.
With their software.
All of their stuff works on a
So
horizontal
guess
basis.
what? Even though you repeated that back, you haven't figured out that you don't have X, Y, and Z on the surface of a ball. That's the dead giveaway right there. You don't
Bingo.
have X, Y, Z on the surface of a ball. So right there proves you don't live on a ball just because of that coordinate system.
That goes back to us saying it's practically used as flat.
No, wait, why don't you have XYZ on a globe? Like, it's three-dimensional, right?
It's not XYZ, it's XYZ transitioned into a spherical model using
Yeah.
math.
Look at the side chat. It requires a horizontal baseline on 2 different points.
Can someone explain this to me and how it relates to the flat Earth?
Well, water's flat on its surface, right? And so 71 or more percent of the Earth is covered in water. So that means 71 or more percent of the Earth is flat. Airplanes fly at an altitude above sea level. Mountains are measured so many feet or meters above sea level. The depths of the ocean is measured so many feet or meters below sea level.
I see. Wait, so but do you guys believe the map they're using is correct? Like not the globe map, but like say I wanted to, I googled the world map and then.
You know, maps are Cartesian coordinate systems, and they have an arbitrarily placed 0 where X, Y, and Z intersect, right? That you can be placed anywhere. You can create a world map with Texas being the center, and all of the azimuthal grids for, north and south, that can all warp around Texas being the center. You can make it to where north is the center. You can make it to where south is the center. You can have a Mercator map. You can have any other map. You can have a map, put the land out as if it's a star pattern, but the latitude, longitude coordinate system is going to be based on the sky. It's still a Cartesian coordinate system, X, Y, Z. And if you're reading a map, a local map, your north and south, east and west are X and Z, and your topography lines that make up the hills and the mountains and the cliffs and that's all Y. But it's laid out.
You're saying on a flat Earth anything can be made the middle with respect to the entire map.
No, I'm saying with a map, you can make 0 for your coordinate system arbitrarily anywhere you want.
What is 000 on our current map?
Which map are you using?
Like the one they show everywhere, where you have like the continents and like the world map. You Google the world map and the first thing that comes up.
All right, so you're in class and the teacher pulls down the little projector screen that
that's
has
the one.
the map on it. Okay, that's a Mercator map where you have the Americas on the left side of the map and Asia on the right side of the map. Greenwich, England is 0 for I think it's longitude lines. And then the equator is 0 for the latitude lines. And so north is 90, south is 90. But those lines come from the sky. They arbitrarily placed the 0 line on Greenwich, England, and they placed the equator as 0 for the latitude.
Wait, so you know how they say depending on whether your country's on the equator or not, like the weather, like my country is right on the equator and the weather is always the same. So like how does that work on a flat Earth?
Say that again.
like you know how they say if your country or your state or whatever is right on the equator, the weather there is always the same. Like my country is always on the equator, and the weather is always the same. It's always like not too warm, not too cold here. So
Tropical. You're talking about the tropical climates, yeah?
yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because the way the sun moves over the Earth, it doesn't move. It doesn't move to the part where you're going to experience snow if you're living in that region, because the way the sun overlaps the equator from the southern hemisphere when it's over at New Zealand, Australia, and to when it's over at Japan and England and Russia, the sun is always bathing that area, which is why you have those temperate temperatures, and they'll never go away. You'd have to remove the
Right.
sun completely, and then you'd be very
that
cold
doesn't-
then. Yeah.
And that doesn't work for the globe because the globe's supposed to be tilted. Yet the equator's still supposed to be perpendicular to the axes of the spin. So make that make sense to me, someone please.
I can't do that. I'll blow a few brain cells there, and I need those to keep up with the deception.
Wait, but okay, I actually get what you guys are saying. Like I've been trying to understand this, and you guys do make sense. But I need to go and actually study all this. But if you guys are actually true, then you're like Neo, right, from the Matrix. Like, well, why can't you just go out there and tell people this stuff?
I do. I bother people at work all the time. I switched back to day shift, and the first thing they did was they gave me a new guy. And after I instructed him on what we were doing for the day, he immediately jumped in with, "Oh, I hear you're a flat earther." And then we talked about flat earth for the rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, we do. When the timing is right, you do. You don't want to harass anybody because that's not the aim here. But there'll be times you'll know when to pick the moment and then you'll discuss it. That's it, you know. Sometimes I like to discuss it where there's crowds of people. So if I see a crowd of people like lounging around on the beach, for example, because they're lounging around, for me, that's perfect timing because you're taking in the sun. But there's nothing wrong with listening to a voice saying, the earth is flat. Look at the horizon. Have you noticed how we don't see the curvature there? Do you know what I mean? You know. I'm that guy as I'm walking past on the sun, on the beach. It's just timing. That's all it's about, timing. I do it at swimming pools when I'm on holiday and stuff like that. I love it, man. I love it. Love talking to the people about it.
Yeah.
And then I've had a crowd around me for about an hour and a half in Hawaii, you know, and just really answering all the questions same way the Globers asked them and that, you know, and yeah. A lot of people said, you make a lot of sense. I'm going to look into this. And the one that surprises them was when in 2016, because I was discussing this in 2018 in particular, where I had this crowd. But I went back to 2016 when Flat Earth was the #1 research topic on YouTube and they had to censor it. So now, and I said to them, so now you're not going to experience it as we did back in 2015, 16 and 17, because they're putting the algorithms in and they're putting up Earth isn't flat. So unless you know the person's name and that, you may not have the same experience as me as of now. That was in 2018. You know? Yeah, I really gave them the full story of how we were censored as well. Got a lot of response from people. So we do speak to people when the timing is right.
No, but I meant, I mean, most of you guys are normal people, right? But there's many PhD, I'm sure there's many people with PhDs and like maybe even people with a lot of money who believe this stuff. So why can't they do it on a
Doesn't
public?
matter. Money and PhDs don't make it a globe. Whether they say it is or not, it's still not measured to be curving.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say, hang on, I think he's trying to say, how comes we haven't had contact with them or they contact us? Well, they're scared to contact, they're really scared to debate us, but we have had recent debates with PhDs and they have been found wanting. Our man India recently. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood you there.
No, what I'm saying is there are, I'm sure there are flat earth people who have PhDs or are rich. Right?
There were
Why can't they go out there?
Yeah, like the guy that I just showed you the observation of earlier, he's got a PhD in optics. And then there's the geophysicist, he's a PhD. Right? There's a ton. There's also a lot of people that don't talk about it because sometimes it can put their line of employment at jeopardy. Like we had a high level. Well, I can hear myself.
Speak so I can find them.
Yeah, so we had a high-level engineer named Brian Mullen, right? He has a great series called Balls Out Physics, and he goes over a whole bunch of problems with the globe from a physics standpoint. People actually attacked him, and they were sending him death threats, and they actually contacted his place of employment and tried to get him fired, right? And he had to stop making content about flat Earth, to be able to keep his job. He actually had to move his location due to it as well. So,
There's
yeah,
another
quite a lot of
gentleman in
people
Georgia.
don't talk about it. Yeah, sorry, Tactical.
No, I'm sorry. There's another gentleman who's in Georgia in the United States. He was a teacher, and he makes flat Earth videos. And he was geography, and his content got to the principal and some other faculty, and they were going to fire him, but it would have been a big deal, and they would have had to pay out. But instead of firing him, they switched him over to biology, and they also had him sign a contract saying you're not going to put your face on your videos anymore. And then whenever he stopped working for that school, he put his face back on his videos.
Yeah, definitely. There's people in this chat here right now, right? There's someone in the chat now that was a employee of Lockheed Martin as well. I'm not going to say who it was or anything like that. We got people in here that have all sorts of jobs that people generally wouldn't expect a silly flat earther to have. But
None
yeah,
of us have any
lots of
reason.
people very well educated in this topic.
There's not a
Are there
single person who
billionaires
has
that are
good
flat
reason.
earthers?
Just let me
Who
say this.
knows?
There's no reason for anybody to dox themselves.
Why does having money mean that Earth is a globe? You've mentioned money quite a few times now.
No. I didn't mean that if you have money, the Earth is a globe. I mean, if you have money and you're a flat earther, you can bring this argument mainstream and stop the
So
censorship.
who are you going to bring it to?
The world and stop the
It already is
censorship.
mainstream.
We have. What's YouTube? We're on YouTube. What do you need? Go look it up. The guy,
No, I
the
mean,
guy with the PhD puts out videos. So he's out there
no,
telling
but
people it's flat.
no, I get that, but this, like, you guys are always gonna remain viewed as a conspiracy theory if you actually don't try to fight to make it a
Oh,
mainstream.
I'm not worried about it. No, we're not. I'm not out there fighting nobody. I like knowing that the earth is flat and other people just believe in lies. I like that part.
No, but the scary part is they're also
It's
like,
actually
I mean,
growing.
according
It's
to
growing in popularity like crazy. Like you wouldn't believe it. You're not going to see it on the mainstream news anything other than ridicule. But you have a lot of people, talking about it in the mainstream now, right? Like famous people, and things like that. And it's becoming more normal to talk about the topic, right? If you spoke about this 10 years ago, right, or even 5 years ago, right, people would just laugh.
And the corrections that he introduces with the math require you to accept that there are meteorological conditions that are present that you cannot actually measure, that have to be present in order for these things to occur, in order for you to have a globe. And the temperature and pressure differences in the air, along with the claims like gravity warping from the stars and everything else that go into both deflection of the vertical and atmospheric refraction corrections, are all based off of conditions that are not proven to be physically present whatsoever. And if they were present, it would require temperature variations and pressure variations that nobody's ever been able to measure. So incrementally, all these corrections are introduced based off a belief that it has to be true because we have to be living on a globe.
Yeah, no, I can get behind that.
what's happened is people believe so much in the globe that they shoehorn all of their physical measurements into it. It shows up in air data inertial reference units that's used in commercial airliners like the 777. It's used also in star trackers. It's used in satellites. It's used in balloons. It's used in boats and even long haul trucks. Everything. It's used in GPS. It's in your TomTom. It's in your Garmin. It's in your iPhone. Everything is construed. Everything is twisted and contorted with mathematics. Everything is trying to make the map fit reality. So when you go look at like an FE core measurement where they're shooting a 40.5 or whatever kilometer laser over the surface of frozen water in the dead of winter, and this is done repeatedly over and over again and done in other parts of the world. And this isn't the only evidence we have. I mean, we've got a whole bunch more. It's just a whole giant stack of stuff. You've got to start wondering what's going on. So listen, I mean, the globe as a coordinate reference system, we can make it work. We've made it work. We have spent over 100 years using modern technology in the second post-industrial age to make this work. And it's working. But it doesn't mean that it's fully accurate. And it, you know, for most practical purposes, it's entirely accurate. You know, but how do you actually measure a distance between New York and Paris without calculating it using latitude and longitude? I mean, these are insurmountable challenges. You know, we can propose ideas like, I don't know, anchoring beacons every 10 miles or so across the ocean, and then using like infrared light or some kind of, I don't know, maybe microwave transmission, installing timers on them. I mean, it'd be great if we could have that, but nobody does that. Instead, boom, I mean, we're launching stuff into space.
Hey, hopping on mute for a second. Appreciate the candor. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
No. I appreciate it. I'm just grabbing it, running errands.
Yeah, man.
Launching stuff into space, spacing it on half-naked Greeks, looking at shadows.
Yeah. Like you can be a flat earther and work for NASA. Not even joking. You just have to understand what you're working with. You're working with a convention, a way of thinking. This is all an interpretive frame. And it's okay to use it. It's okay to be a flat earther and use the globe and use it successfully to navigate, as long as you understand fully and deeply what you're working with. I don't have any problem saying it works for all practical purposes. So far. What we haven't done is we haven't had to use it for the very impractical purposes. The kind of impractical purposes that challenge the topology of the Earth. You know, there's a gigantic margin of error that's introduced in the fields of geodetic surveying and navigation and so on and so forth. And that's where the globe finds its easy resting place, within that margin of error. And if you endeavor enough to go check, you can actually narrow the margin of error and submit the Earth to a test and find out that the results lie outside of that and that Earth does not comport to a globe. And this has to be done using very precise methods, and it gets very costly and it's expensive to do for many cases, if you want to do it definitively. And now there's some cheap methods you can do, like mirror flashes, and I think those are great. I think those are definitive as well. But the problem is convincing the public that it's definitive. The public likes flash. They like technology. They like sophistication. They like stuff that, like, of the likes that FE Core has done for us. So
it's also the ad hoc excuses. Like, if you do not account for those variables, if you do not try to somehow get the temperature, the humidity, the pressure at some intervals between you and the target, that becomes harder for you to argue. and it creates doubt. And so all they generally have to do, and all they generally do, is just say, well, refraction could be happening, therefore it must be happening. But the problem is when we start to look for the refraction itself, like that's why I like the infrared camera arguments, and I like looking at the pictures and looking for the refractive effects. I'm not seeing the effect of light bending around the globe, hugging the curvature, making it look flat, because that would result in effects, and I'm not seeing those effects.
Yeah, exactly. Like when I've heard Indio bring up two great points. I don't know if he talks about them that often, but he does. And these two really stuck with me and got me digging and researching. He said, look, if there's refraction, you're going to have chromatic separation. And like, duh, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Like take a 10th grade physics course and you understand that different wavelengths of light have different optical paths. And then secondarily, if there is refraction happening the way it does, then it doesn't match the geometry of what you see. So what you're going to have to require is you're going to have to require a meteorological condition over the area that you're observing in which the temperature gradient changes from where you're standing all the way out to the horizon and beyond. And that change is commensurate with the rate of change of Earth curvature such that the light happens to unbend itself, and not just at a singular rate, but at different rates, a continuous rate of change difference between your feet and off to the horizon. You have different ray arcs at different rates of change that happen to take a curving surface and producing a flat and stable image. Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of conceptual mathematical rays that you ray trace that are all following different rates of change of arcing paths to every point from your eye to that surface. And all of them are being bent by physics, by weather, by something happening in the real world, such that those rays of light produce a flat terrain instead of a curved one.
Yeah, it's
to me that's
it's impossible. It's impossible because, like in the example of the black swan, the horizon should be so close that when we zoom into that picture and we take the black swan, that should all just be sky.
Right.
You shouldn't see any of that. And so if the globe was true and the light was bending around the curve and allowing us to see these things beyond the curve, they would be projected above the eye line because they're coming from above. And you see all sorts of floating anomalies, and the horizon would be a sine wave and jiggly all over the place depending on the conditions between you and that point on the horizon. But we don't see any of that.
That's well said. And the farther you see, the flatter it is, the greater degree of chromatic separation should be present, which is not evident in anything that we've ever seen. And then you're like, okay, let's bust out the infrared. Let's go freaking put this to the test. Because if infrared light doesn't bend as much, then I should be able to see the curvature of the Earth. The geophysical horizon of the Earth should be popping out at me in all of its glory. So I throw it on, and guess what? It looks even worse. Like it's flatter. Like, it doesn't look more curved. It looks more like what is going on, folks.
Yeah, that just destroys it, because if there's more refraction and you're supposed to see further, then less refraction should make you see less far. The horizon should appear to be closer. But what happens is you cut through the haze, you have better resolution on those far targets, even though the overall resolution starts dropping fast. It just allows, because of the scattering in the air for visible light is more than scattering of infrared, and that's what allows you to see through that haze and detect things much further away. It just doesn't work on the globe, but I am creating an optical framework that goes into this and explains all of this.
We can take a look at what's happening, and we can kind of put it. We can start to figure out and properly frame what it is. Invisible light, we have Rayleigh scattering, right? So the blue, the very high frequency wavelengths scatter the most, and
Mia scattering.
and it goes down to red and then infrared, but then it gets even further. You get down to microwave, like they say in in the visual spectrum, it's the optical horizon averages out to about 7/6 R being the radius of a globe. So you're seeing effectively like 16.67% further than where you should. Not exactly, but that's the idea. And then as you move down to longer and longer wavelengths, you get to microwave, like you get to VHF. Then you get to VHF at like 144 megahertz. And around there, the radio horizon is 4/3 R, so that's 25% over the radius of the Earth. And you get further and further down, and the longer the wavelength, the longer the horizon. You get down to freaking Marconi using like whatever it was, like 1 megahertz, like 2 megahertz to transmit from the UK all the way over to Australia.
A fucking nutcase.
So you have Marconi doing a transmission from the UK all the way to Australia, 10,000 miles at a very low frequency. And he's able to hit Australia, and he's able to get a return signal back. Like, what the heck is going on? So what is the conventional explanation for long waves hugging the curvature of the Earth as it wraps around 10,000 miles? How much curve is there in 10,000 miles? Is there a Fresnel zone? Is it like diffracting again and again and again and again, diffracting in a downward pattern? What causes the downward vector around a curve? Is there some kind of?
It's incoherent. They assume
absolutely.
They assume because they believe in the globe that all of the waves that go beyond the globe are either the closest to the visible light they believe are super refracting with no evidence, and then the shorter wavelengths they end up frickin'. I'm missing the point I was gonna make.
Well, it sounds like you're saying it's wavelength dependent, that the distance that they can travel besides power being equal, is wavelength dependent.
I had an extra point that dovetailed perfectly onto this. I just forgot it. I just been studying this so much lately. The optical horizon, the limitations of it, and I've been gathering citations and sources. But yeah, it's the reflection. That was what I was talking about.
Oh yeah, the reflection.
Yeah.
How do you have a reflected beam off the surface of the water?
How do you have a reflective beam of nothing? They claim it's a vacuum. Okay, and then it's supposed to reflect onto the ground, which is like not a very good reflective surface, and then perfectly reflect straight up without like losing like integrity of the message or anything, and then back down again and up again, down again, up and down again, up and down again, all the way to the other side of the globe. This would destroy the signal if it were even happening. You try to beam that signal, and you got, like you said, Fresnel disruptions. You got like a little tree in the way. It's not even blocking the line of sight, but direct line of sight. It's just in the way of the cone, like between the two transmitter and receiver, and just being in the cone. Sorry, you're getting disruptions.
Yeah, you got absorption and scattering, and you've got a continual attenuation of that signal.
You're telling me you're gonna bounce that beam off of grass and have it come off like no problem?
Yeah, or bounce it off an ionosphere with negative refraction. It's crazy. The mental leaps, and it goes back to the point I was making earlier. Like the mental gymnastics people go through to shoehorn their physical measurements of reality into a conceived model of how Earth should be knows no boundaries. I gotta go. I'll talk to y'all later.
See you later.
What's happening, Professor Triangle? Oh, you're deafened. Well, happy Friday, I guess. Happy Friday out there in YouTube land. I got a new camera. I got it full spectrum converted. I keep waiting for a chance to take it out and use it. But it's always raining or snowing. Weather's just been terrible. It's almost too cold the other day. It's like 5 degrees, and now it's like 60 degrees. What's going on? Globies on Twitter seem to think that there's a magnetic field incursion, an excursion of plasma in space. Seem to think that during the grand solar minima that's coming up in a few years, that the poles are going to flip. Some of these globies even think that the crust of the Earth is going to decouple from the mantle and rotate. For a flat earther, we would probably see the stars in the sky go from rising in the east to rising in the south. And a new celestial pole would be somewhere by Madagascar, maybe somewhere in the Indian Ocean. What a trip that would be. Yep, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Room. How you doing?
Me?
Yeah, you. What's up? Is your name Herlin?
Yeah, my name is Herlan.
Hey, welcome.
Yeah.
You're in the Flat Earth Room. In case you're here by mistake, we are Flat Earthers. Yes, sir. And he's gone. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Hello, welcome to the Flat Earth Room. Just want to make sure you're not here by accident. This is the Flat Earth Room. We talk about flat Earth. Nah. And gone. They keep coming and they keep going. Hello, welcome to the Flat Earth Room. I see M just joined us, and M just left us. People must be dipping their toe in. They're like, let me try this out. Let me go see what the Flat Earth Room is. What it's about. Dip a toe in. Nah, I don't want to be seen here. People might think I'm crazy. All my Discord friends will think I'm nuts talking to these Flat Earthers. I better get out of here. Oh no, this is interesting. An Amish guy on one of these scooter bikes because they don't believe in gears. But he has an electrical headlight. An Amish guy on a scooter bike because they don't believe in mechanical gears. He's got an electric headlamp on his scooter bike. Maybe he's a Mennonite. Yeah, Professor Triangle says he's in a meeting right now. That's why he can't join us. Man, this sucks. Today I really planned to spend some time with my new camera, set it up, drive somewhere. But it's freaking raining. At least it's warm. Hi, welcome to the room.
Everyone is muted or different. Okay.
Hey, happy to have you. In case you're wondering, this is the Flat Earth room. Guess what we talk about in here?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that only. But then again, there is no one to talk or expect you. Besides you.
Have you looked into Flat Earth before as a topic?
Is it a really topic or is it just kind of, talk anything here kind of stuff?
No, it's a real topic.
I thought it's just a namesake for having any conversation, any stupid conversation, I think.
No, we're actual flat earthers though.
Yeah.
We have a home server with terabytes of information, observations and measurements.
All right, I didn't expect that. Anyway.
Yeah, most people don't. Most people come in here and think, "Oh, these guys are just crazy. They're having fun or they're trolling." But
yeah, I just say you just have fun. Yeah, I didn't know you all you believe in that.
Right. Well, the owner of the server, Vivek, asked us to come here because he's a member of our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth. And he said, why don't you guys set up shop? So we did. We have a channel now. And we just tell people that the earth is flat all day.
You are really serious about this. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely serious. Absolutely serious. It's probably the most serious topic outside of faith and religion and morality. I mean, this world is so full of crazy illusions that flat Earth is one of the few you can know for sure.
Like, convince me Earth is flat.
Well, first off, just to begin, you've never seen the globe. You've never experienced the globe. You only see a flat Earth.
But that's because I'm too small to see the globe in my perspective, from my perspective.
Right. Right. So what do you have to do to see the globe?
Maybe go much more far away from the, Earth. Yeah. So I can see. But
yeah,
isn't it
not something you can do though?
I really surprised that. Oh my god! Like when you said Earth is flat, you're actually not just saying the globe and all. You're rejecting how gravity works. You're also rejecting that most of the concepts like sun is in the center and all, maybe.
Well, it's not really a matter of rejecting. I mean, yeah, we do reject these claims, but what we're asking for is verifiable evidence that this outer space Big Bang cosmology is true.
So when you see from the telescope, not Earth, but Saturn, Jupiter, some planets like that, they don't seem flat. So
yeah, planets in the sky are not the same as Earth. I don't think Earth is a planet, and I don't think Earth is inside outer space. I think outer space, whatever that is, it's above the Earth.
Above the Earth, okay.
Above the Earth, yeah, just like you see it, just like you experience the world. We're not proposing anything radical. The only thing we're saying is maybe this world is as you see it. When you see pictures of the globe from outer space, you have no way to tell what Earth should look like in the first place, right? So you've never seen the globe to compare the pictures with. And the only way you can experience the globe is on a screen, or in magazines, or in books. In reality,
trust people who actually go into the moon and see it for themselves.
Yeah, I don't think anyone landed on the moon. But what if they did?
Right.
Earth could still be flat.
So why someone want to hide that?
I don't know. I don't know if people are really trying to hide it. I think these space agencies and people working there, I don't think they know for sure what the Earth is. I think if they're doing anything, they're projecting technology and capabilities that don't really exist. I think that's probably what's going on. But they could still think Earth is a globe.
And how gravity works in this flat Earth?
Well, nobody really knows how gravity works on a globe either. But what is gravity? I don't know.
It just acts same on every point on globe. But on flat Earth, if it's act like that, then it's not going to be flat Earth there, right? Because it should be act somewhere differently in different points. Then that could be a flat Earth. Then that's how maybe a science maybe. But then again, if gravity work like that, what's the proof, and how does you going to prove that?
Well, I mean, does gravity actually work the way you think? Has anyone seen a gravitational field pull something inward instead of just straight down? Like if gravity is a field, if it even is a thing, you only see things dropping straight down. You don't see things dropping inward to the center of a ball.
Yeah, but the current maths and physics don't mean like that do.
Oh, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
In physics and in these mathematical equations and formulas, G is just an acceleration. It's just describing how solid objects fall down in a vacuum without air resistance, 9.8 meters per second squared on average. That's it. That's all gravity or little g is, and all these equations and formulas. It's nothing. There's no proposed cause. There's no description of a topology.
All right. Let's just change that stuff. I'm not going to argue with you about Earth is flat or globe. I don't think that's going to make sense here. Better than that, I have some exciting. Or I'm curious about how people react when you say this kind of stuff.
Yeah, people think we're joking. For the most part, people either think we're joking or trolling. People also think that we're the dumbest people on Earth.
Okay.
So we have to overcome those objections in order to have an honest conversation with people, and that's sometimes very difficult to do. Because people don't want to believe that we're serious. One of the ways we show people how serious we are is to show them our YouTube channel. We're recording
No,
24/7.
actually, I think you need to prove it. You need to prove it so hard that it cannot be argued again.
Yeah, we've got great proof. We have long-distance laser measurements, long-distance photography, high-altitude infrared, high-altitude balloons.
Mm-hmm.
So we have measurements of a flat Earth. And we also know how the globe was constructed out of mathematics and an interpretation of the sky. So we know that how the globe is just a model, is just a concept in people's minds. And we know how people are taking physical measurements, scientific endeavors, and they are jamming them into the globe to make it work. That's what's been going on for the past 200 years or so of modern science in the post-industrial age. So we have the evidence for flat Earth. We also know how the globe was constructed, and we also know that there's no evidence that anyone can verify that the globe exists at all. Nobody can produce the measurements.
Maybe in future, if we have rockets that we can fly out of this planet and just stay in a space for a while, or just a kind of a vacation or journey. That most of the billionaire like Jeff Bezos have the company for that, and doing that, right? Maybe that time you may see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what it takes, but nobody's doing it yet. The only people that have been far enough away to claim that Earth is a globe are the Apollo moon landing astronauts. Everybody else has been in low Earth orbit, the highest reach of the atmosphere. Even the so-called International Space Station is not high enough to see the globe. If it is a globe.
But it's fair enough height that in space station have to see that it's a globe. Like, what do you want? Like, really go to the interstellar space and see then? But then think it's not going to change anything. Like, how is going to be the globe going to be flat when this more distance achieved? Anyways, I don't want to argue on these things actually.
Oh,
it feels it's first time we seeing some such thing, and it's really feeling different. I don't know.
It's a strange topic, but listen, it's describing the world as you see it. You watch the sun move in the sky, right? You see the sun rise in the east and set in the west, and the stars do the same. The Earth isn't moving.
Okay. I think I heard a very controversial topic, but this one have very extreme edges. Like, like I mostly don't disrespect anyone's beliefs and biases and overall how their point of view of life, but this one stretches so far. Like, I don't even know what to say.
But the funny thing is we're describing the world as you see it. So it's not like we're delusional. It's not like we're conjuring up images that we've only seen on TV screens or computer monitors or in magazines. We're describing the world as experience.
I agree on one thing that you keep saying, that you're describing what you see. Of course, that's true. That's true. That point is true because, like our vision can only see that, like very little that it feels flat, and there is no argument on that. Yeah, that's really that's how it is. But then when it comes to actual reality, then things change. But for our mind and your perspective, Earth is flat at where we are. Yeah, but not in reality, of course. That's where I agree. But yeah.
Well, there's a problem though. About 10 years ago, maybe a little more company called Nikon. Nikon came out with a new camera called the P900. The P900 has a 2000 millimeter optical zoom capability. They sell it as 83x optical zoom. And people started buying these cameras and taking them on vacation. They'd go to the beach. And people would zoom in on boats and on distant shorelines. They would zoom in up and down the shoreline. And before long, people were saying, hold on. If Earth is a globe, shouldn't we see the globe horizon when we zoom in? That's how this question surfaced. That's how our community was built. It started with the Nikon P900 and seeing too far.
I think there are enough experiments that done while staying on the Earth. That experiment, the results are like Earth is a globe, basically. I don't know the details, but I know they exist because I watch science channels and all. But there somewhere, someone has just uploaded the video that some people believe in Earth is flat and all. And in past, that's about the past, not current. In past, how people believe in that and how people prove that it's not. But I need to search for that video. I think that I think there is no camera there. I think they measure it with sunlight and something. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, but this is very crazy to talk even. Like, I don't know.
If I could throw in real quick, is it really crazy just to accept nature and reality as it presents itself? Go ahead, spread it.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's not crazy, is it, to describe the world as you see it? What's crazy?
No.
But I'll tell you what's kind of crazy, right? This is going to shift your perspective a bit. What's crazy is when you go outside and you see the sunset and you're told, no, the sun isn't setting. The Earth is rotating backwards. You're falling backwards. And that's what's causing the sunset.
Yeah, it feels crazy when you actually don't have anything to prove. But now I don't think it's that sounds that crazy because of the gravity, how it works and all. But it's fine, I think.
Yeah, you know how they say that that Earth is in orbit and it's spinning on its axis at the same time? I'll tell you what's crazy. This means that on the dark side of Earth, away from the sun, if you're at the equator, you are accelerating into the path of Earth's orbit, 1,000 mile per hour increase over the course of 12 hours. And then during the day, you're decelerating away from the path of Earth's orbit, 1,000 miles per hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask, like, every people here does, like, they just muted, most of them. They also do believe here in this? Or they
Yeah, other people here, they're flat earthers, yeah. We got a bunch of them. We have 30,000 members in our home server.
30,000, okay.
He did say a key word there I want to highlight. It's not about belief for us. It's about empirically knowing facts. Go ahead.
Yep, that's right. This is one of the few things I said before, one of the fewest things in this world that you can know for sure, because you can see it and measure it. Do you by chance know who measured the globe? Who's the first person who measured globe curvature? At least in modern times. Yeah.
No,
nobody knows.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Of course, how do I, like, I'm not a good person to actually debate scientifically, to be honest, because I do watch science videos, but I don't have kind of store it, all the, like, how it works and all, kind of. I cannot explain it very well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't really need to be a scientist or a physicist or somebody with a technical background to come to knowledge of a flat Earth. You can go find out yourself. You can go do tests if you have the time.
Wait. Does he believe in flat water?
Sorry?
Abyss, do you believe in flat water?
What? Believe in what? Flat water?
Flat water, yeah. Is that in your reality? Like, is water flat?
I think water takes shapes, however, like it's like good
Interesting.
enough.
So how would you replicate water taking shape?
All right, like listen, like really, I don't want to debate on this kind of stuff, to be honest. I'm
Talking
not
about the
saying.
surface. Abyss. He's talking about the surface of the water. Like just when you go and observe a lake or the ocean, okay, when it's a nice still day, you see the surface of the water. It's flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and it takes the shape of the container. Okay, so it does take the shape of whatever container is in, and you have to have a container to have
The
a large
container
body of water.
itself is flat because the container is the space around it, not the whole earth.
No, the container will be whatever the water is in. Okay, so if you have like a pool, like a swimming pool, okay, or a bucket of water, okay, or a pond or a lake or a sea, okay, these are all containers that are containing the water. And then the surface of the water is flat. It's like pure common sense, basic logic. But you know what's interesting? They've replaced people's common sense with nonsense. Isn't that funny? So when I suggest water needs a container, people have to think about that, right? It shouldn't be something that people have to think about. It's obvious. If you want to have a body of water, what happens if I take the bucket away? I click my fingers and the bucket disappears. What happens to the water? It goes everywhere, right? It's going to find the low spot in the land and it's going to make another container, like it's going to fill up another little container, which is like a little low spot, which will be called a puddle. And you're going to have a little puddle or a little pool of water. Okay, and the surface, once again, is going to be flat on the top of the water. Now, you can scale that up as big as you like, and it's always going to measure flat across the surface.
Can I have a question here, please?
Sure.
So I was thinking about the mountains, like maybe you're talking about this container, so to speak. Maybe the mountains like kind of function as the container, as the edges of the container, even if it is round.
Well, no, because you don't have mountains, that's not how it functions on a globe. Okay, like almost one half of the globe is just an ocean. Yeah, like they say on the globe that the water is able to stick to the outside of the globe. All of the oceans. Okay, so the oceans, they take up most of the surface of the Earth. Over, I think, 70% of the surface of the globe, it's claimed to be water, covered in water. Okay, so most of the outside of the globe is water sticking to the outside of a ball. And they say it's because of gravity, right? Gravity's just stopping all of the water from flying off into space.
All right. Okay. Actually, I just joined this server to click in.
You're right, Abyss. Yeah, you're right. You don't have to. You don't have to. Perform. You don't have to defend the globe, right? You can just listen. You can ask questions.
Actually, I'm not defending anything. I just, it's like it's my first time even talking with someone who just think like Earth is flat. That's why it's just something. It's a first experience. I don't know what to say, but like this at this point.
Yeah. So look, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat Earth. We're not claiming a shape. We're talking about the surface of the Earth that we can measure and test and observe, not being curved, not curving like you would have to have if the Earth were a globe. So we could go to a large body of water, like a lake or a section of the ocean, okay, and we can calculate how much curvature there should be, and then we can test to see if the curvature is there. Because things in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so we can say, okay, I'm at this beach, and I can see an oil platform that's out in the ocean, okay, and I know it's 10 miles away. Okay, now if the Earth's a globe, should I be able to see that oil platform? And then you can do the calculation and you can say, okay, well, the bottom 50 foot of the oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon, and the horizon should be at a certain distance depending on how high you're observing from. But then when we go and test, it doesn't happen, right? In fact, we'll be able to see huge distances further than we should be able to see, and we can see the whole oil platform at 10 miles. Okay, it's not matching up with the globe.
Like, that kind of makes sense, but what will be the purpose of them lying to us? Like, is there any specific purpose behind that?
I think most people aren't lying about it. I think most people were just taught it from a young age and they never questioned it. And then they're learning more about it when they go to school. And they're learning more about it in the media and in the movies and then at university in the textbooks, right? So you get rewarded at school for memorizing information that you're given and then regurgitating that information on your exams, on your tests. And that's how you get a good grade. Same thing at university.
Yeah, like, I'm not talking about people generally. What I'm talking about are the people, the astronauts, so to speak.
Well, I think that they absolutely faked the moon landings. Okay, NASA, if you look into it, right, you'll be very skeptical on whether NASA went to the moon or not. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the astronauts are lying, that the Earth's a globe, right? When the astronauts know the Earth's flat, maybe the astronauts know that they faked the moon landing for political reasons or whatever reasons that might be, but they would maybe still think that they're living on a globe. I'm not sure. Okay, so I don't think that they're actively lying about when they say that the Earth's a globe, but when they say that they went to the moon, okay, I think that that's a lie, right? But that's...
Oh.
Yeah.
That's getting deeper. Like, so basically what I'm hearing you say that they haven't even gone to the moon or whatever other planet.
No, look, there was even a Soviet, like a Russian astronaut just recently. He said nobody has been to space. There was another Polish astronaut that said the Earth is flat. Yes, the Earth is flat, during an interview when he was asked about it. We had Buzz Aldrin, who was meant to have gone to the moon, right? He said we didn't go there. What you saw was an animation. So we're getting, astronauts saying these interesting things. But at the end of the day, if we can measure that there's no curvature on the surface of the Earth, then obviously the imagery that we're getting from NASA about seeing a globe from space, obviously that has to be false. If we're not measuring any curvature here on the actual Earth, because we can check, it has to be there, that curvature. If you go to a 10-mile body of water, okay, like just say you go to a 10-mile lake, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over that 10 miles. It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, because of gravity, because of the size of the globe, it has to have approximately 66 foot, that's like 22 meters of curvature over that distance. Okay, so we shouldn't be able to shoot lasers across the lake and hit a target on the other side, just above the surface of the water. We shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see our friends standing on the other side of the lake, if the Earth were a globe. So if we measure the floor, right, think of the Earth like the floor. Okay, if we measure the floor flat, it doesn't matter what people tell you. Okay, it's not going to make the floor start to curve, right? If you can empirically observe it and measure it as not being curved. When it comes to NASA, it's kind of like a faith-based thing at this point, isn't it? It's like, do you believe in the moon landings? Okay, you can choose to believe it or not believe it, but we're not about belief. We're about facts, empirical evidence. If you have a look at some of the things that NASA has presented to us when they said they went to the moon, it's very, very laughable. Like, the footage looks very fake. There's a lot of inconsistencies. FLW just posted something in the side chat there.
Hmm.
So yeah, if
But what
most
about
people haven't, yeah, go ahead. What's your question?
yeah, like what about all this money? Like they spent all that money, and what I'm hearing you say is it's only and only about faking all this stuff. Like it doesn't
Yeah,
make any
where'd all the
logical
money
sense.
really go? Exactly, where'd all the money really go, and whose money was it? It's the taxpayers' money that they're using. So wherever that money is actually going, we don't know. We can't validate exactly. Maybe they need a whole bunch of money to do a bunch of different research that they're not telling people about, or something like that. Who knows? But NASA still gets like $80 million a day of taxpayer money.
Yeah.
And when they interviewed NASA and they said, how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon? NASA astronaut Don Pettit, during an interview at NASA, he said, I'd go back to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed that technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back again. So that's kind of crazy.
Why
And then, what's that?
Like why would they destroy something they've built?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? And on top of that, they lost all of the telemetry data, which is the data that would show you, be able to sort of prove that they did what they did. And then they also said that they taped over all of the original tapes of the moon landing as well. Like mankind's greatest achievement, and they decide to tape over the original footage. It's crazy. This is all like what NASA says happened. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. And then you've got, the head of the Russian space agency saying that NASA faked the moon landings. And yeah, there's documentaries about it. If you watch them, you'll, at least by the end of the documentaries, you'll be like, oh, okay, it seems like they faked it. Okay, so it doesn't prove that the Earth's not a globe. It doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. Okay, it proves that governments lie and deceive for money, control, power, fame, power, like to look powerful, to look like, look, we're America, we're the most amazing country that can do things that no other country can do. So, and we beat the Soviets, like we got there, we did it, yay, hooray, America. So who knows exactly what the motives are, but most people, I think, that work at NASA are not lying about the shape of the Earth. Right? Most people just have a job to do, and they're not lying. They probably think they live on a globe. I don't know. There's a lot of flat earthers these days. When you do polls and things like that, you'll find there's a lot more flat earthers than what you think. Even if you type in right now, what percentage of Americans believe that the Earth's flat? It's like 10%. In just about any country, you'll type it in, and it'll come up with around 10 or more percent of the population, thinks the Earth's flat. Or another whole percentage isn't sure, right? They'll say like 10% say it's flat, another 9% say they're not sure, and then a greater percentage is skeptical on the moon landings. So other than that, other than those moon landings, right, with America, no one else has ever even claimed to have sent a person above low Earth orbit. Yeah, that's only, so you just have to trust the astronauts from the Apollo mission, who act very suspect when questioned about it. So you have to take their word for it. So it's kind of like it's faith-based. But what we're more about is actually going out and doing real-world observations, real-world tests, to actually physically check if the Earth curvature is there. And it's not. We've done thousands of tests at this point, and every single one shows there's no curvature.
Okay, so why moon is looks like globe, and why Earth not? Like why other planets and moon? Yeah.
So yeah, so we don't know. Like we've been told a big story about exactly what's going on in the sky. Okay, so
but we can see.
Yeah. So let's just say the Earth was, the moon. Let's say the moon was a sphere. Okay, that doesn't mean that the Earth is also like the moon, right? The Earth doesn't have anything in common with the moon. We're not saying the Earth is a planet. We're not saying the Earth is a moon or a planet, right? Or a sun or anything like that. We're saying the Earth is the Earth. It's kind of like the foundation. It's like the floor of the system that we live in. Okay, and then we've got celestial bodies in the sky that move in a cycle, like a big clock in the sky. Stars, planets, moons, they all reset and they take a big cycle in the sky. They all move east to west, doing their different cycles. Okay, and that's what creates daytime, nighttime, seasons, all sorts of different things. Now, the Earth, it's like the floor of the system that we live in, right? You can have a flat floor in your house and you can have some round lights on the ceiling. That doesn't mean that you're standing on a round light because you can see one in the sky. It's like going out into the forest and saying, "Wow, I see trees everywhere. You know, I must be on a tree, or I must be standing on a tree." No, that's something else. That's something different. But I get where your question comes from, because we all grew up getting taught this heliocentric model, where you've got this big giant space vacuum, and then you've got all of these planets and whatnot, right, orbiting around, floating through space, and then they tell us that we're also one of those. Okay, so then when people hear about flat Earth, they still think about that heliocentric model of the universe, and they try to fit the flat Earth inside of that. Okay, that's not something that would be logical to do. Okay, we're talking about a completely different system.
And I think the reason our ancestors have this idea of, like, the Earth being round is basically because of the moon and the sun. So they look at the moon, they look at the sun. Yes, it is round. So the Earth might be round as well because, somehow similar.
Well, not really. All of our ancestors, all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane, right? A flat Earth within a contained system. So if you have a look in the side chat, just a second, I'll post, this is the ancient depictions of what the ancients thought the Earth was. Okay, so how can you see the side chat?
Yes, the internet is, yes, now I can see it.
Yeah, have a close look at those. That's the ancient depictions, right? So it's like a flat Earth, right, within a contained system.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the ancient cultures knew this. It wasn't until a couple of thousand years ago that a few Greek people, right? Some people say they might not have even existed, right? People like Pythagoras. Very, very little written word by Pythagoras, but what they say was Pythagoras was the first person to suggest that the Earth was a globe. Now, Pythagoras was actually known as a mystic leader, right? He thought that they kind of worshipped spheres. They thought the sphere was the most perfect shape, and they thought that the universe was like a musical instrument and all sorts of crazy stuff, right? It's called the cult of Pythagoras. This is where the globe came from, allegedly. Okay, and then he said, because we see the sky like a sphere, right, like the celestial sphere, he said, because spheres are the most perfect shape, the Earth must be a sphere. Not because he went out and actually measured any curvature, right, but just through philosophical or theoretical reasoning. And then people after him, took those values on, like Ptolemy, and Plato spoke about it, and Aristotle, and it kind of stemmed from there, right? It's interesting when you look into the history of the globe. No one actually went out and measured any Earth curvature. Yeah, I just got to go on mute for just a second. Yeah, I'm back. So yeah, no one ever went out and measured the globe and were like, hey guys, for thousands of years we've all been wrong. Really it's not flat. Look, I've gone out and done some measurements and here's what you can do and here's what I did. And look, it's actually a globe. No one did that. Because when you go out and measure it, it measures flat. Okay, so the globe came to be a thing because of the celestial sphere. Okay, because of the way that we view the sky, and they made a coordinate system, a celestial coordinate system out of that. And then these crazy people like Pythagoras, they kind of said that the Earth must also be a sphere. So they kind of reverse engineered the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere, which is the latitude longitude geoid, right, that we still use to this day. But yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole. The history of the globe.
So basically, the dude admired that shape a lot because of his religion or whatever, and that is why he said that it is round. The Earth is round.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. He said like the sphere is like the most perfect shape, and the ancients, right, long before people even suggested that the Earth could be a globe, right? They envisioned the way that we see the sky, the stars and whatnot, because it kind of looks like a big, like a half dome when you look into the sky, because of the way our perspective works. When you look at the sky, it looks like a big, like you're in like a big dome kind of thing. Okay, and they said that the dome goes around 360 degrees around us. Okay, and it's called the celestial sphere. Yeah, I'll just read like a little thing that I have written down so I can explain it better.
Okay.
Just about sort of the history of how the globe was theorized. 1 second. Right, here it is. All right, I won't read it all. I'll just read a tiny little bit. Okay, so the celestial sphere came first. Long before the Earth was mathematically defined as a globe, ancient astronomers visualized the heavens as a perfect rotating sphere with fixed stars attached to the inner surface. This was purely a geometric and observational construct. And what you'll see in that picture that I put in the side chat of what the ancient cultures depicted is exactly what they're describing here. Okay, so it was a model of appearance, not of substance. The Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or a sphere revolving around a stationary flat Earth. The observer was placed at the center of this celestial sphere. Okay, so the celestial sphere was an optical projection. It was kind of like an imaginary way of viewing the heavens or the sky. Okay, so later, philosophers such as Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that since the heavens appeared spherical and perfect, the Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below. Right? I don't know if you've heard the saying, as above, so below. That's where that came from. So yeah, there's a lot more to it. You know, I don't want to keep reading and reading, but let me know if you have any more questions.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you say earlier that flat earthers don't agree on the shape of the Earth. Did I understand that correctly? Gotcha.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, like what we mean in the context of flat is just the description of a surface, right? Like you could have a curved surface, a flat surface, a bumpy surface, that kind of thing. So when we're talking about flat Earth, we're just talking about the fact that most of the surface area of the Earth is meant to be covered in water, right? Whether it's, just the known surface area of the Earth, most of it's oceans and whatnot.
Right.
Okay, so that surface area isn't curving over distance. Okay, so it's flat. Okay, so we would say the Earth's like a topographical plane because obviously we have mountains and valleys and hills and stuff like that. But when we do tests over long distances of water, the curvature's not there. So that's the context of flat Earth. Rather than claiming a shape, we're not claiming like a flat planet or like a disk or anything like that.
And what of the flat earthers who do claim a flat plane or a disk-like?
Well, I've been looking into this for 8 years. Mostly the people that are saying that flat earthers claim that, it's just like media, like articles in the media. It's kind of like propaganda or trolls saying this is what flat earthers claim, and they'll show like a disc in space with water falling off the edges and stuff like that. And the idea of that did kind of stem from a group called the Flat Earth Society, which is kind of like a misinformation group to basically make Flat Earth seem completely ridiculous. So, and it's the only sort of Flat Earth site that wasn't censored. So if you typed in Flat Earth to Google, it would come up as the first link, Flat Earth Society, and then there would be a bunch of crazy claims on there. And people would say, oh, okay, this is ridiculous. I never want to look into this again. This is stupid. So that's, sort of Flat Earth Society claims like a disc in space and stuff like that. But yeah, Flat Earthers, they're not claiming like a flat disc or a disc in space, right?
Except for the Flat Earth Society. Right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's not really Flat Earthers. Like we've never had people from the Flat Earth Society come in to try to debate with us or ever make an appearance. It's like a disinformation propaganda.
It feels a bit like a no true Scotsman kind of situation there. No.
Well, yeah, they're just presenting arguments that seem so ridiculous. Like they'll say a few things that make sense, right? And then they'll throw in some crazy claims just to completely muddy the waters. And
could that not be interpreted as they'll say a few things that I personally agree with, but then the things that make us look bad?
Yeah, they'll say a few truths and then they'll say some crazy stuff. So it's like, oh, okay, right. This person, I'll disregard everything that they said because obviously the second thing they said was completely nuts, right? That's like they'll say the Earth's a disk in space and it's rising upward through space at 9.8 meters per second squared, and that's why we have the
gravity replacement.
Yeah. And then there's like misinformation out there, like Flat Earthers claim Australia doesn't exist and all sorts of stuff like that. Yeah, we're not claiming anything crazy. We're saying that large bodies of water at rest require require a container. There's no curvature over the surface, right? There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, or no proof that the Earth is in motion. And then we also have gas pressure, right? So that would lead towards the idea of being in a contained system, rather than like a flat planet or a globe planet that's residing within a vacuum of space without a container.
And we're really just talking about the surface, right? We don't understand what the depths of the Earth are. We know we can get about 7.8 meters deep. That's what the deepest hole was that was ever dug, and that's about the end of what we know on the depth of the Earth. But when we talk about the surface, surface features roughly going to have two descriptions: either be curving or it's going to be flat.
So what shapes are on the table? What are the potential shapes of the Earth then, if not flat or globe?
It could be any shape. It's just not curving on the surface.
Yeah, so we're not making a shape claim.
Yeah, it's the bottom of the universe, so it's not a shape.
It's the bottom of the universe.
Not the bottom of the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? And that we're at like the bottom of the globe Earth version of outer space, right? It's more like we're at this, like the floor of the system that we live in. Just like what we experience, right? We see all the celestial bodies like a big clock in the sky doing motions, okay? And then where the surface is below our feet, like the floor.
Like, have you ever seen a mobile, like in a crib?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah. You're in the crib, and then everything else is above you.
Right. I mean, but that doesn't really answer my question, does it? Right. As far as, I mean, you did say pretty clearly, you don't.
All right, here I can help you. I can answer it more clearly for you. Ready?
The question is, what shapes are on the table? Not what is it?
I gotcha.
Right.
You ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Sure.
Space is fake. We don't have shapes to deal with.
So there's no such thing as shapes.
Space is fake. What kind of shape are you going to have? We live on a flat surface. It's contained,
but not a flat planet.
And it's not moving.
What's the shape of a lake?
Flat, contained.
What's the shape of a continent? Like when we ask, you ask us what shape could the Earth be? What's the shape of a continent? What's the shape of a lake? What's the shape of an ocean? Like you're asking, what shapes could be on the table? Any shape that's not curving. How about that?
God.
Yeah, we don't even have to go there because we're not making that claim. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. The globe side is claiming to know the shape of the Earth. When we test for that, in reality, it's not showing up, okay? So if the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over a 10-mile distance, right? If you're going over the surface of water anywhere on the globe, okay, there would be 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles, or 20 miles would be 266 feet. Okay, then we go and test it, and there's zero curvature over these distances consistently, or even longer distances. Okay, so that's all we're talking about. Okay, it's we're measuring a flat surface, and we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're not claiming to replace every single claim the globe side makes with a new claim. Okay, we're just going on what we can validate empirically. Because we can only get so high up into the air. Okay, so we can only see so far from the height that we can get up to. We can get up to what? We can chuck a camera on a weather balloon. It can go up to about 120,000 feet. And we get a completely flat horizon from that height. Okay, and then it's very difficult to keep traveling beyond, when you go south, right? Because it gets freaking freezing cold. And then there's government restrictions like the Antarctic Treaty prevents free exploration beyond 60 degrees south. You need a crazy permit, which is really expensive. And then there's a whole bunch of terms and conditions that go along with that make exploration very difficult beyond that point. So we can only travel so far south, and we can only get so high up into the air. So we're not claiming, we don't have, unfortunately, a God's eye view or a bird's eye view of the whole place that we live. Would be cool if we did, but yeah, we don't. We don't claim to.
But we do adhere strictly to the scientific method. Anything that doesn't adhere to the scientific method is known as pseudoscience. What a lot of your outer space theories are is a bunch of pseudoscience. Scientific theory. No method. They even admit to it. They even admit that, hey, you would think that we would use the scientific method, wrong. In order to advance in science the way we want to, we have to throw the scientific out and paraphrase. And we have to make a lot of assumptions and do a lot of calculations.